In the shadow-drenched streets of Araquém, Brazil, where the humid air clings to your skin like fear itself, a name still whispers through the darkness: Luiz Bao. They called him the Monster of Araquém, and for good reason. This is not just another tale of murder. This is the bone-chilling chronicle of a mind fractured beyond repair, a predator who stalked innocent lives with the calculated precision of a nightmare made flesh. Picture this: a schizophrenic killer whose first victim was just a child, a boy whose life was snuffed out in 1975 through unspeakable brutality. But death was not enough for Bao. Mutilation followed, as if the very act of killing could not satisfy the demon screaming inside his fractured psyche. Captured and caged, society breathed a sigh of relief. The monster was contained. But monsters, true monsters, do not stay caged. In 1980, Bao shattered his prison walls like glass, unleashing a 4-day reign of terror that would paint the streets crimson. For more lives, for more families destroyed, for more reasons why his name became synonymous with evil itself. Recaptured again, the authorities believed they had learned from their mistakes. They were wrong. The monster escaped once more, vanishing into the Brazilian wilderness like smoke in the wind. To this day, his fate remains a haunting question mark, a living nightmare that might still be breathing, still hunting, still feeding the insatiable hunger that drove him to commit acts so heinous they defy human comprehension. This is his story. This is the chronicle of a killer whose very existence challenges everything we think we know about evil, about justice, and about the fragile barriers that separate civilization from chaos. Welcome to the darkest corners of the human soul. Welcome to the world of the monster of Araquém. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story, The Monster of Araquém. The year was 1975, and the city of Araquém, nestled in Brazil's Rio Grande do Sul state, was about to become the stage for a horror story that would haunt its streets for decades to come. In this seemingly peaceful urban landscape, where families went about their daily routines and children played in sun-dappled courtyards, a predator was stirring. One whose name would eventually be whispered in the same breath as the most notorious killers in criminal history. Luiz Bao was not born a monster, but somewhere in the labyrinthine corridors of his mind, reality had begun to crumble like ancient parchment. Schizophrenia, that cruel thief of sanity, had wrapped its tendrils around his thoughts, twisting them into grotesque shapes that normal minds could never fathom. The voices that whispered in his ears were not the gentle murmurs of conscience, but the savage commands of something far more sinister. Mental illness, however, does not automatically create killers. Thousands of people struggle with schizophrenia and never harm another soul. But in Bao's case, the disease had found fertile ground in a psyche already predisposed to violence, creating a perfect storm of madness and malevolence that would soon claim its first innocent victim. The details of Bao's first murder are so horrific that they seem to belong to the pages of a nightmare rather than the annals of true crime. His victim was a young boy, a child whose name has been mercifully shielded from the public eye, but whose death would mark the beginning of a killing spree that would terrorize an entire region. The murder itself was not a crime of passion or a moment of heated violence. It was something far more chilling, a calculated act of brutality that revealed the depth of Bao's descent into madness. The boy, innocent and trusting, had no idea that death was stalking him through the streets of Araquém. When Bao struck, it was with a ferocity that defied comprehension. But killing the child was not enough to satisfy the demons clawing at Bao's fractured mind. What happened next would forever cement his reputation as one of Brazil's most depraved killers. The mutilation that followed the murder was so severe so methodical in its brutality that even hardened investigators struggled to document the crime scene. Body parts were arranged with a deliberate precision that spoke to a mind completely divorced from human empathy. The mutilation was not random violence, it was ritual. It was as if Bao was trying to communicate something through his victim's desecrated remains, sending a message written in blood and flesh that only his diseased mind could understand. The boy's body became a canvas for Bao's madness, each wound a brushstroke in a masterpiece of horror that would haunt investigators for years to come. When the child's body was discovered, the shockwaves rippled through Arakim like an earthquake. This was not the kind of crime that happened in their city. This was the stuff of urban legends and horror movies, not the peaceful streets they called home. Parents clutched their children closer. Doors that had never known locks were suddenly barricaded, and a pall of fear settled over the community like a suffocating blanket. The police investigation that followed was unlike anything local authorities had ever faced. The crime scene was so disturbing that several officers required psychological counseling just to process what they had witnessed. The level of violence, the methodical nature of the mutilation, and the complete absence of any apparent motive painted a picture of a killer who operated beyond the bounds of normal human understanding. Detective Carlos Mendoza, the lead investigator on the case, would later describe the scene as something that crawled out of hell itself. The precision of the wounds, the deliberate arrangement of the body, and the complete lack of remorse or attempt to hide the crime all pointed to a perpetrator who was either completely detached from reality or reveling in his own savagery. The forensic evidence painted an even more disturbing picture. The killer had spent considerable time with the victim after death, methodically working on the mutilation with what could only be described as artistic attention to detail. This was not a crime of opportunity or a moment of lost control. This was a planned and executed act of pure evil. As news of the horrific murder spread throughout Arakim and beyond, the pressure on law enforcement intensified. The media, sensing a story that would captivate and horrify their audience, descended upon the city like vultures. Headlines screamed of monsters and madmen, while television reporters stood in front of the crime scene, their voices trembling as they tried to convey the magnitude of the horror that had occurred. The investigation quickly focused on individuals with a history of mental illness and violent behavior. Bao's name emerged from this initial screening like a red flag in a storm. His history of erratic behavior, combined with several minor altercations with law enforcement, made him a person of interest. But it wasn't until witnesses began coming forward that the net truly began to close around him. A shopkeeper remembered selling rope to a man matching Bao's description just days before the murder. A neighbor recalled seeing him in the vicinity of where the boy's body was found. Piece by piece, the evidence began to form a picture that pointed inexorably toward Louise Bao as the perpetrator of this unspeakable crime. When detectives finally tracked him down, they found him in a state that could only be described as catatonic calm. There was no panic, no attempt to flee, no protestations of innocence. Instead, Bao sat in his squalid apartment, surrounded by newspapers' clippings about his own crime, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were savoring the fear he had unleashed upon the world. The arrest of Louise Bao was almost anticlimactic after the intensity of the manhunt. He offered no resistance, made no attempt to run, and seemed almost pleased to finally be in custody. But if investigators thought this meant their job would be easy, they were quickly disabused of that notion. During his initial interrogation, Bao displayed a chilling combination of lucidity and madness that made even experienced detectives' skin crawl. He would answer questions with precision and clarity one moment, then dissolve into incoherent rambling about voices and visions the next. It became clear that they were dealing with a mind that existed in multiple realities simultaneously. When he finally confessed to the murder, it was with a matter-of-fact tone that was somehow more disturbing than any emotional outburst would have been. He described the killing in clinical detail, explaining each step of the process as if he were recounting a recipe or giving directions to the grocery store. The mutilation, he explained, was necessary. The voices had demanded it. But perhaps most chilling of all was Bao's complete lack of remorse. When asked if he felt any guilt about killing an innocent child, he simply stared at the interrogating officer with dead eyes and asked, "Guilt for what?" I did what needed to be done. The psychological evaluation that followed painted a picture of a mind so fractured that experts struggled to categorize his condition. Schizophrenia was certainly present, but there were elements of psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder that complicated the diagnosis. What emerged was a portrait of a killer who combined the unpredictability of severe mental illness with the calculating nature of a true predator. The trial of Louise Bao became a media sensation that captivated not just Brazil, but the entire world. Courtrooms are typically places of order and procedure, but Bao's presence seemed to infect the very air with a sense of unease. Spectators who came expecting to see justice served instead found themselves confronting the very real face of human evil. Bao's behavior during the trial only added to the circus atmosphere. He would sit perfectly still for hours, his eyes fixed on some invisible point in space, then suddenly erupt into violent outbursts that required multiple bailiffs to restrain him. During one particularly disturbing episode, he began laughing hysterically while the prosecutor described the condition of his victim's body, a sound that witnesses described as the most chilling thing they had ever heard. The defense team faced an impossible task. How do you defend someone who has not only confessed to an unspeakably brutal crime but seems to take pride in it? They pleaded insanity, arguing that Bao's schizophrenia had rendered him incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. The prosecution countered that while he might be mentally ill, his careful planning and methodical execution of the murder proved he knew exactly what he was doing. The testimony of psychiatric experts painted a complex picture of a man whose grip on reality was tenuous at best. Dr. Maria Santos, a renowned forensic psychiatrist, testified that Bao existed in a world where the boundaries between fantasy and reality had completely dissolved. He doesn't just hear voices, she explained to the court. He lives in a universe where those voices are more real to him than anything in our physical world. But the most damning testimony came from Bao himself. When called to testify in his own defense, he used the opportunity not to show remorse or explain his actions, but to describe in graphic detail the satisfaction he had derived from the murder. His words were so disturbing that several jurors had to leave the courtroom, and the judge repeatedly warned him to stop. But Bao continued his monologue with the enthusiasm of someone describing their favorite hobby. After weeks of testimony that pushed the boundaries of what human minds could process, the jury retired to consider their verdict. The decision they faced was not whether Bao was guilty. His confession and the overwhelming evidence made that a foregone conclusion. Instead, they had to determine whether his mental illness was severe enough to absolve him of criminal responsibility. The deliberation lasted 3 days, during which the jurors struggled with questions that went to the very heart of justice and morality. How do you punish someone whose actions were driven by voices that existed only in his fractured mind? Can true evil be excused by mental illness? Where is the line between sickness and choice? When they finally returned with their verdict, the courtroom was packed with victims' family members, law enforcement officials, and members of the media who had covered the case from the beginning. The foreman's voice was steady but strained as he read the decision. Guilty of first-degree murder, with a recommendation for life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The sentencing phase that followed was equally dramatic. Victim impact statements painted a picture of a family and community forever scarred by Bao's actions. The boy's mother, speaking through tears that seemed to come from the very depths of her soul, described how her son's murder had not just taken his life, but had destroyed her faith in humanity itself. Judge Roberto Silva, a man known for his composure even in the most difficult cases, visibly struggled as he handed down the sentence. "Mr. Bao," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. "You have committed an act so heinous that it challenges our very understanding of human nature. While the court recognizes that mental illness may have played a role in your actions, we cannot ignore the deliberate and calculated nature of your crime. You are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, to be served in a maximum security facility equipped to handle your particular psychological needs." Bao's reaction to the sentence was typically disturbing. Instead of showing any emotion, relief, anger, despair, he simply smiled that same twisted smile that had haunted investigators throughout the case. As he was led away in shackles, He turned back to the courtroom and spoke words that would echo in the minds of everyone present for years to come. This is not over. The voices are never satisfied with just one. The Penitenciaria Estadual de Charquetas, where Bao was incarcerated, was considered one of Brazil's most secure facilities. Built to house the country's most dangerous criminals, it featured layers of security that seemed impenetrable. High concrete walls topped with razor wire, electronic monitoring systems, armed guards at every checkpoint. It was designed to ensure that once a prisoner entered, they would never leave. Bao was placed in solitary confinement, both for his own protection and for the safety of other inmates. His cell was a concrete box barely large enough to hold a cot, a toilet, and a small table. There were no windows, no decorations, nothing that could be used as a weapon or a tool for escape. It was designed to be a living tomb, a place where monsters could be forgotten by the world. But even in this controlled environment, Bao's presence was felt throughout the prison. Guards reported hearing him talking to himself for hours on end, carrying on conversations with the voices that continued to torment him. Sometimes these conversations were quiet, almost whispered consultations. Other times they erupted into screaming matches that could be heard throughout the entire cell block. Dr. Patricia Rodriguez, the prison psychologist assigned to monitor Bao's mental state, found herself confronting a patient unlike any in her experience. During their sessions, she observed a man who seemed to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. He could discuss current events with startling clarity and insight, then suddenly shift into describing elaborate fantasies involving his escape and the crimes he planned to commit. Working with Luis Bao was like trying to have a conversation with a hurricane. Dr. Rodriguez would later write in her report, "One moment he would be completely lucid, discussing philosophy or literature with remarkable intelligence. The next, he would be describing in graphic detail the ways he planned to kill again once he was free. The most disturbing aspect was not the violence of his fantasies, but the absolute certainty with which he spoke about his eventual escape." The prison staff began to notice changes in Bao's behavior as months turned to years. Where other long-term prisoners might succumb to depression or resignation, Bao seemed to be using his time to plan and prepare. He exercised obsessively, maintaining a physical condition that was unusual for someone in solitary confinement. He read voraciously, focusing on books about lockpicking, security systems, and survival techniques. Most disturbing of all, he began to demonstrate an uncanny knowledge of the prison's routines and procedures. Guards would later realize that he had been carefully observing and cataloging every detail of his environment, from shift changes to maintenance schedules. He was mapping his cage, looking for weaknesses, preparing for an opportunity that everyone assumed would never come. As 1980 approached, prison officials had grown complacent. Bao had been a model prisoner in terms of following rules and avoiding confrontations. His violent outbursts had decreased, and he seemed to be responding well to his medication. Dr. Rodriguez even noted in her reports that he appeared to be achieving some level of stability. They had no idea they were watching a predator preparing to hunt again. January 15, 1980, began like any other day at the Penitenciaria Estadual de Charquetas. The morning shift arrived at 6 a.m. sharp, ready to begin another routine day of managing Brazil's most dangerous criminals. The sun cast long shadows through the prison's corridors as guards conducted their first count of the day, a ritual so familiar that it had become almost automatic. But when Guard Sergeant Paulo Martinez reached Cell Block D, Solitary Unit 7, his world shattered like glass. The cell that had contained Luis Bao for nearly 5 years stood empty, its door hanging open like the mouth of a scream, where the monster of Arakim should have been sitting on his narrow cot. There was nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of madness that seemed to cling to the concrete walls like a malevolent spirit. The alarm that pierced the morning air was unlike anything the prison had ever heard before. It wasn't just the mechanical wail of a security breach. It was the sound of terror given voice, the collective realization that something unspeakably dangerous had been unleashed upon the world once again. The investigation into how Bao had escaped revealed a level of planning and patience that chilled investigators to their very bones. This was not a crime of opportunity or a lucky break. This was the culmination of years of meticulous observation and calculation by a mind that combined the cunning of a master criminal with the unpredictability of severe mental illness. For months, perhaps even years, Bao had been studying the prison security systems with the focused intensity of a scientist conducting research. He had memorized guard rotations, identified blind spots in surveillance coverage, and cataloged the smallest details of his environment. Every conversation with guards, every interaction with prison staff had been an intelligence-gathering operation. The physical mechanics of his escape were almost as disturbing as the planning that preceded it. Using improvised tools crafted from everyday items, a spoon handle sharpened against concrete, threads pulled from his prison uniform and braided into rope, soap mixed with debris to create a primitive explosive, Bao had systematically dismantled the security measures designed to contain him. But perhaps most chilling of all was the timeline. Forensic analysis of his cell revealed that he had been working on his escape plan for at least 18 months, patiently chipping away at concrete and metal while maintaining the facade of a subdued and medicated prisoner. Every psychological evaluation that had noted his improving condition had actually been documenting his increasing preparation for freedom. Dr. Rodriguez, reviewing her sessions with Bao in light of his escape, realized with horror that many of his seemingly innocent questions had been attempts to gather intelligence about the prison's operations. His inquiries about guard schedules, his interest in the facility's layout, his casual questions about security procedures, all of it had been reconnaissance disguised as conversation. By the time prison authorities realized that Bao had escaped, he had already been free for nearly 6 hours. 6 hours for a predator to disappear into the sprawling urban landscape of Porto Alegre. 6 hours to plan his next move. 6 hours for the voices in his head to whisper their demands for blood and carnage. The manhunt that followed was unlike anything Brazil had ever seen. Hundreds of police officers flooded the streets. Helicopters circled overhead like mechanical vultures, and roadblocks sprouted at every major intersection. But they were hunting a ghost, a phantom who seemed to have vanished into the very fabric of the city itself. What the authorities didn't realize was that Bao hadn't fled the area. He had gone to ground, finding refuge in the urban underground that exists in every major city. Abandoned buildings, forgotten tunnels, the spaces between civilization where society's outcasts gather. These became his kingdom, his hunting grounds, his base of operations for what was about to unfold. The voices that had tormented him throughout his imprisonment were now screaming with jubilation. Freedom had not quieted them, it had unleashed them, and they were hungry. 5 years of forced restraint had only intensified their demands for violence and death. Bao's escape was not just a return to freedom. It was a homecoming to his true nature as a predator of human life. January 16, 1980, would be remembered as the day the nightmare returned to Brazil's streets. While police continued their frantic search for the escaped killer, Bao was already stalking his next victim through the maze of Porto Alegre's urban landscape. His first victim was Maria Santos, a 34-year-old nurse returning home from her night shift at Hospital de Clínicas. She had dedicated her life to healing others, working tirelessly to save lives and ease suffering. She had no idea that death itself was following her through the pre-dawn darkness, measuring her steps and calculating the perfect moment to strike. The attack happened with lightning speed in the shadowy alcove of an apartment building. Maria never had a chance to scream, never had an opportunity to run or fight back. Bao's years in prison had not dulled his killer instincts. If anything, the forced restraint had sharpened them to a razor's edge. But killing Maria was not enough to satisfy the demons that drove him. Just as with his first victim years earlier, Bao's work was only beginning when her heart stopped beating. What followed was a systematic mutilation that revealed the full extent of his descent into madness. The methodical nature of the wounds, the deliberate positioning of the body, the ritualistic arrangement of clothing and personal belongings, all of it spoke to a mind that had spent years fantasizing about this moment. When Maria's body was discovered later that morning, the crime scene investigators who responded felt their blood turn to ice in their veins. The signature was unmistakable. This was the work of Luis Bao. The monster of Arakim had returned, and he was every bit as savage as before. The discovery of Maria's mutilated corpse sent shockwaves through law enforcement and the media. The headlines that screamed across newspaper stands and television screens carried a message of pure terror. The monster is free, and he had already claimed another innocent life. While the city reeled from news of Maria Santos' murder, Bao was already hunting again. The voices in his head were no longer content with single acts of violence. They demanded a feast of death and destruction that would make his previous crimes pale in comparison. His second victim was João Silva, a 28-year-old construction worker who had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. João was walking home from a late-night shift, tired and thinking about his pregnant wife who was waiting for him at home, when death materialized out of the shadows like a nightmare given flesh. The attack was even more vicious than the first. Bao seemed to be working out years of pent-up aggression and frustration, channeling all the rage that had built up during his imprisonment into an act of such brutal savagery that even hardened investigators struggled to document the scene. But Joao's murder revealed something new and terrifying about Bao's evolving methodology. Where his previous crimes had been characterized by post-mortem mutilation, Joao had been tortured extensively before being killed. The evidence suggested that Bao had spent hours with his victim, methodically inflicting pain and suffering with the patience of someone savoring a fine meal. The positioning of Joao's body was equally disturbing. Unlike his previous victims, who had been left in relatively concealed locations, Joao was displayed in a public park where his corpse would be easily discovered. It was as if Bao was not just killing for the satisfaction of the act itself, but was trying to send a message to the city that cowered in fear of his return. By the third day of his killing spree, Bao's actions had evolved beyond simple murder into something that resembled psychological warfare. The entire city of Porto Alegre was gripped by a paralyzing fear that seemed to seep into every aspect of daily life. Streets that had once bustled with activity after dark now stood empty, their silence broken only by the wail of police sirens and the nervous footsteps of the few brave or foolish enough to venture out alone. His third victim was Ana Rodriguez, a 19-year-old university student who had been working late in the library, trying to finish a research paper on criminal psychology, a bitter irony that would not be lost on investigators. Ana represented youth, innocence, and hope for the future, everything that Bao's twisted mind seemed compelled to destroy. The attack on Ana revealed new depths of Bao's depravity. Not content with simple murder, he had apparently kidnapped her first, taking her to an abandoned warehouse where he could work without fear of interruption. The crime scene that investigators discovered there was so horrific that several veteran officers required extended psychological counseling just to process what they had witnessed. The warehouse had been transformed into a chamber of horrors that seemed to have crawled out of the darkest nightmares of human imagination. Bao had spent hours, possibly the entire night, with his victim, inflicting unimaginable torment with tools and methods that revealed a level of premeditation and sadistic creativity that defied comprehension. But perhaps most disturbing of all were the writings found scrawled on the warehouse walls in what appeared to be Anna's blood. Rambling, incoherent passages that seemed to be communications from the voices in Bao's head, mixed with detailed descriptions of future crimes he planned to commit. Reading these mad ravings was like peering directly into the abyss of human evil, and several investigators reported having nightmares for months afterward. As news of Ana Rodriguez's murder spread through the media, the city of Porto Alegre teetered on the edge of complete panic. Schools were closed, businesses shuttered early, and the streets took on the appearance of a war zone as heavily armed police patrols became a constant presence in every neighborhood. But Bao was not finished. The voices that drove him had developed an insatiable appetite for violence and death, and 4 days of killing had only sharpened their hunger rather than satisfying it. His final victim during this spree of terror would be the most shocking of all, not just because of the brutality of her murder, but because of what it revealed about the complete dissolution of whatever humanity had once existed within his diseased mind. Carmen Oliveira was a 45-year-old mother of 3, who worked as a social worker specializing in helping families affected by violent crime. She had dedicated her life to healing the wounds left by monsters like Bao, and it was this very calling that would ultimately seal her fate. Working late at her office, reviewing case files and preparing reports, she had no idea that the monster himself was watching her through the darkened windows. Bao's attack on Carmen was the culmination of everything he had learned during his 4-day killing spree. He had refined his methods, perfected his techniques for inflicting maximum pain and terror, and developed an almost artistic approach to displaying his victims' remains. Carmen's murder would be his masterpiece, a symphony of suffering that would serve as his signature statement to the world. The crime scene investigators who discovered Carmen's body found evidence of torture and mutilation so severe that the details were never released to the public. Even hardened forensic experts who had seen the worst of human cruelty found themselves physically ill when confronted with the evidence of Bauer's final act in the spree of violence. But it was the psychological elements of the crime that proved most disturbing. Bauer had arranged Carmen's office to create a grotesque tableau, positioning her body and personal belongings in ways that seemed designed to convey specific messages about justice, revenge, and the futility of trying to heal the wounds inflicted by creatures like himself. By January 20th, 1980, the pressure on law enforcement to recapture Bauer had reached a fever pitch. The media was calling it the most intensive manhunt in Brazilian history, with thousands of officers involved in the search effort. But despite the massive resources dedicated to finding him, Bauer continued to elude capture, moving through the city like a phantom, always one step ahead of the hunters who pursued him. The break in the case came from an unexpected source: Bauer's own arrogance. Drunk on his success at evading capture and intoxicated by the terror he had unleashed, he had begun to take increasingly dangerous risks. Security cameras at various locations had captured glimpses of a figure matching his description, and forensic evidence from the crime scenes was beginning to paint a clearer picture of his movements and methods. The final piece of the puzzle came when investigators realized that Bauer had been returning to the scenes of his crimes, apparently to relive the moments of violence and observe the police response. This pattern of behavior, while confirming the depth of his psychological disturbance, also provided law enforcement with the opportunity they had been waiting for. On the evening of January 20th, as Bauer lurked in the shadows near the warehouse where he had murdered Ana Rodriguez, a coordinated team of police officers moved to surround the building. This time, there would be no escape, no clever tricks or carefully planned diversions. The monster would be caged once again. The arrest of Luiz Bauer after his 4-day killing spree was as dramatic and disturbing as everything else associated with his case. When police officers finally cornered him in the abandoned warehouse, they found him sitting calmly among the bloodstains and horror he had created, seemingly oblivious to the army of law enforcement that had surrounded the building. His appearance was shocking even to officers who had been briefed on his crimes. For days of living rough and committing unspeakable acts of violence had transformed him into something that barely resembled a human being. His clothes were stained with blood, some his own, most belonging to his victims, and his eyes held a wild, feral gleam that spoke of a mind completely detached from reality. But perhaps most disturbing of all was his reaction to being captured. Where most criminals would show fear, anger, or resignation, Bauer displayed something far more unsettling: satisfaction. It was as if being arrested was not a defeat but the successful completion of some grand design that existed only in his fractured psyche. "Are you Luiz Bauer?" asked Detective Captain Fernando Santos, the officer in charge of the arrest. Bauer's response would haunt everyone present for the rest of their lives. He smiled, not the nervous grin of someone caught in a lie, but the satisfied expression of an artist admiring his completed work. "I am the voice of justice," he replied, his voice carrying a calm certainty that was more frightening than any scream of rage. "I am the messenger of truth, and my work is not finished." The officers who handcuffed and transported Bauer back to custody reported that he spent the entire journey humming to himself, occasionally breaking into bursts of laughter that seemed to come from somewhere deep within his chest. When asked what he found so amusing, he would only repeat the same chilling phrase: "They think they can cage the wind." The recapture of Luiz Bauer after his 4-day reign of terror sent waves of relief through the law enforcement community and the general public alike. The monster was caged once again, and this time, authorities were determined that there would be no repeat of his dramatic escape. The Penitenciaria Estadual de Charquetas underwent a complete security overhaul, implementing measures that seemed designed to contain not just a dangerous criminal, but a force of nature itself. Bauer's new cell was a fortress within a fortress, a concrete box buried deep within the prison's most secure wing, surrounded by multiple layers of steel doors, electronic surveillance systems, and armed guards who maintained constant vigilance. Motion detectors tracked his every movement, while cameras recorded his behavior 24 hours a day. It was a technological prison designed to be absolutely escape-proof. The psychological evaluation that followed his recapture painted a picture of a mind that had not just failed to improve during his brief taste of freedom, but had actually deteriorated further into realms of madness that experts struggled to categorize. Dr. Helena Carvalho, the new chief psychiatrist assigned to his case, found herself confronting a patient who seemed to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. During our first session, Dr. Carvalho would later write in her report, Bao spent 20 minutes describing in meticulous detail the murders he had committed during his escape, but he spoke about them not as crimes he had committed, but as missions he had been commanded to fulfill by voices that were more real to him than the physical world around him. When I asked him if he felt any remorse for taking innocent lives, he looked at me with genuine confusion and asked, "Why would I feel remorse for obeying divine commands?" The medication regimen prescribed for Bao was more intensive than anything previously attempted with a prisoner in the Brazilian penal system. Powerful antipsychotic drugs designed to silence the voices that tormented him were administered in doses that would have sedated a normal person into unconsciousness. But Bao seemed to metabolize the medications differently, maintaining a level of alertness and cognitive function that baffled medical professionals. For 3 years, the new security measures seemed to be working perfectly. Bao remained contained in his maximum security cell, his behavior monitored and documented by a team of specialists who believed they had finally found a way to manage one of Brazil's most dangerous criminals. Regular psychological evaluations showed that while he remained severely mentally ill, the combination of medication and isolation appeared to have stabilized his condition to some degree. Prison officials began to cautiously congratulate themselves on having solved the Bao problem. The escape-proof cell, the constant surveillance, the heavily armed guards, all of it seemed to be functioning exactly as designed. Reports filed with the Brazilian Department of Corrections painted a picture of a dangerous situation successfully contained through superior planning and execution. But what these reports failed to capture was the subtle changes that were occurring within Bao's fractured psyche. While the antipsychotic medications had somewhat muted the voices that commanded him to kill, they had not eliminated them entirely. Instead, these chemical restraints had forced the voices to become more subtle, more cunning in their approach to communication with their chosen vessel. Dr. Carvalho began to notice disturbing patterns in her sessions with Bao during this period. While his violent outbursts had decreased and his conversations had become more coherent, there was something deeply unsettling about his newfound calm. He spoke with the measured cadence of someone who had found inner peace, but the content of his words revealed a mind that was perhaps more dangerous than ever before. The medications don't silence them, Bao explained during one session, his voice carrying the patient tone of a teacher instructing a slow student. They just make them whisper, but whispers can be more powerful than screams. Dr. Carvalho, whispers require you to listen more carefully, to pay closer attention to their wisdom. When asked to elaborate on what these voices were telling him, Bao's response sent chills down the psychiatrist's spine. They're teaching me patience. They're showing me that true artistry requires time, planning, and the perfect moment to create something truly magnificent. My previous work was crude, rushed, the product of inexperience. But now I understand what they truly want from me. What prison officials didn't realize was that Bao had begun to cultivate relationships with other inmates, not through direct contact. His solitary confinement prevented that, but through a complex system of communication that had developed within the prison's underground culture. Messages passed through corrupt guards, signals tapped through walls, and codes embedded in seemingly innocent letters to family members created a network that allowed him to extend his influence far beyond the confines of his cell. Through this network, Bao had begun to attract followers among the prison population. Men who saw in his crimes not acts of random violence, but expressions of a dark philosophy that resonated with their own anger and alienation. These disciples spread his twisted gospel throughout the facility, creating a cult of personality around the monster of Arakim that prison authorities were completely unaware of. The most devoted of these followers was Ricardo El Carnicero Mendez. a convicted serial killer serving multiple life sentences for a string of murders that had terrorized Sao Paulo in the late 1970s. But more importantly for Bauer's future plans, Mendez possessed something that the monster of Arakim desperately needed: detailed knowledge of the prison's newer security systems and the locations of their vulnerabilities. Mendez had been transferred to Charquetas only months before Bauer's recapture, and his criminal background included extensive experience with electronic security systems and surveillance equipment. By 1982, Bao had spent 2 years carefully studying every aspect of his imprisonment. But this time his approach was fundamentally different from his previous escape. Where his 1980 breakout had been largely improvisational, relying on opportunity and luck, his new plan was a masterpiece of long-term strategic thinking that incorporated lessons learned from both his successes and failures. The voices that guided him had evolved as well, becoming less demanding of immediate action and more focused on creating the perfect conditions for a truly spectacular escape. They whispered to him about timing, about patience, about the importance of making his next breakout not just successful but legendary. Through his network of followers, Bao began to accumulate resources and intelligence that would be crucial to his escape plan. Corrupt guards provided information about shift changes and security protocols. Fellow inmates who worked in the prison's maintenance department reported on the location of utility tunnels and electrical systems. Even the prison's medical staff, unknowingly, contributed to his intelligence gathering through casual conversations about facility layouts and emergency procedures. The physical preparation was equally meticulous. Despite the constant surveillance, Bao had found ways to maintain and improve his physical condition that went undetected by his observers. What guards interpreted as nervous pacing was actually a carefully designed exercise regimen that kept his muscles toned and his reflexes sharp. His requests for additional reading materials were not driven by intellectual curiosity, but by his need for paper and binding materials that could be converted into tools and weapons. Most importantly, Bao had identified what he believed to be a fatal flaw in the prison's new security system. The electronic surveillance that monitored his every movement was indeed comprehensive, but it was also dependent on a centralized computer system that had a single point of failure. If that system could be disrupted at precisely the right moment, it would create a window of opportunity that even the most secure prison could not defend against. As 1983 approached, Dr. Carvalho began to notice subtle changes in Bauer's behavior during their therapy sessions. His discussions of violence and murder, which had been a constant theme throughout his incarceration, gradually gave way to conversations about philosophy, literature, and art. To an inexperienced observer, this might have seemed like progress, evidence that the treatment regimen was finally having a positive effect. But Dr. Carvalho was not inexperienced, and what she observed filled her with a growing sense of dread. Bauer's newfound intellectual sophistication was not evidence of healing, but of evolution. The monster was learning to hide his true nature behind a mask of cultured conversation and apparent introspection. He's become more dangerous, not less, she wrote in a confidential report to the prison administration. The violent fantasies haven't disappeared. They've become more elaborate, more detailed, more carefully planned. He's not getting better, he's getting smarter. This report, unfortunately, was filed away in a bureaucratic system that was already overwhelmed with paperwork and competing priorities. The prison officials who should have read and acted on Dr. Carvalho's warnings were dealing with budget cuts, staff shortages, and political pressure to reduce costs while maintaining security. Her concerns about one seemingly stable prisoner were lost in the shuffle of daily administrative chaos. Meanwhile, Bao continued to play his psychological games with masterful skill. He began to express remorse for his past crimes, speaking eloquently about the victims he had killed and the pain he had caused their families. He discussed his mental illness with apparent insight and understanding, acknowledging the role that schizophrenia had played in his violent behavior. To staff members who were not trained in psychiatric evaluation, these conversations seemed to indicate genuine progress. Guards began to report that Bao was one of the easier prisoners to deal with, and administrative staff noted his polite demeanor and cooperative attitude in their reports. But Dr. Carvalho saw through the performance with growing alarm. During one particularly disturbing session, she challenged Bao directly about his apparent transformation, asking him point-blank whether he was simply manipulating the system to appear reformed. His response was a moment of terrifying honesty that revealed the true depth of his cunning. "Dr. Carvalho, you're asking the wrong question. You want to know if I'm manipulating people to believe I've changed. But the real question is, have I changed? And the answer is yes, I have changed. I've become much, much better at being what I really am." By early 1983, all the pieces of Bauer's escape plan were falling into place with the precision of a master chess player positioning pieces for checkmate. His network of followers had grown to include not just fellow inmates, but also several guards who had been either corrupted through bribery or manipulated through psychological pressure. The most important of these corrupted officials was Night Guard Supervisor Carlos Vega, a 20-year veteran of the corrections system who had fallen into debt due to his gambling addiction. Bao had identified Vega's weakness through careful observation and had arranged for his followers on the outside to provide the financial assistance that Vega desperately needed. Assistance that came with strings attached. Vega's cooperation would be crucial to the timing of Bauer's escape. As the supervisor of the night shift, he had access to security codes and surveillance systems that would normally be beyond the reach of any prisoner. More importantly, he could ensure that certain guards were assigned to specific posts on the night of the breakout, guards who were either part of the conspiracy or who could be neutralized if necessary. The technical aspects of the escape plan were equally sophisticated. Through his study of the prison's electronic systems, Bao had identified a way to create a cascade failure that would disable multiple security systems simultaneously. The plan required precise timing and coordination, but if executed correctly, it would create a window of opportunity lasting approximately 12 minutes. Just enough time for someone who knew exactly what they were doing to reach the outside world. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Bauer's preparation was his planning for what would happen after his escape. Unlike his previous breakout, which had been largely improvisational, this escape was designed to be the opening move in a carefully orchestrated campaign of terror that would make his 4-day killing spree look like a warm-up exercise. Hidden caches of supplies had been established at strategic locations around the city, providing him with weapons, money, and false identification documents. Safe houses had been identified and prepared, giving him multiple options for hiding from law enforcement. Most disturbing of all, a list of potential victims had been compiled, people who had played roles in his capture and imprisonment, as well as individuals who simply represented the kind of innocence and hope that his twisted mind felt compelled to destroy. March 15, 1983, was a night that would forever be remembered as one of the darkest moments in the history of the Brazilian penal system. At exactly 2:17 a.m., as most of the prison lay sleeping under the watchful eyes of the night shift, Luiz Bao initiated the most audacious prison break in the country's history. The cascade failure that disabled the prison's electronic surveillance system was even more comprehensive than Bao had hoped. Not only did it blind the security cameras and disable the motion detectors, but it also unlocked several key doors throughout the facility and triggered a false fire alarm that drew guards away from their posts to investigate the supposed emergency. In the chaos that followed, Bao moved through the prison with the confidence of someone who had memorized every corridor, every door, every potential obstacle. The years of planning and preparation had transformed him from a desperate escapee into a precision instrument of liberation, cutting through the facility's defenses like a surgeon wielding a scalpel. The few guards who encountered him during his escape were dealt with efficiently and brutally. Bao had spent years planning not just how to leave the prison, but how to neutralize anyone who might interfere with his plans. 2 guards were found unconscious but alive, victims of carefully applied pressure that had rendered them helpless without killing them. A 3rd guard, who had attempted to sound an alarm, was not so fortunate. By the time prison officials realized that the system failures were not coincidental but the result of a carefully orchestrated plan, Bao had already disappeared into the Brazilian night. The monster of Arakim was free once again, and this time he had vanished so completely that it was as if he had never existed at all. The discovery of Bauer's second escape triggered the largest manhunt in Brazilian history, dwarfing even the massive effort that had followed his 1980 breakout. Federal police, military units, and international law enforcement agencies were mobilized in an unprecedented effort to recapture one of the world's most dangerous fugitives. But from the very beginning, this manhunt felt different from the previous one. Where the 1980 search had been characterized by near misses and tantalizing leads that ultimately led nowhere, the 1983 effort seemed to be chasing a ghost. There were no sightings, no forensic evidence, no trace whatsoever of Bauer's movements or whereabouts. It was as if the monster of Erikim had simply evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only the memory of his crimes and the terrible certainty that he was still out there somewhere, planning his next act of violence and terror. The psychological impact of this uncertainty was almost as damaging as his actual presence would have been. Knowing that he was free and undetected created a climate of fear that pervaded every aspect of daily life. The media coverage of the escape was relentless and increasingly hysterical. Headlines screamed about the failure of the prison system, the incompetence of law enforcement, and the ever-present danger that Bao represented to innocent civilians. Television news programs featured hourly updates on the search effort, while newspapers published detailed maps showing the locations of his previous crimes alongside speculation about where he might strike next. But as days turned to weeks, and weeks turned to months, without any sign of the escaped killer, the story began to take on an almost mythological quality. Bao was no longer just a dangerous criminal. He had become a symbol of everything that was wrong with society, a living embodiment of the chaos that lurked just beneath the surface of civilized life. The investigation into his escape revealed the full extent of the conspiracy that had made his breakout possible. Carlos Vega, the corrupted night supervisor, was found dead in his apartment, apparently a suicide, though investigators suspected that he had been murdered to prevent him from revealing details about the escape plan. Several other guards were arrested and charged with conspiracy, but their interrogation revealed only fragments of the larger plot. Most disturbing of all were the discoveries made in Bauer's cell after his escape. Hidden compartments revealed detailed maps of the city, photographs of potential victims, and notebooks filled with rambling manifestos that provided horrifying insights into his future plans. But perhaps most chilling were the letters addressed to various media outlets, prepared in advance and ready to be mailed, containing messages that Bao apparently intended to send after completing his next series of murders. In the annals of criminal history, few disappearances have been as complete and terrifying as that of Luis Bao following his second escape from the penitenciaria Estadul de Charquetas. Unlike his first breakout, which had been followed immediately by a brutal killing spree, this escape was characterized by an eerie silence that seemed to stretch across Brazil like a suffocating blanket. The complete absence of any trace of Bao's whereabouts was not accidental. It was the culmination of years of meticulous planning that had transformed him from an impulsive killer into something far more dangerous. A calculated predator who understood that true terror comes not from dramatic displays of violence, but from the knowledge that death could strike at any moment, from any shadow, without warning or explanation. Federal investigators, working with international law enforcement agencies, launched what became known as Operation Monster Hunt, the most comprehensive search for a single individual in South American history. Airports, bus stations, and border crossings were flooded with agents carrying photographs and detailed descriptions of the escaped killer. Reward money totaling millions of cruzeiros was offered for information leading to his capture, and a special task force composed of Brazil's most experienced manhunters was assembled specifically to track him down. But as months passed without any credible sightings or forensic evidence of his presence, investigators began to confront a disturbing possibility: that Bao had not simply escaped from prison, but had somehow transcended the normal limitations of criminal fugitives. He had become something unprecedented in the history of law enforcement, a completely invisible predator who could move through society without leaving any trace of his passage. Dr. Fernando Ramos, a criminal psychologist brought in to consult on the case, offered a chilling assessment of what Bao's disappearance might mean. We're not dealing with a typical escaped convict who is trying to avoid recapture while maintaining some semblance of normal life. Bao has entered a state that I can only describe as predatory hibernation. He's not hiding from us. He's preparing for something that will make his previous crimes look like practice exercises. What investigators didn't realize was that Bao had not fled Brazil or even left the general region around Porto Alegre. Instead, he had gone deep underground, literally and figuratively, into a hidden world that existed beneath the surface of normal society. Using contacts established during his years in prison, he had gained access to a network of abandoned tunnels, forgotten basements, and derelict buildings that formed an invisible city beneath the visible one. This underground existence was not simply a matter of hiding from law enforcement. It was a deliberate choice to live in the shadows, to become part of the darkness that lurked at the edges of civilization. Bao had concluded that his previous mistakes had stemmed from his attempts to operate in the normal world, where he was subject to observation and capture. By removing himself entirely from conventional society, he could become truly invisible, a phantom that existed in the spaces between the known and the unknown. The physical challenges of this underground existence would have broken most fugitives within weeks. Living in conditions that barely qualified as habitable, scavenging for food and supplies, constantly moving to avoid detection. It required not just determination, but a complete abandonment of human comfort and dignity. But for Bao, these hardships were not obstacles to be endured, but tools of transformation that stripped away the last vestiges of his connection to humanity. During these years in the underground, the voices that had always tormented him underwent their final evolution. No longer demanding immediate violence, they had become patient teachers, guiding him through a curriculum of darkness that prepared him for what they promised would be his ultimate masterpiece. They taught him patience, cunning, and most importantly, the art of becoming truly invisible to the world above. Through a network of sympathizers and fellow outcasts who inhabited the shadow world, Bao was able to maintain a crude but effective intelligence network that kept him informed about the efforts to find him. He knew about the task forces, the reward money, and the increasingly desperate measures being taken by law enforcement. But rather than making him anxious, this knowledge filled him with a cold satisfaction, the understanding that his very absence had become a weapon more powerful than any act of violence he had previously committed. The years of isolation and underground existence had a profound effect on Bao's already fractured psyche. Where his previous incarnations as a killer had been characterized by impulsive violence and opportunistic predation, this extended period of forced contemplation allowed him to develop what could only be described as a philosophy of systematic terror. Through stolen books and newspapers scavenged from the world above, he had continued his education in the darker aspects of human nature. He studied historical accounts of mass murderers, terrorist tactics, and psychological warfare, not as idle curiosity, but as professional development. Each case study, each technique, each insight into the mechanics of fear was carefully cataloged and integrated into his evolving understanding of how to inflict maximum psychological damage on society. But perhaps most disturbing was his development of what he called the art of absence. This was the realization that his mere existence as a free man, undetected and uncontrolled, created a level of ambient terror that was in some ways more effective than any specific act of violence. Every unsolved disappearance, every unexplained death, every shadow that moved strangely in the night became potentially attributable to him, transforming the entire region into a landscape of fear. This understanding led him to occasionally surface just enough to leave subtle signs of his presence. A piece of clothing that matched his description left at a crime scene, a message scrawled in a location where he had previously struck, a witness who caught a glimpse of someone who might have been him. These breadcrumbs of terror were carefully calculated to maintain public awareness of his continued existence without providing law enforcement with actionable intelligence. The psychological warfare was devastatingly effective. Crime statistics showed a significant increase in reports of suspicious activity, as citizens became hypervigilant about potential threats. Sales of home security systems skyrocketed, and many families simply relocated to other parts of the country rather than continue living in the shadow of the monster of Arakim. Bao had discovered that the threat of violence could be almost as powerful as violence itself. Unknown to Bao, his extended disappearance had attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies who specialized in tracking long-term fugitives. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit had developed a profile suggesting that he was not simply hiding, but was actively preparing for a return to violence that would dwarf his previous crimes in scope and impact. Interpol had added him to their most wanted list, and intelligence agencies across South America were sharing information about individuals who might be providing support to the escaped killer. The manhunt had evolved from a conventional search operation into a complex intelligence-gathering effort that treated Bao not as a simple criminal, but as a potential terrorist threat. Special Agent Maria Gonzalez of the FBI's International Fugitive Task Force had been studying the case for over 2 years when she developed a theory that would prove to be remarkably prescient. Based on psychological analysis of Bauer's previous crimes and the pattern of his disappearance, she concluded that he was not planning to resume his killing spree immediately, but was instead preparing for what she termed a signature event, a crime so spectacular and horrifying that it would cement his place in criminal history forever. Everything we know about Bao suggests that he views himself as an artist of sorts, Agent Gonzalez wrote in her classified report. His previous crimes, while brutal, were relatively small in scale. The extended preparation time he's taken suggests that he's planning something unprecedented, not just another murder or even a series of murders, but an event that will redefine how society thinks about criminal violence. This analysis led to the implementation of Operation Phantom Watch, a coordinated international effort to monitor potential targets and locations where Bao might resurface. Hospitals, schools, government buildings, and other soft targets were placed under heightened security, while undercover agents infiltrated the criminal underworld in major cities throughout South America. But despite these extensive efforts, Bao remained as invisible as ever. It was as if he had developed an almost supernatural ability to avoid detection, moving through the world like a ghost that left no footprints and cast no shadow. As 1985 dawned, the hunt for Luis Bao had consumed enormous resources and thousands of man-hours without producing any concrete results. The initial intensity of the search had given way to a grinding, methodical effort that seemed to be chasing smoke and shadows rather than a flesh-and-blood fugitive. But what law enforcement officials didn't realize was that their quarry had been far from idle during his years of apparent inactivity. In the hidden world beneath the surface of society, Bao had been conducting his own form of research and development, refining techniques and preparing tools that would make his eventual return to active killing far more devastating than anything he had previously attempted. The underground network that had provided him with shelter and supplies had also given him access to a different class of criminal, individuals involved in human trafficking, drug smuggling, and other activities that required sophisticated operational security. From these contacts, he had learned advanced techniques for avoiding detection, creating false identities, and moving through society without leaving traces. More disturbing still were the reports that began to filter up to law enforcement through confidential informants. These fragmentary accounts spoke of a figure known only as the teacher, who had been providing instruction to other criminals on subjects ranging from surveillance evasion to advanced torture techniques. The descriptions of this mysterious instructor matched Bao's physical characteristics, but the evidence was too circumstantial to confirm his identity. If these reports were accurate, it meant that Bao had not only survived his years underground, but had evolved into something far more dangerous than a simple serial killer. He had become a force multiplier, spreading his knowledge and methodology to other criminals and potentially creating a new generation of predators trained in his techniques. Dr. Carvalho, the psychiatrist who had treated him during his second imprisonment, was brought in to consult on these reports. Her analysis was deeply troubling. If Bao has indeed taken on the role of mentor to other criminals, it represents a fundamental escalation in his danger level. He's no longer just killing individuals. He's potentially creating an entire network of killers who have been trained to operate using his methods. By late 1985, investigators had begun to notice patterns in seemingly unrelated crimes throughout South America that bore hallmarks of Bao's methodology. These were not murders that could be definitively attributed to him, but they shared characteristics, precision, brutality, and psychological elements that suggested the influence of his teaching. A series of particularly brutal homicides in Sao Paulo featured mutilations that were remarkably similar to those found at Bao's crime scenes in the 1970s and 1980s. The positioning of bodies, the selection of victims, and the ritualistic elements all pointed to someone who had either studied his crimes in detail or had received direct instruction from the master himself. Similar patterns emerged in crimes reported from Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and other major cities throughout the region. While none of these cases could be directly linked to Bao, the statistical probability that such similar techniques would emerge independently in multiple locations was virtually zero. Something or someone was spreading advanced criminal methodology across South America like a virus of violence. The psychological impact of these discoveries was almost as disturbing as the crimes themselves. Law enforcement agencies found themselves dealing not just with the threat posed by one escaped killer, but with the possibility that he had created an entire school of predators who could continue his work even if he was recaptured or killed. Agent Gonzalez's task force began to develop a new theory, that Bauer's disappearance was not a simple attempt to avoid capture, but the first phase of a long-term plan to create a criminal empire built around the systematic infliction of terror and death. His years of invisibility had not been spent in hiding, but in recruiting, training, and organizing a network that could amplify his impact far beyond what any individual killer could achieve. This theory gained credibility when investigators discovered evidence of financial transactions that suggested the existence of a sophisticated criminal organization operating throughout South America. Money was being moved through a network of shell companies and offshore accounts to fund activities that remained mysterious but clearly required significant resources and coordination. As 1986 began, the hunt for Luis Bau entered what investigators privately acknowledged was its final phase. After more than 3 years of intensive searching, law enforcement agencies were forced to confront the possibility that the monster of Arakim had achieved something unprecedented in criminal history: complete and permanent disappearance. The last confirmed sighting of anyone matching Bauer's description had occurred in early 1983, just months after his escape. Since then, despite rewards totaling millions of dollars and the involvement of intelligence agencies from multiple countries, not a single piece of credible evidence had emerged to suggest his whereabouts or even confirm that he was still alive. Some investigators theorized that he had died during his years underground, falling victim to the harsh conditions or violence of the criminal underworld he had inhabited. Others believed he had successfully assumed a new identity and was living quietly somewhere, his killing days behind him. But a significant minority maintained that his absence was itself a form of ongoing crime, a deliberate campaign of psychological terrorism that derived its power from uncertainty and fear. The decision to officially downgrade the search from active manhunt to cold case investigation was made reluctantly by Brazilian authorities in March 1986. While Bau would remain on various most wanted lists and any credible leads would still be followed, the massive resources dedicated to finding him were redirected to other priorities. But even as the official search wound down, the impact of Bauer's crimes and his mysterious fate continued to reverberate through Brazilian society. His name had become synonymous with a particular kind of evil, the monster that could emerge from the shadows at any moment, the predator who might be anyone, anywhere, at any time. The psychological damage was measurable in crime statistics, property values, and population migration patterns. Entire neighborhoods that had been associated with his crimes remained partially abandoned years after his disappearance. Schools implemented new security procedures, and parents who had never worried about their children's safety became hypervigilant about potential threats. The true measure of Luis Bauer's impact cannot be calculated simply by counting his victims or cataloging his crimes. His legacy lies in the transformation he wrought upon the collective psyche of Brazilian society, the way his very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about safety, justice, and the nature of evil itself. In the decades following his disappearance, criminologists and psychologists have studied the Bau case as an example of how a single individual can inflict damage that extends far beyond the immediate harm caused by their actions. His crimes created ripple effects that continue to influence how law enforcement approaches serial killer investigations, how prison systems manage dangerous inmates, and how society grapples with the reality of pure evil. The mystery of his ultimate fate has itself become part of his legend. In the absence of concrete information about his death or capture, Bau has achieved a form of immortality that many serial killers crave but few attain. He exists in a state of quantum uncertainty, simultaneously dead and alive, captured and free, finished with killing and potentially still active. This uncertainty has spawned countless theories, books, documentaries, and urban legends. Some claim to have seen him in remote areas of the Amazon. Others insist he died years ago in a favela shootout. Psychics offer visions of his location, while conspiracy theorists weave elaborate tales about government cover-ups and international conspiracies. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Bauer's legacy is the way his disappearance has inspired others. Criminal psychologists have documented several cases of killers who have explicitly referenced Bauer's methods and philosophy in their own crimes. His name has become a brand of sorts in the criminal underworld, associated with sophisticated techniques for avoiding detection and maximizing psychological impact. Today, more than 4 decades after Louis Bauer's first murder and nearly 4 decades since his final escape, the question of his fate remains unanswered. Is the monster of Arakim still alive, perhaps an elderly man living quietly under an assumed name? Did he die years ago in obscurity, taking his secrets with him to the grave? Or is he still out there somewhere, aged but still dangerous, possibly still active in ways that authorities have yet to discover? The statistical reality is that Bao, if still alive, would be in his 70s or 80s, an age when most serial killers have long since ceased their active careers. The physical demands of his underground existence would have taken a severe toll on his health, and the psychological stresses of maintaining such a complete facade for so many years would have been enormous even for someone without his pre-existing mental illness. But statistics and logic provide little comfort to those who remember the fear he inspired or to investigators who dedicated years of their lives to hunting him. They understand that Bao was never a creature of logic or predictable patterns. If anyone could defy the normal limitations of age and circumstance to continue his reign of terror, it would be the man who had already proven capable of the impossible. The case files remain open, though they gather dust in archives that few people access anymore. Occasionally, a new lead emerges, a deathbed confession, a discovered journal, a witness who finally decides to speak. But these always prove to be false alarms or misidentifications. The monster of Arakim has achieved what every master criminal dreams of. He has vanished completely, leaving behind only questions, fears, and the terrible knowledge that some forms of evil may be truly indestructible. In the end, perhaps the most frightening aspect of the Louis Bao case is not what he did, but what he represents. The possibility that monsters can walk among us undetected, that the systems designed to protect us can fail catastrophically, and that some questions about human nature may be too dark to ever answer fully. The monster of Arakim may be gone, but the shadows he cast upon the world remain, a permanent reminder that civilization is a fragile thing, and that the darkness at the edge of human experience is always watching, always waiting, always hungry for its next opportunity to feed. His story serves as both a historical record and a warning. Evil exists in forms that challenge our understanding, and sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not the ones we can see, but the ones that remain forever hidden in the spaces between what we know and what we fear might be true. Whether Louis Bao is alive or dead, free or captured, active or retired, he has achieved a form of immortality that transcends physical existence. He has become a symbol of pure evil, a representation of humanity's darkest potential, and a reminder that some stories have no satisfying conclusion, only the endless uncertainty of shadows that may or may not contain monsters. The hunt for the monster of Arakim may have ended, but the fear he inspired lives on, a testament to the enduring power of evil to transcend time, space, and even death itself. In the annals of criminal history, few cases have demonstrated so clearly that sometimes the most powerful weapon a killer can wield is not violence, but the simple, terrible knowledge that he might still be out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting. This is the legacy of Louis Bao. Not just the lives he took or the pain he inflicted, but the permanent scar he left upon the collective consciousness of humanity. A reminder that monsters are real, that they can disappear without a trace, and that some nightmares never truly end. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Desert Reaper, Stephen Wayne Anderson's Trail of Terror. In the scorching heat of the American Southwest, where endless highways stretch like veins through desolate landscapes, a shadow moved between 3 states, leaving behind a crimson trail that would haunt law enforcement for decades. Between 1979 and 1980, the name Stephen Wayne Anderson became synonymous with calculated brutality. a predator who transformed quiet neighborhoods into hunting grounds and turned the mundane act of burglary into scenes of unspeakable horror. This is not just another true crime story. This is the chilling account of a man who didn't simply kill. He orchestrated symphonies of terror. From the sun-baked streets of California to the neon-lit corridors of Nevada casinos, and into the rugged terrain of Utah's wilderness, Anderson carved a path of destruction that defied comprehension. His victims weren't random casualties of circumstance. They were carefully selected prey in a twisted game where only he knew the rules. What transforms an ordinary criminal into a monster? What dark impulses drive a man to look into the eyes of innocent people and choose death over mercy? Tonight, we descend into the mind of a killer whose methods were as methodical as they were merciless, whose crimes were so heinous that even hardened detectives still speak of them in hushed, troubled whispers. The desert keeps its secrets well, but tonight, we unearth them all. The story of Stephen Wayne Anderson doesn't begin with blood. It begins with silence. Born into a world that seemed determined to break him, Anderson's early years were painted in shades of abandonment and neglect that would later manifest as something far more sinister. But understanding the monster requires examining the man, and examining the man requires diving into the darkness that shaped him. Stephen Wayne Anderson entered the world on December 15, 1953, in a small town where everyone knew everyone's business, yet somehow no one noticed the slow disintegration of a young soul. His childhood home wasn't a sanctuary. It was a battlefield where emotional warfare was waged daily, where love was rationed and violence was currency. The boy who should have been playing with toys was instead learning that power came from the ability to inflict pain, that control was something you took, not something you were given. By the time Anderson reached his teenage years, the warning signs were already there. Written in the suffering of small animals, carved into the bark of trees where he practiced with knives, whispered in the fearful accounts of younger children who learned to cross the street when they saw him coming. But society has a way of looking the other way when evil wears the mask of youth, when brutality disguises itself as mere misbehavior. The transformation from troubled youth to career criminal didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual descent, like watching a man drown in slow motion. Anderson's first arrests were for petty crimes: theft, burglary, minor assaults that barely registered on the radar of an overwhelmed justice system. But each crime was a stepping stone, each prison sentence a university where he learned from professors of violence, where he refined his techniques and hardened his heart against the very concept of human compassion. Prison became Anderson's finishing school, and he proved to be an exemplary student. Behind bars, he studied the psychology of fear, learned to read people like books, discovered the precise pressure points, both physical and emotional, that could reduce a human being to a pleading, broken shell. Other inmates spoke of his cold intelligence, his ability to plan and execute schemes with mechanical precision. Guards noted his quiet demeanor, his almost supernatural ability to blend into the background until he decided to strike. When Anderson was released in 1978, the man who walked out of those prison gates bore little resemblance to the boy who had first been locked away. His eyes had lost their last flicker of humanity, replaced by something that made seasoned criminals uncomfortable. He had become a calculating machine programmed for one purpose: the systematic destruction of human life. The first signs of what was to come appeared in small California towns, where break-ins began to take on a different character. These weren't the hurried, clumsy jobs of desperate addicts or opportunistic thieves. These were surgical strikes, meticulously planned, flawlessly executed, and increasingly violent. Anderson had discovered that robbery was merely the appetizer. Terror was the main course. His method was as simple as it was effective. He would spend weeks studying potential targets, learning their routines, their weaknesses, their fears. He knew which houses had dogs, which had alarm systems, which had elderly residents who would be too frightened to fight back effectively. But more importantly, he knew which victims would provide him with the maximum opportunity to indulge his growing appetite for inflicting suffering. The psychological profile that would later be developed by FBI behavioral analysts painted Anderson as a textbook psychopath. Charming when it served his purposes, utterly without conscience, and possessed of an intelligence that made him infinitely more dangerous than the common criminal. He didn't just break into homes. He invaded lives. He didn't just steal possessions. He stole peace of mind, security, and faith in the fundamental goodness of humanity. But it was in the winter of 1979 that Anderson's true nature revealed itself in all its horrifying glory. The escalation from theft to murder wasn't accidental. It was inevitable, the logical progression of a mind that had moved beyond seeking material gain and had begun hunting for something far more precious, the ultimate expression of power over another human being. The first murder was almost experimental in nature, as if Anderson was testing the boundaries of his own capacity for evil. An elderly woman in Riverside County, California, living alone in a modest ranch-style home surrounded by orange groves, became his laboratory subject. Elizabeth Chun was 72 years old, a retired school teacher who had dedicated her life to nurturing young minds, who had never hurt a soul, who spent her evenings reading mystery novels and tending to her garden. On that cold February night, when Anderson's shadow fell across her doorstep, Elizabeth Chen's world, and the world of everyone who would come after her, changed forever. The details of what happened in that house over the course of 3 hours remain sealed in court documents deemed too disturbing for public consumption. What we know comes from the meticulous notes Anderson himself kept, journals that were discovered years later, written in a cramped handwriting that seemed to grow more erratic with each entry. According to those journals, Anderson didn't simply kill Elizabeth Chun, he studied her. He observed how terror affected her breathing, her heart rate, her ability to think coherently. He documented her pleas, her attempts to bargain, her final desperate prayers. To him, she wasn't a human being with 72 years of memories, relationships, hopes, and dreams. She was a specimen, a thing to be examined and ultimately discarded. The crime scene that investigators found the next morning was something that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Detective Maria Santos, the first officer to enter the house, later described it as walking into a nightmare that someone had carefully orchestrated. The positioning of the body, the arrangement of personal items throughout the house, the messages scrawled on mirrors in the victim's own blood. Everything suggested a killer who wasn't just violent, but theatrically so. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of the scene was the evidence that Anderson had spent considerable time in the house after the murder, calmly going through Elizabeth Chen's belongings, eating food from her refrigerator, even watching television while her body lay cooling in the next room. This wasn't the behavior of a person consumed by rage or driven by desperation. This was the behavior of someone who viewed murder as just another task to be completed efficiently and without emotion. The investigation into Elizabeth Chen's death was hampered by the complete absence of conventional evidence. Anderson had been careful, obsessively so. He had worn gloves, shoe covers, even a hairnet to prevent leaving behind trace evidence. He had disabled the phone lines, bypassed the alarm system, and entered through a basement window that he had tampered with weeks earlier during his surveillance phase. More disturbing still were the signs that he had been in the house before, perhaps multiple times. Elizabeth's neighbor later recalled seeing a utility worker in the area several times in the weeks before the murder. A man who perfectly matched Anderson's description, who had claimed to be checking gas lines but had shown an unusual interest in the layout of Elizabeth's property. The murder of Elizabeth Chun should have been a wake-up call, a signal that a new kind of predator was loose in California. But in the chaos of late 1970s crime statistics, one elderly victim in a state with thousands of annual homicides didn't raise the red flags it should have. Elizabeth Chun became just another statistic, just another file in an overflowing cabinet, just another family grieving a loss that made no sense. Anderson, meanwhile, was already planning his next move. The journals reveal that Elizabeth Chen's murder had awakened something in him that could never again be satisfied with simple theft. He had tasted ultimate power, the power of life and death, and found it intoxicating. But more than that, he had discovered that he was good at it. Better than good, in fact. He was a natural killer, someone who could commit the most heinous acts without leaving a trace, without making a mistake, without feeling a moment's remorse. As spring turned to summer in 1979, Anderson began expanding his hunting ground. California had been his testing ground, but now he set his sights on a much larger territory. He purchased a van, which he meticulously modified for his purposes, removing seats to create storage space, installing special locks, adding hidden compartments for weapons and tools. This vehicle would become his mobile headquarters, his fortress, and ultimately, his portable chamber of horrors. The interstate highway system that had been designed to connect America and facilitate commerce became Anderson's personal highway to hell. He could strike in one state and be hundreds of miles away before the body was even discovered. He could vary his methods, his victim selection, his geographic patterns in ways that made it nearly impossible for law enforcement agencies to connect his crimes. By the end of 1979, Anderson had claimed at least 6 more victims across California, though investigators now believe the actual number was much higher. Each murder was an evolution, a refinement of his technique. He learned from each crime, adapted his methods, perfected his approach. What had begun as a brutal killing had transformed into a systematic campaign of terror that spanned multiple jurisdictions and left dozens of families shattered in its wake. The summer of 1980 marked Anderson's transition from regional threat to interstate nightmare. Las Vegas, with its transient population and focus on tourism, offered him the perfect hunting ground for his next phase of operations. The city of sin was about to encounter a sinner unlike any it had ever seen. Las Vegas in 1980 was a city caught between two worlds: the old Vegas of mob influence and backroom deals, and the new Vegas of corporate ownership and family entertainment. But for Stephen Wayne Anderson, it represented something else entirely. A vast hunting preserve where victims came to him willingly, where the transient nature of the population meant people could disappear without anyone immediately noticing. Anderson arrived in Nevada like a disease spreading through a healthy organism. He established himself in a series of cheap motels on the outskirts of the city, paying cash for weekly rentals, never staying in one place long enough to attract attention. His modified van became his office, equipped with police scanners, maps marked with potential target locations, and a growing collection of weapons that revealed the increasingly violent nature of his fantasies. The first Nevada victim was chosen with the same methodical care that had characterized all of Anderson's previous crimes. Margaret Foster, a 58-year-old cocktail waitress who worked the graveyard shift at the Sahara, lived alone in a small apartment complex popular with casino workers. She was perfect for Anderson's purposes. Isolated, predictable in her routines, and unlikely to be missed quickly if she failed to show up for work. What made Margaret Foster's murder particularly horrific wasn't just the brutality of the act itself, but the psychological torture that preceded it. Anderson had been watching her for 3 weeks, learning her schedule, her habits, her fears. He knew she was afraid of being alone, that she often called her sister in Ohio just to hear another human voice, that she kept a Louisville Slugger next to her bed because she had been attacked once before by a drunken patron from the casino. On the night of August 15, 1980, Anderson put his plan into motion with military precision. He cut the power to Margaret's building at exactly 11:47 p.m., knowing she would be arriving home from work at midnight. He had already disabled her car earlier that day, ensuring she would have to take a taxi and would be carrying her tips and cash, a detail that would later help investigators understand that robbery was never the primary motive. The darkness that enveloped Margaret's building wasn't just physical. It was psychological, spiritual, the kind of absolute darkness that exists only in the presence of true evil. Anderson had spent hours in that building, moving through the hallways like a ghost, learning every creak of every floorboard, every shadow that could conceal him, every escape route should his plans go awry. When Margaret Foster's taxi pulled up to the building, Anderson was waiting. Not in her apartment, that would have been too simple, too quick. Instead, he intercepted her in the stairwell, between the safety of the street and the perceived security of her home. In that narrow, concrete space that smelled of industrial disinfectant and fear, Margaret Foster encountered a nightmare that her worst dreams couldn't have prepared her for. The attack itself lasted 4 hours. For hours during which Margaret Foster experienced every conceivable form of terror that one human being could inflict upon another. Anderson had brought tools, instruments that served no purpose other than to inflict pain, to extract screams, to push the human body and spirit to their absolute breaking points. He had studied anatomy, psychology, even basic medical procedures, all in service of his growing obsession with human suffering. According to the journals that would later be recovered, Anderson was particularly fascinated by what he called the breaking point, That moment when a victim's will to resist finally crumbled, when hope gave way to despair, when the human spirit simply surrendered to the inevitable. He documented Margaret Foster's breaking point with the clinical detachment of a scientist recording an experiment, noting the exact time, the specific stimulus that finally caused her complete psychological collapse, even the way her breathing changed when she realized that no one was coming to help her. The discovery of Margaret Foster's body 3 days later sent shockwaves through the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. This wasn't gang violence, domestic abuse, or even a robbery gone wrong. This was something entirely different, something that spoke to a level of premeditated cruelty that few officers had ever encountered. Detective Ray Martinez, who had seen his share of violence in 15 years on the force, later admitted that the Margaret Foster crime scene was the one case that made him seriously consider leaving law enforcement. But Anderson wasn't finished with Las Vegas. Margaret Foster had been his introduction to Nevada. What followed was a systematic campaign of terror that would claim at least 8 more lives over the next 4 months. Each murder built upon the lessons learned from the previous one, each victim serving as both an end in themselves and a stepping stone to greater heights of brutality. The second Nevada victim was chosen specifically to test Anderson's ability to operate in a more challenging environment. Robert Chun, no relation to the California victim Elizabeth Chun, was a 34-year-old blackjack dealer who lived in a high-security apartment complex in Henderson, just outside Las Vegas proper. The building had doormen, security cameras, and a resident population of casino employees who were accustomed to keeping odd hours and watching out for each other. Anderson spent 6 weeks planning Robert Chen's murder, treating it like a military operation requiring detailed reconnaissance and flawless execution. He obtained employment as a temporary maintenance worker for the apartment complex, giving him legitimate access to the building and allowing him to study security procedures, shift changes, and resident patterns. He learned which cameras had blind spots, which security guards were attentive versus which ones were simply collecting paychecks, and most importantly, which residents had keys to areas that were supposedly off-limits. The murder of Robert Chun demonstrated Anderson's evolution as a killer. Where his previous crimes had been characterized by overwhelming force and direct assault, the Chun murder showed sophisticated planning and psychological manipulation. Anderson didn't break into Robert's apartment. He was invited in. Using information gleaned from his weeks of surveillance, Anderson approached Robert in the building's laundry room, presenting himself as a fellow employee facing a minor crisis. His ex-girlfriend had changed the locks on their shared apartment, and he needed a place to stay for just one night while he figured out his next move. Robert, a naturally compassionate person who had once been homeless himself, offered his couch without hesitation. What followed was 12 hours of systematic torture that began with Anderson drugging Robert's dinner with a cocktail of substances designed to cause paralysis while maintaining consciousness. Robert Chun spent the final hours of his life fully aware of what was happening to him, but completely unable to resist or escape. Anderson documented every moment of Robert's ordeal, noting his victim's attempts to communicate, to plead, to bargain for his life using only his eyes since his vocal cords had been paralyzed. The psychological cruelty of Robert Chen's murder was perhaps even more disturbing than the physical violence. Anderson had positioned mirrors throughout the apartment so that Robert could watch everything that was being done to him. He played recordings of Robert's own voice, captured during their earlier conversations, mixed with sounds of previous victims' screams. He showed Robert photographs of his family members, describing in graphic detail what he planned to do to them after he was finished with Robert. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Robert Chen's murder was what happened after. Anderson didn't simply kill his victim and leave. He remained in the apartment for 3 days, living Robert's life as if nothing had happened. He answered Robert's phone, spoke to his family members, even went to work at the casino using Robert's identification. For 72 hours, Stephen Wayne Anderson became Robert Chun, while the real Robert Chen's body decomposed in the bedroom closet. The investigation into Robert Chen's disappearance was hampered by Anderson's impersonation scheme. When family members called to check on Robert, they spoke to Anderson, who convinced them that everything was fine. When Robert failed to show up for work, Anderson called in sick on his behalf. By the time anyone realized that something was wrong, Anderson had vanished, leaving behind a crime scene that would haunt investigators for decades. The pattern was becoming clear to law enforcement agencies across the Southwest, though the interjurisdictional nature of the crimes made coordination difficult. Anderson wasn't just a serial killer. He was something far more dangerous. A predator with the intelligence to stay ahead of multiple police departments, the resources to operate across state lines, and the patience to plan each murder with obsessive attention to detail. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit was brought in during the fall of 1980, as the body count continued to rise across Nevada. Agent Sarah Mitchell, who would later become one of the country's foremost experts on serial homicide, described Anderson as possibly the most methodical killer we've ever tracked. His crimes showed an evolution that suggested not just experience, but genuine talent for inflicting suffering. The next victim was chosen to satisfy Anderson's growing interest in what he called environmental control. Rather than attacking someone in their home or place of work, he decided to create his own controlled environment where he could take unlimited time with his victim. The target was Linda Morrison, a 29-year-old slot machine technician who lived alone in a remote area outside Las Vegas. Anderson spent 2 months preparing Linda Morrison's murder, but unlike his previous crimes, this one wouldn't take place in her home. Instead, he purchased an abandoned warehouse in an industrial area of Las Vegas, a building that had once housed a small manufacturing operation but had been vacant for over a year. He spent weeks converting this space into what can only be described as a torture chamber. Soundproofed rooms, restraining devices, and equipment specifically designed for inflicting pain. The abduction of Linda Morrison required Anderson to expand his skill set once again. This wasn't a home invasion or a crimes of opportunity. This was a kidnapping that required precise timing, specialized equipment, and the ability to transport an unwilling victim across the city without being detected. Anderson had studied the routes Linda took to and from work, identified the most isolated stretches of road, and planned his ambush with the same attention to detail that characterized all of his crimes. On November 3, 1980, Linda Morrison disappeared during her drive home from work. Her car was found the next morning on the side of a desert highway, apparently broken down but showing no signs of struggle. It appeared that she had simply vanished, leaving behind only her purse and the mystery of what had happened to her. The truth was far more horrific than anyone could have imagined. Linda Morrison had been transported to Anderson's warehouse, where she became the subject of what he called his masterpiece, a carefully orchestrated campaign of terror that lasted for 2 weeks. Unlike his previous victims, who had died relatively quickly, Linda Morrison was kept alive for 14 days while Anderson conducted his experiments in human endurance. The warehouse had been divided into several rooms, each serving a different purpose in Anderson's twisted schema. There was an observation room where he could watch his victim through one-way glass, a preparation room where he kept his tools and equipment, and the main chamber where the actual torture took place. Anderson had even installed a rudimentary medical facility, complete with 4 drips and basic surgical equipment, allowing him to keep his victim alive far longer than would have been possible otherwise. The details of Linda Morrison's captivity are too disturbing to recount in full, but the journals and video recordings found at the warehouse paint a picture of systematic brutality that defied human comprehension. Anderson documented every aspect of his victim's suffering, creating what amounted to a scientific study of human pain tolerance. He measured her responses to different types of stimuli, tracked her psychological deterioration over time, and even conducted crude surgical procedures to test her reactions to various forms of physical trauma. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Linda Morrison's ordeal was that Anderson had planned it as a dress rehearsal for something even more ambitious. The warehouse was merely a prototype, a testing ground for techniques and equipment that he planned to refine for future victims. He had already begun scouting locations in Utah for a more permanent facility, a place where he could expand his operations and take his campaign of terror to even greater heights. Linda Morrison died on November 17, 1980, after 14 days of unimaginable suffering. Her death wasn't the result of Anderson's cruelty finally going too far. It was precisely timed and executed according to his careful plans. He had learned everything he wanted to learn from her, had tested all the techniques he wanted to test, and had collected all the data he needed for his next phase of operations. The discovery of the warehouse 3 weeks later marked a turning point in the investigation. For the first time, law enforcement had access to Anderson's methods, his thinking, his long-term plans. The evidence found at the scene, journals, photographs, video recordings, detailed plans for future crimes, revealed a killer whose ambitions went far beyond simple murder. Anderson wasn't just taking lives. He was conducting a systematic study of human suffering, treating each victim as a subject in a vast experiment that only he understood. But by the time police found the warehouse, Anderson was already gone, having moved on to the next phase of his campaign. Utah beckoned, with its isolated rural communities and sparse law enforcement presence. The desert was calling, and Stephen Wayne Anderson was ready to answer. Utah in 1981 presented Stephen Wayne Anderson with the perfect laboratory for his most ambitious experiments in human suffering. The vast, empty landscapes between Salt Lake City and the Nevada border offered isolation that California and Nevada couldn't match. Miles of desert where screams would never be heard, where bodies could disappear forever into the red earth, where a predator could work undisturbed by the inconvenience of potential witnesses. Anderson arrived in Utah like a plague carried by the wind, settling initially in a series of remote cabins and abandoned mining camps scattered throughout the state's southeastern counties. He had learned from his Nevada experience that permanent facilities offered both advantages and risks. The warehouse had given him unlimited time with his victims, but had also created a fixed location that could eventually be discovered. Utah would provide him with something better, an entire landscape of isolation where temporary facilities could be established and abandoned as needed. The first Utah victim was selected not just for her vulnerability, but for her symbolic value. Anderson had become increasingly interested in what he called the destruction of innocence, and Sarah Patterson represented innocence personified. At 19 years old, she was a freshman at Southern Utah University, studying to become an elementary school teacher. She lived alone in a small apartment near campus, worked part-time at a local diner, and had never experienced anything more threatening than a harsh word from a dissatisfied customer. Anderson spent 3 months studying Sarah Patterson's routines, but his approach in Utah reflected a new level of sophistication in his methods. Rather than simply observing from a distance, he began to insert himself into his victims' lives, creating relationships that would give him unprecedented access to their fears, their vulnerabilities, their most private moments. Using the identity of David Walsh, a persona he had been developing for months, complete with forged documents and manufactured history, Anderson enrolled in 2 classes at Southern Utah University. He chose courses that would put him in contact with Sarah Patterson, Introduction to Education and Child Psychology. To her, he was just another slightly older student returning to college after military service, a quiet man with intense eyes who seemed genuinely interested in working with children. The relationship that developed between Sarah Patterson and the man she knew as David Walsh was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. Anderson had studied the psychology of trust, learning to identify the precise buttons to push to make someone feel safe, protected, even attracted to him. He positioned himself as Sarah's protector, the strong, experienced man who could shield her from the dangers of the world. Over the course of 2 months, Anderson methodically dismantled Sarah Patterson's natural defenses. He learned about her childhood trauma, her father's abandonment when she was 12, and positioned himself as the stable male figure she had never had. He discovered her fear of being alone at night and began, coincidentally, encountering her during evening walks, always appearing just when she was feeling most vulnerable. Multiple times during her captivity, he staged elaborate escape scenarios, allowing her to believe that rescue was at hand, only to reveal that it was all part of his psychological game. He showed her fake radio broadcasts reporting her disappearance, played recordings of her family pleading for her safe return, even allowed her to record a rescue message that he claimed would be broadcast to search teams. The murder of Sarah Patterson on March 20th, 1981, was filmed in its entirety using equipment Anderson had obtained specifically for that purpose. Unlike his previous crimes, where documentation had been limited to written notes and still photographs, Sarah Patterson's death was captured on film as the final component of what Anderson considered his artistic masterpiece. The video, discovered years later hidden in a storage facility, remains sealed in FBI evidence archives, deemed too disturbing for viewing even by experienced investigators. Sarah Patterson's disappearance launched the largest search and rescue operation in southern Utah's history. Hundreds of volunteers combed the mountains and deserts looking for any trace of the young woman who had simply vanished without explanation. Her family arrived from out of state, her classmates organized search parties, and local media coverage kept her story in the public eye for weeks. But Anderson had planned for this contingency. The cabin where Sarah Patterson died was completely destroyed by a fire that Anderson had rigged to activate 24 hours after her death. By the time search teams reached the remote canyon, they found only the charred remains of a structure that appeared to have been abandoned for years. Sarah Patterson's body was never found. Anderson had disposed of it in a manner that he described in his journals as returning her to the earth that created her. The success of the Sarah Patterson murder convinced Anderson that Utah would serve as the perfect base of operations for an expanded campaign of terror. He began to develop what he called the Utah Project, an ambitious plan to establish multiple secure facilities across the state where he could conduct long-term experiments with human subjects. The project represented Anderson's evolution from serial killer to something far more dangerous, a systematic destroyer of human life operating on an industrial scale. The second Utah victim was chosen to test Anderson's ability to operate in a more populated area. Jennifer Martinez was a 26-year-old nurse who worked at a hospital in Salt Lake City, living in a downtown apartment complex with her boyfriend of 3 years. She represented a departure from Anderson's usual preference for isolated targets, requiring him to develop new techniques for urban hunting. Anderson spent 6 weeks infiltrating Jennifer Martinez's social circle, using his David Walsh identity to gain employment at a medical supply company that serviced her hospital. He learned her work schedule, her relationship problems, her recreational habits, and most importantly, her vulnerabilities. Jennifer Martinez was having difficulties with her boyfriend, financial problems related to student loans, and had been experiencing anxiety attacks that she was trying to hide from her colleagues. The psychological campaign that Anderson waged against Jennifer Martinez was even more sophisticated than his approach with Sarah Patterson. Rather than positioning himself as a protector, he presented himself as a fellow healthcare professional who understood the unique stresses of medical work. He became her confidant, the person she turned to when her relationship problems became overwhelming, the shoulder she cried on when work became too stressful. Anderson's manipulation of Jennifer Martinez involved creating a fictional crisis that would separate her from her support network and place her in a vulnerable position. He fabricated a story about his sister being seriously injured in a car accident in a remote area of the state, claiming that he needed to drive through the night to reach her but was too distraught to make the journey alone. Jennifer, whose compassionate nature made her incapable of refusing to help someone in crisis, volunteered to accompany him on what she believed was a mercy mission. The drive to help Anderson's sister became Jennifer Martinez's final journey. Like Sarah Patterson before her, she climbed willingly into Anderson's van, bringing supplies she thought might be needed for a medical emergency and leaving behind a note explaining her absence to her boyfriend. She had no way of knowing that Anderson's injured sister didn't exist, that the remote location they were driving to was actually another of his prepared kill sites, that she was being transported to her own execution. The facility Anderson had prepared for Jennifer Martinez was an abandoned mine shaft in the Utah mountains, a location so remote and inaccessible that it had been forgotten even by the mining company that had originally excavated it. Anderson had spent months modifying the underground chambers, installing equipment, and creating what he described as his most advanced laboratory for the study of human suffering. Jennifer Martinez's captivity lasted 9 days, during which Anderson conducted what he called his comparative analysis of how different personality types responded to identical stimuli. He had kept detailed records of Sarah Patterson's responses to various forms of torture, and he used Jennifer Martinez to test whether victims with different backgrounds and temperaments would react differently to the same treatment. The underground facility provided Anderson with unprecedented control over his victim's environment. He could manipulate lighting, temperature, sound, and even air quality to create specific psychological effects. He documented how sensory deprivation affected Jennifer Martinez's mental state, how different combinations of physical and psychological torture produced varying levels of compliance, and how the isolation of the underground chamber amplified her fear responses. But Anderson's experiments with Jennifer Martinez went beyond simple torture. He began to explore what he called identity destruction, the systematic dismantling of a victim's sense of self through carefully orchestrated psychological manipulation. He forced her to participate in acts that violated her fundamental beliefs, to make choices between different forms of suffering, to betray her own moral principles in exchange for brief respites from pain. The murder of Jennifer Martinez on April 3, 1981, marked another evolution in Anderson's methodology. Unlike his previous victims, who had been killed when Anderson had learned what he wanted to learn from them, Jennifer Martinez was killed as part of a specific experiment in death optimization. Anderson had become fascinated by the process of dying itself, and he wanted to document how different methods of execution affected the victim's final moments of consciousness. The body of Jennifer Martinez was never recovered. Anderson had developed what he called his disposal protocol, a method of completely eliminating all traces of his victims that involved a combination of chemical dissolution and environmental dispersal. The mine shaft where she died became her tomb, sealed permanently by explosives that Anderson detonated as part of his standard cleanup procedure. The disappearance of Jennifer Martinez prompted a massive investigation by Salt Lake City police, but Anderson had planned for this contingency as well. The David Walsh identity that he had used to approach Jennifer had been carefully constructed to disappear without a trace. The medical supply company where he had claimed to work had no record of his employment. The apartment he had claimed to rent didn't exist. Even the vehicle registration associated with his fake identity led to a dead end. By the spring of 1981, Anderson had killed at least 4 people in Utah, but investigators were only beginning to understand that they were dealing with a serial killer. The complete absence of bodies, physical evidence, and witnesses made it nearly impossible to connect the disappearances to a single perpetrator. Anderson had achieved what he considered the perfect crime: systematic murder without consequences, at least for himself. But Anderson's ambitions continued to expand. The success of his Utah operations had convinced him that he could operate on an even larger scale, targeting not just individual victims but entire communities. He began to develop what he called the network, a plan to establish kill sites across the American Southwest, where he could conduct what he termed mass studies of human behavior under extreme duress. The third Utah victim was chosen to test Anderson's ability to conduct simultaneous operations with multiple subjects. Thomas and Maria Rodriguez were a married couple in their early 30s who operated a small ranch 40 miles outside Moab. They had no children, few close neighbors, and a lifestyle that made them perfect candidates for what Anderson called his group dynamics experiment. Anderson spent 4 months infiltrating the Rodriguez's world, presenting himself as a potential investor interested in purchasing adjacent land for a hunting lodge. He visited their ranch multiple times, gained their trust, learned their routines, and most importantly, identified their financial vulnerabilities. The ranch was struggling, the couple was facing foreclosure, and they were desperate enough to consider any opportunity that might save their livelihood. The plan Anderson developed for the Rodriguez couple was his most ambitious yet. Rather than abducting them to a remote location, he decided to convert their own ranch into a temporary kill site, using their isolation against them while simultaneously testing his ability to maintain operational security in a less controlled environment. He convinced them to accept him as a temporary boarder, claiming he needed to stay on the property for several weeks while conducting feasibility studies for his supposed hunting lodge project. On May 15, 1981, Anderson moved into the Rodriguez ranch house as a paying guest. For 2 weeks, he lived alongside Thomas and Maria Rodriguez, sharing meals, helping with chores, and gradually implementing the security modifications he would need for his experiment. He installed additional locks, disabled the ranch's radio communication equipment, and even sabotaged their vehicles to prevent any possibility of escape. The transformation of the Rodriguez ranch from family home to torture chamber began on the night of May 29, 1981. Anderson had been patient, methodical in his preparations, waiting for the perfect moment when all variables were aligned for maximum control. That moment came during a severe thunderstorm that would mask any sounds and prevent anyone from leaving or arriving at the ranch. What followed was 6 days of systematic brutality that pushed Anderson's methodology to new extremes. For the first time, he was working with two victims simultaneously, allowing him to explore what he called interactive suffering, the psychological torture that came from forcing victims to witness each other's pain, to make choices about each other's fate, to participate in each other's destruction. The ranch house became a laboratory where Anderson conducted experiments in human psychology that defied comprehension. He forced Thomas and Maria Rodriguez to compete for resources, food, water, brief respites from torture, turning their love for each other into a weapon that he wielded with surgical precision. He documented how their relationship dynamics changed under extreme stress, how desperation could transform love into resentment, how the instinct for survival could override the deepest emotional bonds. Anderson's journals from this period reveal a mind that had moved completely beyond the realm of normal human experience. He wrote about his victims with the clinical detachment of a scientist studying laboratory animals, describing their responses to various stimuli as data points in a larger experiment. He had ceased to see Thomas and Maria Rodriguez as human beings. To him, they were simply components in a complex system designed to produce suffering. The murder of Thomas and Maria Rodriguez on June 4, 1981, was orchestrated as the climax of Anderson's most elaborate production yet. He had installed cameras throughout the ranch house, capturing every moment of their final hours from multiple angles. The footage, discovered years later, revealed a level of calculated cruelty that challenged investigators' understanding of human evil. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Rodriguez murders was what Anderson did afterward. Rather than immediately disposing of the bodies and destroying the evidence, he remained at the ranch for 3 additional days, living among the corpses while he reviewed his documentation and planned his next move. He treated the ranch house like a museum of his own achievement, wandering through rooms where the bodies of his victims lay while he cataloged his success. The discovery of the Rodriguez ranch came only by accident, when a neighbor checking on storm damage found evidence of violence that local law enforcement couldn't explain. The crime scene that investigators encountered was unlike anything in their experience. A methodically organized display of brutality that suggested a killer operating on a level of sophistication that challenged conventional investigative approaches. For the first time, Anderson had made a mistake. In his confidence and pride in his Utah operations, he had left behind evidence that could be analyzed, patterns that could be tracked, connections that could be made to his previous crimes. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit was brought in immediately, and Agent Sarah Mitchell began to see the larger picture of what they were dealing with. "This isn't just a serial killer," Mitchell wrote in her initial assessment. "This is someone who has systematized murder, who has turned the destruction of human life into a science. We're dealing with a level of premeditation and sophistication that goes beyond anything in our experience." The evidence found at the Rodriguez Ranch provided the first concrete links between the disappearances in California, Nevada, and Utah. DNA evidence, fingerprints that had been overlooked in earlier crime scenes, and most importantly, Anderson's own documentation revealed the scope of his campaign of terror. Law enforcement agencies across 3 states suddenly realized they weren't dealing with separate cases. They were tracking a single predator who had been operating undetected for over 2 years. But by the time investigators had connected the dots, Anderson was already planning his next phase of operations. The ranch had been a test, a proof of concept for even more ambitious projects. He had proven to himself that he could operate in any environment, adapt to any circumstances, overcome any obstacle that stood between him and his victims. The final Utah murder would be Anderson's masterpiece, the culmination of everything he had learned about inflicting suffering and the ultimate test of his ability to evade capture. He had identified his target months earlier. Dr. Rebecca Morrison, a forensic psychologist who had been brought in to consult on several of the disappearance cases. Anderson had become fascinated by the idea of claiming someone who was actively hunting him, of turning the predator-prey relationship inside out. Dr. Morrison represented the perfect final victim for Anderson's Utah campaign. She was intelligent, trained to recognize dangerous individuals, and protected by law enforcement protocols designed to keep consultants safe. But Anderson had been studying her for months, learning her routines, her vulnerabilities, her psychological profile. He knew that her expertise in understanding criminal minds would make her destruction even more satisfying. The murder of Dr. Rebecca Morrison would have to wait, however. On July 12, 1981, Stephen Wayne Anderson's reign of terror across 3 states came to an abrupt end, not because of superior investigative work or carefully laid traps, but because of a simple traffic stop that would change everything. The beginning of the end for Stephen Wayne Anderson came not through the brilliant detective work of seasoned investigators or the sophisticated profiling of FBI behavioral analysts, but through the routine vigilance of a small-town Utah highway patrol officer who noticed something that didn't quite fit the pattern of normal traffic on a lonely desert highway. Trooper Michael Chin, no relation to Anderson's earlier victims, was conducting a routine speed enforcement patrol on State Route 24 near Capitol Reef National Park when he observed a modified van traveling at precisely the speed limit, something that immediately caught his attention. In 15 years of highway patrol experience, Chun had learned that vehicles traveling at exactly the posted speed limit were often more suspicious than those exceeding it. Law-abiding citizens naturally drove a few miles over the limit. It was criminals who maintained precise compliance with traffic laws to avoid attracting attention. The van that caught Trooper Chen's attention matched a description that had been circulated in a statewide bulletin connected to the Rodriguez Ranch murders. The bulletin was vague. Investigators had little concrete information about Anderson's vehicle beyond witness accounts of a modified van seen in the area, but something about this particular vehicle triggered Chen's investigative instincts. When Chen initiated a traffic stop on July 12, 1981, at 3:47 p.m. on a stretch of highway that seemed to extend endlessly in both directions, neither he nor Stephen Wayne Anderson realized that this moment would mark the end of one of the most sophisticated killing sprees in American criminal history. Anderson pulled over with the mechanical compliance of someone accustomed to evading law enforcement, his hands visible on the steering wheel, his demeanor calm and cooperative. The initial interaction between Trooper Chun and Anderson was unremarkable. Anderson's identification checked out. He was using the David Walsh identity that had served him so well in Utah. His vehicle registration appeared legitimate, and his explanation for being in the area was plausible. He claimed to be a freelance photographer working on a project documenting abandoned mining sites in the region, a story that aligned with the camera equipment visible in his van and the maps spread across his passenger seat. But Trooper Chen's instincts told him something was wrong. Anderson was too calm, too prepared, too perfect in his responses. His answers came without hesitation, as if they had been rehearsed extensively. His vehicle was immaculately clean despite supposedly traveling through dusty mining areas. Most importantly, there was something in Anderson's eyes, a coldness that Chan had seen before in the faces of truly dangerous individuals. The routine traffic stop became a more thorough investigation when Chan noticed a smell coming from Anderson's van that he couldn't immediately identify but that triggered every alarm bell in his experienced mind. It wasn't the smell of decomposition. Anderson was too careful for that, but rather the lingering odor of industrial cleaning chemicals mixed with something organic that didn't belong in a photographer's vehicle. When Chan asked to examine Anderson's camera equipment, supposedly to verify his photographer story, Anderson's demeanor began to change subtly. The easy confidence remained, but Chun noticed a tension in Anderson's jaw, a slight tightening around his eyes, microscopic changes that suggested the man was calculating options, considering responses to a developing threat. The camera bag that Anderson handed over contained professional photography equipment, exactly what would be expected from a freelance photographer. But hidden among the legitimate gear, wrapped in what appeared to be lens cleaning cloths, Trooper Chun discovered items that had nothing to do with photography. Surgical instruments, restraints, and most damning of all, a collection of photographs that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The photographs that Chun found in Anderson's possession were not random crime scene images or stolen evidence from previous investigations. They were Anderson's personal collection, carefully composed, professionally shot documentation of his victims during their final moments. Each photograph was labeled with dates, locations, and what appeared to be scientific notations describing the subject's responses to various stimuli. Among the photographs was one that Chen recognized immediately. Sarah Patterson, the missing Southern Utah University student whose disappearance had been front-page news for weeks. In Anderson's photograph, she was clearly alive but in obvious distress, restrained in what appeared to be a wooden structure that Chan couldn't identify but that filled him with dread. The discovery of the photographs transformed the routine traffic stop into a life-or-death situation. Chun realized that he was alone on a deserted highway with someone who had killed multiple people, someone who would undoubtedly kill again to avoid capture. His radio call for backup carried an urgency that brought every available unit racing toward his location. But in the vast emptiness of the Utah desert, backup was at least 20 minutes away. Anderson's reaction to the discovery of his photographs revealed the calculating mind that had enabled him to evade capture for so long. Rather than panicking or attempting to flee, he began to negotiate, offering Chun information about his victims' locations in exchange for considerations that both men knew were impossible to grant. Anderson seemed to view his capture not as a catastrophic failure, but as simply another problem to be solved through careful planning and strategic thinking. The conversation that took place between Trooper Chun and Stephen Wayne Anderson during the 23 minutes they waited for backup to arrive was recorded by Chen's dashboard camera and would later become crucial evidence in understanding Anderson's methodology and motivations. Throughout the encounter, Anderson displayed an almost clinical detachment from his crimes, discussing his victims as if they were subjects in a scientific experiment rather than human beings whose lives he had destroyed. "You have to understand," Anderson told Chen at one point, his voice carrying the tone of a professor explaining a complex concept to a student. "What I've accomplished represents years of careful research and development. Each subject provided data that informed subsequent experiments. The knowledge gained from these studies could revolutionize our understanding of human psychology under extreme conditions." When backup finally arrived, 4 patrol cars, a K-9 unit, and a state police tactical team, Anderson surrendered with the same mechanical efficiency that had characterized everything else he did. He offered no resistance, made no dramatic speeches, and showed no emotion as he was handcuffed and placed in the back of a patrol car. To the officers on the scene, he appeared to be just another criminal who had been caught and was now accepting the consequences of his actions. The search of Anderson's van revealed the mobile headquarters of a systematic killer whose sophistication far exceeded anything investigators had previously encountered. The vehicle had been modified with hidden compartments containing weapons, restraints, drugs, surgical equipment, and most significantly, detailed documentation of every crime Anderson had committed over the previous 2 years. Anderson's journals, discovered in a fireproof safe hidden beneath the van's floor, provided investigators with a roadmap to dozens of crime scenes across 3 states. Written in a cramped handwriting that seemed to grow more erratic with each entry, the journals documented not just the locations and methods of Anderson's murders, but his psychological state throughout his campaign of terror. The entries revealed a mind that had completely divorced itself from normal human empathy, that viewed other people as objects to be manipulated and destroyed for the advancement of some twisted personal research project. Anderson wrote about his victims with the clinical detachment of a scientist describing laboratory animals, noting their responses to various stimuli as if he were conducting legitimate research rather than systematic torture. Perhaps most disturbing were the journal's final entries, which outlined Anderson's plans for expanding his operations on a national scale. He had been developing what he called the network, a system of kill sites across the American West where he could conduct what he termed large-scale human behavioral studies. The plans included detailed budgets, logistics schedules, and target selection criteria that suggested Anderson viewed his criminal activities as a business enterprise rather than compulsive behavior. The arrest of Stephen Wayne Anderson triggered the largest multi-state murder investigation in Western law enforcement history. Teams of investigators were dispatched to every location mentioned in Anderson's journals, using his meticulous documentation to locate crime scenes that had been hidden so effectively that they might never have been discovered otherwise. The first breakthrough came at the Utah mine shaft where Jennifer Martinez had been murdered. Anderson's journals provided precise GPS coordinates and detailed descriptions of the facility's layout, allowing investigators to locate the sealed entrance and begin the difficult process of excavation. What they found in the underground chambers confirmed their worst fears about Anderson's sophistication and the scope of his crimes. The mine shaft had been converted into a complex facility with multiple chambers, each serving a specific purpose in Anderson's twisted methodology. There was a preparation room where victims had been initially processed, a main chamber where the actual torture had taken place, and a disposal area where bodies had been dissolved using industrial acids that Anderson had obtained through carefully forged chemical supply orders. The evidence recovered from the mine shaft included not just physical remains, but also extensive video documentation of Jennifer Martinez's captivity and murder. Anderson had installed a sophisticated recording system that captured every moment of his victim's ordeal from multiple angles, creating what amounted to a professional production documenting systematic torture and murder. Similar discoveries were made at other locations identified through Anderson's journals. The Nevada warehouse yielded additional video evidence and the remains of 3 victims whose disappearances had never been connected to a single perpetrator. The California crime scenes provided DNA evidence that linked Anderson to murders dating back to 1979, revealing that his campaign of terror had been even more extensive than investigators had initially realized. But perhaps the most significant discovery came from Anderson's detailed victim selection criteria, which revealed the systematic nature of his hunting process. He hadn't been choosing victims randomly or opportunistically. Instead, he had been conducting what amounted to market research, identifying individuals whose disappearances would generate the least investigative attention while providing him with maximum opportunities for experimentation. Anderson's preference for isolated individuals, people with limited social connections, and those whose lifestyles made them unlikely to be quickly missed had allowed him to operate undetected for years. He had specifically targeted people on the margins of society, elderly individuals living alone, college students far from family, service workers with irregular schedules, people whose absence wouldn't immediately trigger intensive searches. The trial of Stephen Wayne Anderson began on March 15, 1982, in Salt Lake City, Utah, where he faced charges for the murders of Sarah Patterson, Jennifer Martinez, and Thomas and Maria Rodriguez. Additional charges were pending in California and Nevada, but Utah prosecutors had decided to seek the death penalty based on the overwhelming evidence discovered at the mine shaft and ranch locations. The prosecution's case was unlike anything the American legal system had previously encountered. Rather than relying on witness testimony or circumstantial evidence, prosecutors were able to present Anderson's own documentation of his crimes, hundreds of photographs, hours of video footage, and thousands of pages of journal entries that provided an unprecedented look into the mind of a systematic killer. Anderson's defense team faced an impossible task. Their client had documented his crimes so thoroughly that denial was pointless, and his psychological evaluations revealed a level of premeditation and sophistication that made an insanity defense equally futile. Anderson himself seemed uninterested in mounting any defense, viewing the trial as simply another opportunity to discuss his research and share his insights into human psychology under extreme conditions. During his testimony, Anderson displayed the same clinical detachment that had characterized his crimes. He described his victims' suffering in scientific terms, discussing pain tolerance and psychological breaking points as if he were presenting research findings at an academic conference. His complete lack of remorse or recognition that he had done anything wrong was more disturbing to observers than emotional outbursts or dramatic confessions would have been. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges. The evidence was so overwhelming, Anderson's own documentation so complete, that there was no room for reasonable doubt. The death penalty phase of the trial lasted only 2 additional days, with the same jury unanimously recommending execution based on the exceptional brutality of Anderson's crimes and the systematic nature of his killing spree. Judge Robert Harrison, a veteran jurist who had presided over hundreds of criminal cases during his career, later described the Anderson trial as the most disturbing legal proceeding he had ever witnessed. "We weren't just trying a man for murder," Harrison explained in a later interview. "We were confronting a level of evil that challenged our understanding of human nature itself." Anderson's time on death row was marked by the same methodical behavior that had characterized his criminal career. He maintained extensive correspondence with researchers and law enforcement officials, offering detailed information about his crimes in exchange for privileges and amenities. He seemed to view his incarceration as simply another phase of his life, an opportunity to analyze and document his experiences from a new perspective. The appeals process for Anderson's case was unusually brief, largely due to his own cooperation with prosecutors and his refusal to challenge the evidence against him. Unlike most death row inmates, who spend decades fighting their sentences, Anderson seemed almost eager to reach the final stage of what he called his life cycle experiment. On January 29, 2002, Stephen Wayne Anderson was executed by lethal injection at Utah State Prison. His final statement, delivered with the same clinical precision that had characterized everything else he did, was a 5-minute discourse on the valuable data that his crimes had provided to the field of behavioral psychology. He expressed no remorse for his victims, no recognition of the pain he had caused their families, and no acknowledgement that his actions had been wrong. The execution of Stephen Wayne Anderson closed one of the most disturbing chapters in American criminal history, but the impact of his crimes continues to resonate decades later. The techniques he pioneered for evading detection across multiple jurisdictions led to significant improvements in interagency communication and case coordination. The systematic nature of his documentation helped establish new protocols for evidence preservation and crime scene analysis. But perhaps Anderson's most lasting legacy lies in what his case revealed about the capacity for human evil. His transformation from troubled youth to systematic killer demonstrated that some individuals are capable of moving so far beyond the boundaries of normal human behavior that they become something else entirely. Predators so sophisticated and methodical that they challenge our most basic assumptions about criminal behavior and human nature. The families of Anderson's victims continue to struggle with the aftermath of his crimes. Unlike cases where closure comes from understanding why something happened, Anderson's clinical approach to murder provided no emotional satisfaction, no sense that justice had restored some cosmic balance. He had killed for no reason that normal people could comprehend, and he had died without offering the remorse or explanation that might have provided some measure of peace to those he left behind. In the end, Stephen Wayne Anderson remains a cautionary tale about the darkest possibilities of human consciousness, a reminder that evil can be intelligent, patient, and methodical, and that some predators are skilled enough to evade detection until pure chance finally brings them to justice. His story serves as both a tribute to the investigative techniques that eventually brought him down and a warning about the sophisticated killers who may still be operating undetected in the shadows of American society. The desert has reclaimed many of Anderson's crime scenes, covering his traces with sand and time, but the memory of his victims lives on, preserved not in his twisted documentation, but in the love of the families who still mourn their loss, and in the determination of law enforcement officials who continue to hunt the predators who believe they can operate beyond the reach of justice. Stephen Wayne Anderson thought he was conducting research into the nature of human suffering. In the end, he became the subject of his own study, a case study in evil that continues to inform our understanding of criminal behavior and our efforts to protect society from those who would prey upon the innocent. The Desert Reaper is gone, but his legacy serves as an eternal reminder that vigilance against such evil must never cease. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Fox Hollow Farm Murders, the Herbert Baumeister Case. In the sprawling suburbs of Westfield, Indiana, behind the pristine facade of a multi-million-dollar estate, lay a horror so profound it would shake an entire community to its core. Fox Hollow Farm, a name that once evoked images of pastoral tranquility, would become synonymous with one of the most chilling serial murder cases in American history. For years, beneath the manicured lawns and wooded acres, the skeletal remains of at least 11 victims lay hidden, silent witnesses to the methodical brutality of Herbert Richard Baumeister. This is the story of a man who masqueraded as a successful businessman and devoted family man, while secretly orchestrating a campaign of terror that would span nearly a decade. Tonight, we delve into the twisted mind of a killer who thought he could bury his sins along with his victims, until the earth itself began to reveal his darkest secrets. Herbert Richard Baumeister appeared to embody the American dream. Born on April 7, 1947, in Indianapolis, Indiana, he seemed destined for the kind of suburban success story that populated the growing communities of the 1980s and 1990s. With his tall, lanky frame and sharp business acumen, Baumeister had built what many would consider an enviable life. He owned and operated a chain of thrift stores called Save-A-Lot, which had become increasingly profitable throughout the Indianapolis metropolitan area. But success, as Herbert would learn, could be a double-edged sword. The more successful he became, the more elaborate the mask he wore needed to become. By the early 1990s, Baumeister had accumulated enough wealth to purchase Fox Hollow Farm, an 18-acre estate in the affluent Hamilton County suburb of Westfield. The property was magnificent by any standard. A sprawling Tudor-style mansion complete with indoor pool, tennis court, and acres of pristine woodland that provided the perfect buffer from prying neighbors. To the outside world, Herbert Baumeister was living the dream. He was married to Juliana Sater, a smart, attractive woman who seemed to complement his business success perfectly. Together, they had 3 children who attended the best schools in the area. The family was active in their community, attending local events and maintaining the kind of social connections that solidified their standing among Westfield's elite. Yet beneath this carefully constructed veneer, something far more sinister was taking root. Those who knew Herbert well began to notice disturbing inconsistencies in his behavior. His mood swings became increasingly erratic and unpredictable. One moment he could be charming and engaging at a business meeting, and the next he would explode into fits of rage over seemingly trivial matters. His employees at the Save-A-Lot stores began to whisper among themselves about his increasingly volatile temperament. Juliana, too, began to notice troubling changes in her husband. Herbert had always been particular about certain areas of their property, especially the wooded sections toward the back of their 18-acre lot. He claimed these areas were his private retreat, places where he could think and decompress from the pressures of running his business empire. But his insistence on privacy regarding these areas began to feel less like a personal quirk and more like an obsession. The isolation of Fox Hollow Farm proved to be both a blessing and a curse for Herbert. The property's remote location and extensive acreage provided him with the perfect cover for activities that would have been impossible in a more densely populated area. The nearest neighbors were far enough away that sounds wouldn't carry, and the dense woodland that Herbert so jealously guarded provided natural concealment for activities that no one could have imagined. During this period, Herbert began making frequent trips to Indianapolis, ostensibly for business purposes. He would often leave the family home in the late afternoon or early evening, claiming he needed to check on his stores or meet with suppliers. These trips became increasingly frequent and began to follow a disturbing pattern. Herbert would return home in the early hours of the morning, sometimes visibly agitated, his clothes disheveled, and his demeanor suggesting he had been engaged in activities far removed from legitimate business dealings. Juliana began to suspect that her husband might be having an affair. The late nights, the secretive phone calls, and his increasingly distant behavior all seemed to point toward infidelity. But when she attempted to confront Herbert about her suspicions, his reactions were so volatile and intimidating that she learned to avoid the subject entirely. What she couldn't have known was that Herbert's nocturnal activities were far more sinister than a simple extramarital affair. The Indianapolis area in the early 1990s was experiencing a troubling trend that law enforcement was struggling to understand. Young men, primarily from the city's gay community, were disappearing with alarming frequency. These weren't random disappearances. There was a disturbing pattern emerging that suggested a predator was actively hunting in Indianapolis's gay bars and social establishments. The victims shared certain characteristics that made them particularly vulnerable. Many were young men who had recently moved to Indianapolis from smaller communities, seeking acceptance and community in the city's more tolerant environment. Others were men who were still struggling with their sexual identity, making them less likely to inform friends or family about their plans to visit gay establishments. This isolation made them perfect targets for someone who understood how to exploit vulnerability and desperation. Herbert Baumeister had discovered Indianapolis's gay community during his frequent business trips to the city. What began as casual observation evolved into something far more calculated and predatory. Herbert possessed the kind of superficial charm that could put potential victims at ease. His business success gave him confidence and credibility, while his tall, somewhat distinguished appearance helped him blend seamlessly into the social scenes he was infiltrating. The methodology Herbert employed was both sophisticated and terrifyingly effective. He would typically approach potential victims in popular gay bars, presenting himself as a successful businessman who was either questioning his sexuality or was comfortable enough with his identity to be open about it. His wealth allowed him to play the role of the generous benefactor, buying drinks and creating an atmosphere of trust and comfort. Herbert's approach was patient and methodical. He understood that rushing the process would arouse suspicion, so he would often spend considerable time building rapport with potential victims. He would share fabricated stories about his business success, his travels, and his sophisticated lifestyle. For young men who were struggling financially or socially, Herbert represented everything they aspired to become. The invitation to Fox Hollow Farm was always presented as a special privilege. Herbert would describe his estate in glowing terms, emphasizing its luxury and isolation. For men who had never experienced such affluence, the opportunity to visit such an impressive property was incredibly appealing. Herbert understood that the isolation of his estate, which he presented as a feature, was actually the trap that would seal his victim's fate. What happened to these men once they arrived at Fox Hollow Farm represents one of the most disturbing aspects of Herbert Baumeister's crimes. The exact details of his methodology remain partially shrouded in mystery, as Herbert took most of his secrets with him when he committed suicide. However, investigators were able to piece together enough evidence to understand the basic pattern of his murderous activities. The timeline of disappearances began to accelerate in the early 1990s, coinciding with Herbert's purchase of Fox Hollow Farm. Young men would vanish from Indianapolis's gay community with increasing frequency, leaving behind confused friends and family members who had no idea where their loved ones had gone. The disappearances were often discovered days or even weeks later, when someone finally realized that a friend or acquaintance hadn't been seen or heard from in an unusually long time. Law enforcement's initial response to these disappearances was hampered by several factors. The stigma surrounding homosexuality in the early 1990s meant that many families were reluctant to report their loved ones missing, particularly if they suspected their disappearance might be connected to gay activities. Additionally, the transient nature of many members of the gay community made it difficult to establish reliable timelines for when someone had actually gone missing. The stage had been set for a horror story that would eventually shock the nation. Herbert Baumeister had successfully created the perfect hunting ground at Fox Hollow Farm, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of respectability that allowed him to operate with virtual impunity. The young men who had begun disappearing from Indianapolis's gay community had no way of knowing that their search for acceptance and community would lead them into the clutches of one of America's most methodical and ruthless serial killers. The investigation that would eventually expose Herbert's crimes was still years away, and many more victims would fall prey to his calculated brutality before the truth about Fox Hollow Farm would finally be revealed. What began as a series of mysterious disappearances would evolve into one of the most shocking serial murder cases in Indiana's history, forever changing how law enforcement approaches investigations involving marginalized communities and reminding us that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal on the surface. The methodical nature of Herbert Baumeister's crimes became increasingly apparent as investigators later pieced together the timeline of disappearances from Indianapolis's gay community. What had initially appeared to be random vanishings revealed themselves to be the calculated work of a predator who had spent considerable time perfecting his approach. The hunt that Herbert conducted was not driven by impulsive violence, but rather by a chilling combination of careful planning and deep-seated psychological compulsions that drove him to seek out victims with disturbing regularity. Herbert's hunting ground extended throughout Indianapolis, but he showed a particular preference for several key locations where gay men congregated. The city's gay bar scene in the early 1990s was relatively small and concentrated, making it easier for Herbert to identify and track potential victims. Establishments like the 501 Tavern and other popular gathering spots became regular stops on Herbert's predatory circuit. His modus operandi during these hunting expeditions was carefully crafted to appear completely innocent. Herbert would arrive at these establishments dressed impeccably, often wearing expensive suits that emphasized his success and sophistication. He possessed the kind of confidence that comes from genuine achievement, which made his cover story completely believable. To observers, Herbert appeared to be exactly what he claimed to be: a successful businessman exploring his sexuality or simply enjoying the company of like-minded individuals. The psychological profile that Herbert presented was particularly appealing to his target demographic. Many of the men who frequented Indianapolis's gay community were seeking stability and success in their own lives. Herbert represented the kind of achievement and security that many of them aspired to attain. His ability to discuss business matters with authority, combined with his obvious financial success, made him an attractive and trustworthy figure. Herbert's approach to potential victims was characterized by patience and careful observation. He would often spend several visits to the same establishment studying potential targets before making contact. This reconnaissance allowed him to identify men who appeared particularly vulnerable or isolated. He showed a preference for individuals who seemed new to the community or who appeared to be struggling socially or financially. When Herbert did make contact with potential victims, his approach was sophisticated and psychologically manipulative. He understood that rushing the process would arouse suspicion, so he would typically begin with casual conversation designed to establish rapport and trust. He would express interest in his target's life and circumstances, often positioning himself as a potential mentor or benefactor. The stories Herbert told about his life were carefully crafted combinations of truth and fiction. He would accurately describe his business success and his impressive estate, but he would fabricate details about his personal life and his reasons for visiting gay establishments. These lies were sophisticated enough to withstand casual scrutiny, and Herbert's genuine confidence and success made them completely believable. One of Herbert's most effective tactics was his use of generosity as a tool for building trust and obligation. He would often pay for drinks throughout an evening, sometimes covering entire tabs for groups of people. This generosity served multiple purposes. It reinforced his image as a successful and benevolent figure. It created a sense of obligation in potential victims, and it allowed him to observe group dynamics and identify the most vulnerable individuals. The invitation to Fox Hollow Farm was always presented as a special privilege and opportunity. Herbert would describe his estate in terms that emphasized its luxury and exclusivity. For men who had never experienced such affluence, the opportunity to visit a multi-million-dollar estate was incredibly appealing. Herbert understood that the isolation of his property, which he presented as a feature that would allow for privacy and intimacy, was actually the trap that would ensure his victims could not escape once they realized their danger. The drive from Indianapolis to Fox Hollow Farm provided Herbert with approximately 30 minutes to further manipulate his victims and assess their vulnerability. During these drives, Herbert would continue to build rapport while simultaneously isolating his victims from any potential help. He would often suggest that they not tell anyone about their destination, framing this secrecy as necessary for maintaining his privacy and reputation. Upon arrival at Fox Hollow Farm, victims were invariably impressed by the scope and luxury of the property. The Tudor-style mansion, with its indoor pool and tennis court, represented a level of success that most of them had never encountered personally. This initial impression of wealth and stability was exactly what Herbert intended. It reinforced his victims' trust and made them less likely to suspect danger. Herbert had carefully arranged his property to serve his murderous purposes while maintaining plausible deniability. The indoor pool area became a central location for his crimes, providing both the privacy necessary for his attacks and the means for disposing of evidence. The chlorinated water would help eliminate forensic evidence, while the enclosed space prevented sounds from carrying to other areas of the property or to neighboring homes. The exact methodology Herbert employed to kill his victims remains partially unclear, as he destroyed or concealed much of the evidence before his eventual suicide. However, investigators were able to determine that his preferred method involved strangulation, often using pool equipment or other items readily available in the pool area. This method allowed Herbert to maintain the fiction that his victims' deaths were somehow accidental or consensual, even though the pattern of injuries suggested deliberate and sustained violence. What made Herbert's crimes particularly disturbing was the ritualistic nature of his behavior after killing his victims. Rather than immediately disposing of the bodies, Herbert would often keep them on the property for extended periods. This behavior suggests that his crimes were not simply about killing, but about maintaining control and possession over his victims even after death. The disposal of his victims' bodies was carried out with the same methodical precision that characterized every other aspect of Herbert's crimes. The wooded areas of Fox Hollow Farm provided the perfect location for burial sites. Herbert had intimate knowledge of his property's topography, allowing him to select locations that would be unlikely to be discovered accidentally. The dense woodland and the property's 18-acre size meant that even a systematic search would require considerable time and resources. Herbert's technique for disposing of bodies evolved over time as he gained experience and confidence. Early victims were buried in relatively shallow graves in remote areas of the property. However, as his killing spree continued, Herbert became more sophisticated in his disposal methods. He began breaking down skeletal remains and scattering them across multiple locations, making discovery less likely and identification more difficult. The psychological toll of maintaining his double life was becoming increasingly apparent to those who knew Herbert personally. His mood swings became more pronounced and unpredictable. Employees at his Save-A-Lot stores reported that Herbert's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. He would explode into fits of rage over minor issues, then return to normal behavior as if nothing had happened. Juliana Baumeister was experiencing the full force of Herbert's deteriorating psychological state at home. His demands for privacy regarding certain areas of the property became more aggressive and threatening. When she questioned his frequent absences or his secretive behavior, Herbert's responses were so intimidating that she learned to avoid raising these concerns entirely. The frequency of Herbert's hunting expeditions increased throughout the early 1990s. What had begun as occasional trips to Indianapolis gay bars evolved into a regular pattern of predatory behavior. Herbert was typically making these trips 2 or 3 times per week, always returning home in the early hours of the morning with explanations that became increasingly implausible. The disappearances from Indianapolis's gay community were beginning to attract attention from law enforcement and community advocates. However, the investigation was hampered by the marginalized status of the victims and the reluctance of many community members to cooperate with police due to fears about discrimination and harassment. Herbert's confidence in his ability to continue his crimes without detection was reinforced by the apparent lack of serious investigation into the disappearances. The isolation of Fox Hollow Farm, combined with his sterling reputation in the business community, created a sense of invincibility that would prove to be his ultimate downfall. Herbert Baumeister had perfected a system of predation that allowed him to kill with virtual impunity. His carefully constructed facade of respectability provided the perfect cover for his murderous activities, while his isolated estate provided the ideal location for carrying out and concealing his crimes. The young men who continued to disappear from Indianapolis's gay community had no way of knowing they were being hunted by a predator who had turned killing into a methodical and ritualized practice. The investigation that would eventually expose Herbert's crimes was still years away, and many more victims would fall prey to his calculated brutality before the truth about Fox Hollow Farm would finally be revealed. By the mid-1990s, Herbert Baumeister's carefully constructed world was beginning to show dangerous cracks. The psychological strain of maintaining his double life, successful businessman by day, methodical killer by night, was taking an increasingly visible toll on his behavior and relationships. What had once been minor inconsistencies in his personality were evolving into major red flags that even his most trusting associates could no longer ignore. The disappearances from Indianapolis's gay community had reached a level that could no longer be dismissed as coincidental or unrelated. Community advocates and concerned citizens were pressing law enforcement for answers, and the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department was finally beginning to treat these cases as potentially connected. Detective Mary Wilson, a seasoned investigator with the department's missing persons unit, had begun to notice disturbing patterns in the reports that were crossing her desk. The victims shared striking similarities that suggested they were being targeted by someone with specific preferences and methodologies. Most were young men between the ages of 20 and 35. Many were relatively new to Indianapolis's gay community, and almost all had been last seen in the same cluster of establishments in the downtown area. More troubling still was the complete absence of any trace evidence or witnesses to their actual disappearances. Detective Wilson's investigation began to focus on the social patterns surrounding the disappearances. She spent considerable time interviewing bartenders, regular patrons, and community leaders, trying to piece together a timeline of events that might reveal a common thread. What emerged from these interviews was a disturbing picture of a predator who was systematically hunting in Indianapolis's gay community. Several witnesses reported seeing an older, well-dressed man who had become a regular presence at various gay establishments throughout the city. This individual was described as tall, distinguished-looking, and obviously wealthy. He was remembered for his generosity, often buying drinks for entire groups, and for his apparent interest in befriending younger men who appeared to be struggling financially or socially. The breakthrough in Detective Wilson's investigation came when she interviewed Tony Harris, a regular at the 501 Tavern who had actually been approached by the mysterious older man but had declined his invitation to visit his estate. Tony remembered the encounter vividly because the man's behavior had struck him as somehow off-putting, despite his obvious wealth and apparent generosity. According to Tony's account, the man had introduced himself as Brian Smart and claimed to own a large estate in the northern suburbs. He had been particularly insistent about the privacy and luxury of his property, emphasizing that it would provide an ideal setting for a private party or intimate gathering. When Tony had expressed interest but suggested bringing friends along, Brian Smart had quickly withdrawn his invitation, claiming that he preferred more exclusive arrangements. This interview provided Detective Wilson with her first concrete lead. The use of an obvious pseudonym suggested that the suspect was aware his activities might eventually attract law enforcement attention. The emphasis on privacy and isolation at his suburban estate fit perfectly with the profile of someone who needed to control his victims completely and ensure that his crimes could not be witnessed or interrupted. Detective Wilson began working with composite artists to create a detailed physical description of the suspect based on witness accounts. The resulting sketch showed a tall, thin man with distinctive facial features and an overall appearance that suggested education and success. This composite was distributed throughout Indianapolis's gay community and began generating additional tips and sightings. Meanwhile, the situation at Fox Hollow Farm was deteriorating rapidly. Herbert's behavior had become so erratic and threatening that Juliana Baumeister was genuinely fearful for her safety and that of their children. His violent outbursts were becoming more frequent and more intense, often triggered by seemingly trivial issues or questions about his activities. Juliana's suspicions about Herbert's behavior had evolved far beyond concerns about a simple extramarital affair. The evidence she was observing suggested something much more disturbing and dangerous. Herbert's clothes would often return home with stains and odors that she couldn't identify. His explanations for his whereabouts during his frequent absences became increasingly implausible and contradictory. Most troubling of all were the changes Herbert was making to the property itself. He had become obsessively protective of certain areas of their 18-acre estate, particularly the wooded sections toward the back of the property. When Juliana or the children ventured too close to these areas, Herbert's reactions were explosive and threatening. He claimed these areas were his private retreat and workspace, but his violent insistence on maintaining complete privacy suggested something far more sinister. The breaking point came when Juliana discovered disturbing evidence while Herbert was away on one of his frequent business trips. While cleaning an area near the indoor pool, she found items that appeared to be personal belongings, wallets, jewelry, and identification documents that obviously did not belong to any member of their family. When she confronted Herbert about these items upon his return, his reaction was so violent and threatening that she realized she was living with someone who might be capable of truly dangerous acts. Herbert's response to Juliana's discovery was to become even more controlling and paranoid. He installed additional security measures around the property and began monitoring Juliana's activities and communications more closely. His explanations for the items she had found were obviously fabricated, but his threatening demeanor made it clear that pursuing the matter further would put her in genuine danger. Juliana made the difficult decision to separate from Herbert, taking their children with her. This separation was presented to their social circle as a temporary marital difficulty, but Juliana's real motivation was fear for their safety. The isolation of Fox Hollow Farm, which had once seemed like a luxury, now felt like a trap that Herbert could use to control or harm his family. Herbert's reaction to his family's departure was a mixture of rage and panic. The loss of his carefully maintained family facade was a serious blow to his cover story and his standing in the community. More practically, Juliana's intimate knowledge of his behavior and the evidence she had discovered made her a potential threat to his ability to continue his crimes undetected. With his family gone and his behavior attracting increasing attention, Herbert began to make serious mistakes in his criminal activities. His hunting expeditions became more frequent and more reckless. He was no longer taking the careful precautions that had previously allowed him to operate with virtual impunity. This carelessness would prove to be the beginning of his downfall. Detective Wilson's investigation was making significant progress during this same period. The composite sketch had generated multiple tips from people who recognized the suspect as someone they had encountered in various gay establishments throughout Indianapolis. More importantly, several individuals came forward with stories similar to Tony Harris's experience. They had been approached by this mysterious figure and invited to his suburban estate, but had declined for various reasons. The pattern that emerged from these witness accounts was deeply disturbing. The suspect appeared to be methodically working through Indianapolis's gay community, approaching vulnerable individuals with promises of wealth, luxury, and acceptance. Those who had accepted his invitations had subsequently disappeared without a trace, while those who had declined were able to provide detailed descriptions of his appearance and methodology. Detective Wilson began focusing her investigation on the northern suburbs, particularly the affluent Hamilton County area where several witnesses had indicated the suspect claimed to live. Property records in this area revealed a limited number of estates large enough and isolated enough to fit the profile described by witnesses. The investigation was further complicated by Herbert's careful maintenance of his legitimate business activities. His Save-A-Lot chain continued to operate successfully, and Herbert maintained his professional relationships and community standing even as his personal life was disintegrating. To outside observers, Herbert appeared to be dealing with typical marital difficulties rather than engaging in criminal activities. However, Herbert's employees were beginning to notice more serious changes in his behavior and decision-making. His attention to business matters was declining, and his interactions with staff and customers were becoming increasingly unpredictable. Several long-term employees reported that Herbert seemed to be operating under tremendous stress and that his judgment regarding business matters was becoming seriously impaired. The financial pressures of maintaining Fox Hollow Farm without his family's presence, combined with the cost of his increasingly frequent hunting expeditions, were beginning to strain even Herbert's considerable resources. His business decisions became more erratic and potentially problematic, further undermining the stability of the legitimate enterprises that provided his cover. The web of deception that Herbert Baumeister had so carefully constructed over nearly a decade was beginning to unravel from multiple directions simultaneously. Law enforcement was closing in on identifying him as a suspect in the disappearances that had plagued Indianapolis's gay community. His family had fled in fear of his increasingly violent and erratic behavior. His business empire was beginning to suffer from his distracted and impaired decision-making. Most dangerously of all, Herbert himself was becoming more reckless and desperate in his criminal activities, making the kinds of mistakes that would inevitably lead to his exposure and downfall. The stage was set for the final, dramatic revelation of the horrors that had been hidden at Fox Hollow Farm for so many years. The investigation that would finally expose Herbert's crimes was gaining momentum, and the evidence that would shock an entire community was about to be discovered. The summer of 1996 would prove to be the beginning of the end for Herbert Baumeister's reign of terror. With his family living separately and his behavior becoming increasingly erratic, the carefully maintained facade that had protected him for nearly a decade was crumbling with alarming speed. The pressures mounting from multiple directions, law enforcement investigation, business difficulties, and personal isolation, were creating a perfect storm that would soon expose the horrific truth about Fox Hollow Farm. Detective Mary Wilson's investigation had reached a critical juncture. The composite sketch and witness testimony had provided law enforcement with a clear profile of their suspect, and the focus on Hamilton County's affluent estates had narrowed their search considerably. Property records indicated only a handful of estates that matched the descriptions provided by witnesses, and Fox Hollow Farm was emerging as a primary location of interest. The breakthrough came when Detective Wilson made the connection between the suspect's activities and Herbert Baumeister's personal and professional profile. Herbert's frequent presence in downtown Indianapolis, his obvious wealth and sophistication, and his residence at an isolated estate in Westfield all aligned perfectly with the witness descriptions. More significantly, the timeline of his purchase of Fox Hollow Farm corresponded almost exactly with the beginning of the disappearances from Indianapolis's gay community. However, Detective Wilson faced significant challenges in pursuing Herbert as a suspect. His standing in the business community and his lack of any criminal record made it difficult to obtain search warrants based solely on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony. The legal system required more concrete evidence before law enforcement could search a property as extensive and well-protected as Fox Hollow Farm. The opportunity Detective Wilson had been waiting for finally arrived when Juliana Baumeister contacted the police with information that would prove crucial to the investigation. Living separately from Herbert and no longer under his direct control and intimidation, Juliana felt safe enough to share her concerns about her husband's behavior and the disturbing evidence she had discovered at Fox Hollow Farm. Juliana's statement to police was both detailed and deeply disturbing. She described Herbert's increasingly violent and erratic behavior, his obsessive protection of certain areas of their property, and most importantly, the personal belongings she had discovered that clearly did not belong to any member of their family. Her description of finding wallets, identification documents, and jewelry hidden in areas around the indoor pool provided investigators with the probable cause they needed to obtain search warrants. The decision to search Fox Hollow Farm was not taken lightly by law enforcement. The property's size and Herbert's resources meant that any search would need to be comprehensive and well-planned. Detective Wilson coordinated with multiple agencies to ensure that the search would be thorough enough to uncover evidence that Herbert might have concealed across his 18-acre estate. On June 24, 1996, a team of investigators, forensic specialists, and cadaver dogs arrived at Fox Hollow Farm to begin what would become one of the most extensive and horrifying crime scene investigations in Indiana's history. The search began in the areas around the indoor pool that Juliana had identified as particularly significant, but it would soon expand to encompass virtually the entire property. The first discovery came within hours of beginning the search. Cadaver dogs immediately alerted to areas in the wooded sections of the property, indicating the presence of human remains. As investigators began carefully excavating these locations, the full scope of Herbert Baumeister's crimes began to emerge with shocking clarity. The remains discovered at Fox Hollow Farm told a story of systematic murder that had continued for nearly a decade. Skeletal remains were found scattered across multiple burial sites, some in shallow graves and others simply scattered among the dense woodland vegetation. The condition and distribution of the remains suggested that Herbert had been disposing of victims on his property for years, with some sites containing multiple individuals. As the search continued over the following days and weeks, the number of victims identified at Fox Hollow Farm continued to climb. Forensic anthropologists working at the scene determined that the remains represented at least 11 different individuals, all young men whose physical characteristics matched the profile of the victims who had been disappearing from Indianapolis's gay community. The forensic evidence discovered at the scene provided investigators with a clear picture of Herbert's methodology and the systematic nature of his crimes. Personal belongings found buried with the remains allowed investigators to identify several of the victims, providing closure to families who had been searching for answers about their missing loved ones for years. Most disturbing of all was the evidence that Herbert's crimes had not been impulsive acts of violence, but rather carefully planned and ritualized murders. The positioning of remains and the presence of ligatures and other restraint devices indicated that Herbert had been torturing and controlling his victims before killing them. The systematic disposal of evidence and the careful concealment of burial sites demonstrated a level of premeditation and organization that made his crimes particularly heinous. Meanwhile, Herbert Baumeister was spiraling toward his final confrontation with justice. As news of the search at Fox Hollow Farm began to spread, Herbert realized that his crimes had finally been exposed and that escape or denial would be impossible. The evidence being uncovered at his former estate would undoubtedly link him directly to the murders of at least 11 young men. Herbert's response to the discovery of evidence at Fox Hollow Farm was characteristic of his controlling and manipulative personality. Rather than face arrest, trial, and the public exposure of his crimes, Herbert chose to maintain control over his final act. On July 3, 1996, Herbert Baumeister was found dead in Pinery Provincial Park in Ontario, Canada, having committed suicide by gunshot. Herbert's suicide note, discovered with his body, was a final testament to his narcissistic and manipulative personality. Rather than expressing remorse for his victims or providing information that might help investigators, Herbert used his final communication to blame others for his circumstances and to present himself as the victim of persecution and misunderstanding. The note provided some insights into Herbert's psychological state and his motivations for his crimes, but it was primarily focused on his own grievances rather than any genuine acknowledgement of the suffering he had caused. Herbert's final act was consistent with his lifelong pattern of prioritizing his own needs and desires over the rights and lives of others. With Herbert's death, investigators lost the opportunity to gain a complete understanding of his crimes and methodology. Many questions about the exact number of victims, the specific details of his killing methods, and the full timeline of his criminal activities would remain unanswered. However, the evidence discovered at Fox Hollow Farm provided enough information to understand the basic scope and nature of his crimes. The investigation at Fox Hollow Farm continued for several months after Herbert's death, as forensic specialists worked to identify all of the victims and gather evidence that might help solve other missing persons cases in the region. The process of identifying remains was complicated by the condition of the skeletal evidence and the length of time some victims had been buried at the site. The impact of Herbert Baumeister's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. The revelation that a respected businessman and community member had been operating as a serial killer for nearly a decade shook the entire Indianapolis metropolitan area. The case highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized communities and the importance of taking missing persons reports seriously, regardless of the victims' backgrounds or lifestyles. For the gay community in Indianapolis, Herbert's crimes represented a particularly devastating betrayal. The very community spaces where people sought acceptance and safety had been infiltrated by a predator who exploited their vulnerability and isolation. The psychological impact of these revelations would affect the community for years to come. Law enforcement agencies used the Baumeister case as an opportunity to examine and improve their procedures for investigating missing persons cases, particularly those involving marginalized communities. The case demonstrated the importance of taking all disappearances seriously and the need for better coordination between different jurisdictions and agencies. The Fox Hollow Farm property itself became a lasting reminder of the horrors that had taken place there. Despite its impressive amenities and beautiful setting, the estate became impossible to sell or occupy normally due to its association with Herbert's crimes. The property eventually sold for a fraction of its previous value, and new owners faced ongoing challenges related to its dark history. The families of Herbert's victims finally received the closure they had been seeking for years, though the knowledge of how their loved ones had died was almost too painful to bear. The systematic and ritualized nature of Herbert's crimes made the grief and trauma experienced by these families particularly acute and long-lasting. As our investigation into the Herbert Baumeister case draws to a close, we are left with the sobering reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those who appear most normal and successful on the surface. Herbert's ability to maintain a facade of respectability while committing horrific crimes over nearly a decade demonstrates the importance of vigilance and the need to trust our instincts when something seems wrong. The 11 young men who lost their lives to Herbert Baumeister's calculated brutality deserved better from society and from the systems that should have protected them. Their memory serves as a reminder of the ongoing need to protect vulnerable communities and to ensure that no one's disappearance is dismissed or ignored because of who they are or how they live their lives. Herbert Baumeister's crimes represent one of the most chilling examples of calculated evil in American criminal history. The systematic nature of his murders, combined with his ability to maintain a facade of respectability for so many years, makes his case a particularly disturbing chapter in the annals of true crime. The lessons learned from this case continue to influence law enforcement practices and community awareness efforts, ensuring that Herbert's victims did not die in vain and that their memory helps protect others from similar predators who may still be operating in the shadows of our communities. The legacy of Herbert Baumeister's crimes extends beyond the immediate horror of his actions to encompass broader questions about how society protects its most vulnerable members. His case became a catalyst for important changes in how law enforcement approaches missing persons investigations, particularly when the victims come from marginalized communities. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department implemented new protocols for tracking and investigating disappearances, recognizing that their previous approach had allowed Herbert to operate undetected for far too long. These changes included better coordination between different precincts, more systematic tracking of missing persons reports, and increased sensitivity training for officers dealing with LGBTQ+ community members. The psychological profile that emerged from studying Herbert's crimes has contributed to law enforcement's understanding of organized serial killers who maintain legitimate facades. His case is now studied in criminal justice programs and FBI training courses as an example of how deeply disturbed individuals can successfully integrate themselves into respectable society while committing horrific acts in secret. For forensic investigators, the Fox Hollow farm crime scene provided valuable insights into the challenges of processing large, complex murder scenes where evidence has been deliberately concealed over extended periods. The techniques developed during this investigation have been applied to other cold cases and mass grave sites around the world. The media coverage of Herbert Baumeister's crimes also raised important questions about how society discusses and portrays victims from marginalized communities. The initial lack of attention to the disappearances highlighted how prejudice and discrimination can literally be matters of life and death, as societal indifference allowed a killer to continue operating with impunity. Today, Fox Hollow Farm stands as a stark reminder that evil can hide behind the most respectable facades. The property, while eventually sold and renovated, carries the permanent weight of the atrocities committed there. Local residents and visitors alike are reminded that vigilance and community awareness are essential for protecting vulnerable members of society. The 11 confirmed victims of Herbert Baumeister, Roger Goodlett, Stephen Hale, Richard Hamilton, Manuel Resendez, Mike Kieran, Johnny Bayer, Alan Broussard, Jeff Jones, and others whose names have been lost to time, deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals whose lives were cut short by calculated evil. Their stories serve as a call to action for continued vigilance against predators who would exploit society's most vulnerable members. Herbert Richard Baumeister died as he lived, selfishly and without regard for the pain he caused others. His suicide denied his victims' families the opportunity for justice and closure that only a trial and conviction could have provided. More tragically, his death took with him answers to questions that may never be resolved, leaving families and investigators to wonder about the full scope of his crimes. The case of Herbert Baumeister and the Fox Hollow Farm murders remains one of Indiana's most shocking criminal cases and serves as a chilling reminder that monsters often walk among us, hidden behind masks of respectability and success. The horror of what transpired on that 18-acre estate in Westfield will forever stand as testament to the capacity for human evil and the critical importance of protecting society's most vulnerable members from those who would prey upon them. In the end, Herbert Baumeister's legacy is not one of the success and respectability he so desperately sought to maintain, but of the calculated brutality he inflicted upon innocent victims whose only crime was seeking acceptance and community. Their memory demands that we remain vigilant, that we take seriously the disappearance of any member of our community, and that we never allow prejudice or indifference to shield predators from justice. The story of Fox Hollow Farm serves as both a horror story and a cautionary tale, a reminder that the greatest monsters are often those who appear most normal, and that the price of societal indifference to the vulnerable can be measured in human lives lost to unspeakable evil. The Herbert Baumeister case stands as one of the most chilling examples in American criminal history of how a predator can successfully operate within respectable society while committing acts of calculated evil. The systematic nature of his crimes, spanning nearly a decade and claiming at least 11 lives, demonstrates the terrifying efficiency that can be achieved when intelligence, resources, and murderous intent combine. Perhaps most disturbing is how Herbert's crimes were facilitated by societal prejudices and law enforcement shortcomings that existed in the early 1990s. The marginalized status of his victims allowed him to operate with virtual impunity for years, as disappearances from the gay community were not given the serious attention they deserved. This tragic oversight cost lives and allowed Herbert to refine his methods and expand his victim count far beyond what should have been possible. The investigation that finally exposed Herbert's crimes has become a model for how law enforcement should approach complex serial murder cases involving marginalized communities. Detective Mary Wilson's persistent and systematic approach to connecting seemingly unrelated disappearances demonstrated the importance of taking every missing person's report seriously and looking for patterns that might indicate predatory behavior. The forensic work conducted at Fox Hollow Farm advanced techniques for processing complex crime scenes where evidence has been concealed over extended periods. The challenges faced by investigators in identifying remains and reconstructing Herbert's methods have informed procedures used in similar cases around the world. For the families of Herbert's victims, the discovery of their loved ones' remains provided the closure they had sought for years, even as it confirmed their worst fears about the fate of those they had lost. The systematic and ritualized nature of Herbert's crimes made their grief particularly difficult to bear, but knowing the truth allowed them to finally begin the healing process. The gay community in Indianapolis and beyond was profoundly affected by the revelation that their gathering places had been infiltrated by such a dangerous predator. The psychological impact of these crimes affected community members for years, creating lasting wariness about trust and safety in spaces that should have been refuges from societal prejudice. Herbert Baumeister's suicide denied society the opportunity to understand his crimes fully and prevented his victims' families from seeing justice served through the legal system. His final act of selfishness deprived investigators of answers that might have helped solve other cases or prevented future crimes by providing insights into his psychological profile and methods. The transformation of Fox Hollow Farm from a symbol of success and luxury into a crime scene synonymous with horror serves as a powerful metaphor for how quickly facades can crumble when confronted with truth. The property's subsequent difficulty in finding buyers and its reduced value reflect society's understanding that some places can never fully escape their dark history. The media coverage of Herbert's crimes raised important questions about how society discusses victims from marginalized communities and highlighted the deadly consequences of prejudice and indifference. The case became a catalyst for improved sensitivity training and better protocols for investigating crimes affecting LGBTQ+ individuals and other vulnerable populations. Today, the Herbert Baumeister case is studied in criminal justice programs, FBI training courses, and psychology departments as an example of how organized serial killers can successfully maintain legitimate facades while committing horrific crimes. His case has contributed to the development of profiling techniques and investigative strategies used to identify and apprehend similar predators. The 11 confirmed victims of Herbert Baumeister deserve to be remembered as more than statistics in a criminal case. They were sons, brothers, friends, and community members whose lives had value and meaning beyond the circumstances of their deaths. Their memory serves as a constant reminder of the human cost of societal indifference and the importance of protecting vulnerable community members. As we conclude this examination of one of America's most disturbing serial murder cases, we are left with sobering lessons about the capacity for evil to hide behind respectability and the critical importance of vigilance in protecting society's most vulnerable members. The horror of Fox Hollow Farm must never be forgotten, not for its sensational aspects, but for the lives lost and the lessons learned that continue to inform efforts to prevent similar tragedies. Herbert Richard Baumeister's crimes represent a dark chapter in American criminal history, but they also serve as a powerful reminder of the progress that has been made in law enforcement techniques, community awareness, and societal attitudes toward marginalized populations. While we cannot undo the horror he inflicted, we can honor his victims' memory by ensuring that the lessons learned from their deaths help protect others from similar predators who may still be operating in the shadows of our communities. The story of Fox Hollow Farm stands as both a horror story and a call to action, a reminder that the price of indifference to the vulnerable can be measured in human lives, and that our collective vigilance is essential for preventing monsters like Herbert Baumeister from claiming future victims. In remembering this case, we honor not only those who died, but also commit ourselves to building a society where no one's disappearance is dismissed, and where justice pursues evil regardless of the facade it wears. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4, The Shadow of Charlie Brandt. In the suffocating darkness of a September night in 2004, the screams that pierced the Florida air would awaken a nightmare that had been dormant for 33 years. Charlie Brandt, a name that would forever be etched in the annals of American horror. had finally completed a circle of violence that began when he was just 13 years old. This is not merely a story of murder. It is the chilling chronicle of a mind so twisted, so methodically brutal, that it defied every attempt at understanding. From the moment young Charlie pulled the trigger on his pregnant mother in 1971, to the grotesque tableau of carnage he would orchestrate decades later, we are about to descend into the abyss of one man's inexplicable capacity for evil. What transforms an innocent child into a calculating predator? What dark forces lay dormant in the human psyche, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash hell upon the innocent? Prepare yourself for a journey into the blackest corners of the human soul, where family bonds become death sentences, and where the most trusted become the most dangerous. This is the story of Charlie Brandt, a monster who wore the mask of normalcy for over 3 decades, all while harboring secrets that would make seasoned investigators question their faith in humanity itself. The year was 1971, and America was still reeling from the cultural upheavals of the previous decade. In the quiet suburbs of Elkhart, Indiana, the Brandt family appeared to embody the very essence of middle-class stability. Herbert Brandt, a hard-working man with calloused hands and unwavering principles, had built what many would consider the perfect life. His wife, Ilsa, carried within her womb the promise of new life, their third child, a beacon of hope in an increasingly uncertain world. Their 2 existing children, Angela and 13-year-old Charlie, completed what outsiders saw as an idyllic family portrait. But beneath the veneer of suburban tranquility, something sinister was festering in the mind of young Charlie Brandt. Those who knew him described a boy who seemed perpetually shrouded in shadows, his eyes holding depths that no 13-year-old should possess. Teachers noticed his peculiar fascination with violence, his disturbing drawings that depicted scenes of carnage with an artist's attention to detail. Classmates whispered about his strange behavior, the way he would stare at them with an intensity that made their skin crawl. Yet no one, not his parents, not his teachers, not even the family priest, could have imagined the horror that was brewing behind those cold, calculating eyes. The morning of January 3rd, 1971, dawned gray and bitter in Elkhart. Snow blanketed the ground like a funeral shroud, and the wind howled through the bare branches of the oak trees that lined Edgewater Drive. Inside the Brandt home, the family went about their Sunday morning routine with the comfortable predictability that had defined their lives for years. Ilsa, her belly swollen with pregnancy, hummed quietly as she prepared breakfast. Herbert read the morning paper, occasionally glancing up to smile at his wife. Angela chattered excitedly about school plans, her voice a bright counterpoint to the gloom outside. Charlie sat silent at the breakfast table, his fork pushing eggs around his plate with mechanical precision. His parents attributed his quietness to typical teenage moodiness, never suspecting that behind his placid exterior, a mind was calculating, planning, preparing for an act so heinous that it would shatter not only his family but the very foundation of their community's sense of security. As the morning wore on, a tension began to build in the house, a pressure so subtle that only Charlie seemed to feel its weight. His mother's laughter sounded hollow to his ears. His father's voice carried an edge that scraped against his consciousness like fingernails on a chalkboard. The very air seemed to thicken around him, pressing down with an almost physical force that demanded release. It was shortly after noon when Charlie made his decision. His parents were in the living room, his father dozing in his favorite armchair while his mother folded laundry, her movements gentle and rhythmic. The house was quiet except for the soft whisper of fabric and the occasional creak of settling wood. Angela was visiting friends, leaving the 3 of them alone in what would soon become a house of horrors. Charlie moved with the deliberate precision of someone who had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind. He made his way to his father's closet, where Herbert kept his hunting rifle, a weapon that had brought home many family dinners but would now serve a far more sinister purpose. The cold metal felt familiar in his hands, its weight both comforting and terrifying. This was the point of no return, the moment when 13-year-old Charlie Brandt would cease to exist, replaced by something far more dangerous. The first shot shattered the peaceful Sunday afternoon like a thunderclap. Herbert Brandt, jolted awake by the explosive sound, had only seconds to comprehend the horror unfolding before him. His own son stood in the doorway, rifle raised, eyes devoid of any emotion that could be called human. The second shot followed quickly, the sound echoing through the house like a death knell. But it was Ilsa who bore the full brunt of Charlie's inexplicable rage. She had turned toward the sound of the first shot, her hand instinctively moving to protect the life growing within her. Her eyes met those of her son, and in that final moment, she saw not the child she had raised and loved, but a stranger wearing his face. The rifle's muzzle swung toward her, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Her lips moved, perhaps forming his name, perhaps a prayer, but the words were lost in the deafening roar of gunfire. The bullet struck her with devastating force, tearing through flesh and bone with merciless efficiency. But Charlie wasn't finished. As his mother lay bleeding on the carpet, her life and that of her unborn child ebbing away, he stood over her with a detachment that would later chill investigators to the bone. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed, committed an act so fundamentally evil that it would define every moment of his remaining years. When the police arrived, summoned by neighbors who had heard the shots, they found a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Herbert Brandt lay crumpled in his chair, his newspaper still clutched in his lifeless hands. Ilsa was on the floor, her blood soaking into the family carpet, her dreams and those of her unborn child extinguished in an instant of unthinkable violence. And Charlie? He sat calmly in the kitchen, the rifle placed neatly on the table before him, his hands folded with the composure of someone who had just completed a routine chore. When officers entered, he looked up with eyes that held no remorse, no recognition of the magnitude of what he had done. His only words, spoken with chilling matter-of-factness, were, "I shot them. They're in there." The investigation that followed would raise more questions than it answered. Psychiatrists probed the depths of Charlie's mind, searching for some explanation that could make sense of the senseless. They found a boy who seemed incapable of genuine emotion, whose responses to their questions were clinical, detached, almost academic. When asked why he had killed his parents, he simply shrugged and said, "I don't know. I just did." The community of Elkhart reeled from the shock. This wasn't the kind of violence they associated with their quiet suburban streets. This was something that belonged in headlines from distant cities, not in their own backyard. Parents held their children closer, wondering what signs they might have missed, what darkness might be lurking behind familiar faces. Charlie was charged as a juvenile, his age providing a legal shield that many in the community found infuriating. The courtroom proceedings were closed to the public, but whispers leaked out about the boy who showed no emotion as the charges were read, who sketched idly on a notepad while testimony painted him as a cold-blooded killer. The psychiatric evaluations painted a portrait of a deeply disturbed individual, someone whose capacity for violence seemed to have no trigger, no understandable motive. They spoke of antisocial tendencies, of a mind that processed human suffering differently than others. But they also noted his intelligence, his ability to manipulate situations to his advantage, and most chillingly, his complete lack of remorse for what he had done. As Charlie was led away to a juvenile detention facility, those who had known the Brandt family struggled to comprehend how such evil could emerge from what had seemed like the most ordinary of homes. The house on Edgewater Drive stood empty, its windows dark, as if the building itself was mourning the horror it had witnessed. But this was not the end of Charlie Brandt's story. It was merely the prologue to a tale that would span decades and leave a trail of broken lives in its wake. The 13-year-old boy who had murdered his pregnant mother and father would eventually be released, would blend back into society, would learn to wear the mask of normalcy so convincingly that those around him would never suspect the monster that lurked beneath. The seeds of future horror had been planted in the blood-soaked carpet of a suburban living room, and they would lie dormant for 33 years, waiting for the perfect moment to bloom once again into unspeakable violence. The shadow of Charlie Brandt had been born, and it would grow longer and darker with each passing year until it finally consumed everything in its path. Time, they say, heals all wounds, but some wounds fester in the darkness, growing more toxic with each passing year. For 33 years after that horrific Sunday in Elkhart, Indiana, Charlie Brandt wore the mask of a reformed man with such skillful precision that even those closest to him never glimpsed the monster that lurked beneath. This was perhaps the most chilling aspect of his story. Not just the capacity for unspeakable violence, but the ability to hide it so completely that he could walk among us, work beside us, even share our beds, all while harboring secrets that would make the devil himself recoil in horror. Released from juvenile detention at the age of 21, Charlie Brandt emerged into a world that had largely forgotten the boy who had murdered his parents. The records were sealed, his past buried beneath layers of legal protection designed to give young offenders a second chance at life. But Charlie hadn't changed. He had simply learned to hide better, to blend into the fabric of society like a predator adapting to its hunting ground. He moved to Florida, that sun-soaked paradise where millions go to reinvent themselves, to escape the shadows of their past lives. In the sprawling suburbs of Brevard County, Charlie found the perfect camouflage for his true nature. He became the neighbor everyone trusted, the man who would help you move furniture or fix your car. His smile was practiced perfection, his laugh timed to perfection, his every gesture calculated to present the image of someone who belonged in polite society. It was in Florida that Charlie met Teresa, a woman whose warmth and genuine kindness would become both her greatest asset and, ultimately, her death sentence. She saw in Charlie a quiet strength, a man who seemed to carry old wounds with dignity. When he spoke of his troubled childhood, carefully edited to remove the most damning details, she felt her heart go out to him. Here was someone who had overcome adversity, who had built a new life from the ashes of a difficult past. Their courtship was a masterclass in manipulation, though Teresa would never recognize it as such. Charlie was attentive without being overbearing, romantic without being overwhelming. He brought her flowers at precisely the right moments, remembered the smallest details of their conversations, and treated her with a respect that made her friends envious. When he proposed, she said yes without hesitation, believing she had found her soulmate. The wedding was small but beautiful, held in a chapel overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. Teresa wore her grandmother's dress, and Charlie stood at the altar in a suit that transformed him into the very picture of respectability. As they exchanged vows, promising to love and honor each other until death do them part, no one in attendance could have imagined how prophetic those words would prove to be. Married life with Charlie was, by all outward appearances, idyllic. They bought a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, filled it with furniture they chose together, and began building what looked like a perfect middle-class existence. Charlie worked as an electrician, a job that took him into people's homes where he was trusted implicitly. He was punctual, professional, and skilled at his trade. Customers often requested him specifically, praising his attention to detail and his respectful manner. But beneath the veneer of domestic bliss, something sinister was stirring. Charlie had learned to suppress his violent impulses, to channel them into fantasies that he kept locked away in the darkest corners of his mind. He would lie awake at night while Teresa slept beside him, her breathing soft and regular, and he would imagine scenarios that would have sent her screaming into the night if she could have glimpsed them. His control was absolute, his performance flawless. When Teresa spoke of having children, he would smile and nod, all while knowing that he could never allow innocent lives to be brought into his sphere of influence. When she grew frustrated with his reluctance to discuss their future family, he would deflect with practiced ease, always managing to redirect their conversations away from topics that might reveal too much about his true nature. The years passed with mechanical regularity. Charlie aged gracefully, his hair growing gray at the temples, his face acquiring the lines that spoke of a life well lived. He attended neighborhood barbecues, helped with community projects, and even coached Little League baseball. Parents trusted him with their children, never suspecting that they were placing their most precious treasures in the hands of someone who had murdered his own pregnant mother. He became a master of mimicry, studying the behavior of normal people and replicating it with scientific precision. He learned when to laugh, when to show concern, when to express opinions that would mark him as a thoughtful, caring member of society. His emotional responses were perfectly calibrated, never too much, never too little, always precisely what the situation demanded. But the mask was heavy, and maintaining it required constant vigilance. There were moments when cracks began to show, when the strain of perpetual performance threatened to overwhelm his carefully constructed facade. Teresa sometimes caught glimpses of something cold in his eyes, a distance that seemed to open between them like a chasm. When she asked about these moments, he would attribute them to work stress or childhood trauma, always providing explanations that satisfied her need to understand without revealing anything of substance. The violence never completely left him. Instead, it evolved, becoming more sophisticated, more controlled. Charlie began to fantasize about other women, strangers he encountered in his work or daily life. He would study them with the detached fascination of an entomologist examining insects, noting their vulnerabilities, their routines, their trust. He collected these observations like a serial killer might collect trophies, storing them away for some future use that even he didn't fully understand. His nighttime activities became more elaborate and more dangerous. Charlie would leave the house while Teresa slept, driving through darkened neighborhoods and watching women through their windows. He learned their schedules, their habits, their moments of greatest vulnerability. He never acted on these impulses, not yet, but the preparation was meticulous, almost ritualistic in its precision. The internet became his secret garden of horrors. In the privacy of his home office, Charlie would spend hours researching true crime cases, studying the methods and mistakes of other killers. He wasn't seeking inspiration. He already knew what he was capable of. Instead, he was learning how to avoid their errors, how to perfect the art of murder without detection. Teresa remained blissfully unaware of the monster she shared her bed with. She continued to love the man she thought she knew, continued to build dreams around their future together. When friends asked about Charlie's quiet nature, she would defend him, explaining that he was simply a deep thinker, a man who preferred listening to talking. She created elaborate justifications for behavior that, in retrospect, should have sent her running for her life. The neighborhood saw Charlie Brandt as the ideal neighbor, quiet, helpful, and reliable. He fixed Mrs. Henderson's fence without being asked, helped the Johnsons move their elderly father into a nursing home, and always had his Christmas lights up first in their subdivision. Children waved to him when he worked in his yard, and he would wave back with a smile that never quite reached his eyes. But as the years accumulated, as Charlie moved deeper into middle age, the pressure began to build. The fantasies that had once provided sufficient outlet for his violent impulses began to feel inadequate, like a drug that no longer provided the necessary high. He found himself taking greater risks, getting closer to potential victims, testing the boundaries of his own control. The mask was beginning to slip, though so subtly that even those closest to him failed to notice. His responses to Teresa's questions became more irritated, more sharp-edged. He would disappear for hours without explanation, returning with stories that didn't quite add up. His work began to suffer as his attention turned increasingly to darker pursuits. In 2004, as summer gave way to fall, Charlie Brandt was approaching a crossroads that had been inevitable from the moment he first pulled that trigger in 1971. The boy who had killed his parents was still there, buried beneath decades of careful construction, but growing stronger with each passing day. The violence that had been suppressed was demanding release, and the carefully maintained facade of normalcy was beginning to crack under the strain. Teresa noticed the changes but attributed them to midlife crisis, work stress, or any of a dozen other explanations that allowed her to maintain her illusions about the man she had married. She increased her efforts to be supportive, to draw him out of what she perceived as a temporary funk. Her kindness and dedication only served to highlight the absolute horror of what was approaching. She was nursing the very serpent that would ultimately destroy her. The stage was set for a final act of violence that would dwarf even the horrors of Charlie's youth. The 33-year intermission was drawing to a close, and the monster that had been quietly building strength in the shadows was preparing for its grand finale. The mask of normalcy that had served Charlie Brandt so well for more than 3 decades was about to be torn away, revealing the true face of evil that had been lurking beneath all along. September 2004 brought more than just the changing of seasons to Florida's East Coast. Hurricane Frances was bearing down on the state like a massive fist of nature, her winds carrying the promise of destruction and chaos. But as residents boarded up their windows and stocked their shelves with emergency supplies, None could have imagined that the storm's greatest threat wouldn't come from wind or rain, but from a monster who had been waiting 33 years for the perfect cover to unleash his long-suppressed fury. Charlie Brandt stood on his front porch, watching the palm trees bend and sway in the increasing wind, their fronds whipping like desperate fingers clawing at the darkening sky. The approaching storm seemed to call to something deep within him, something that had been stirring restlessly for months. The very air crackled with electricity, both meteorological and psychological, and Charlie felt the familiar stirring of impulses he had spent decades learning to control. Teresa had suggested they ride out the hurricane with her family. Her sister Michelle lived in the safer inland community of Deltona, and she had plenty of room for guests. It seemed like the sensible thing to do, the sort of decision that normal couples made during times of crisis. Charlie agreed with the calm rationality that had characterized his public persona for decades, but beneath the surface, his mind was already working, already calculating the opportunities that such an arrangement might present. The drive to Michelle's house took them through increasingly deserted streets as the storm's outer bands began to lash the coast. Traffic lights swayed dangerously overhead, and debris skittered across the asphalt like frightened animals. Charlie drove with steady hands, his face a mask of concentration, while Teresa chatted nervously about the storm's projected path and the wisdom of their decision to seek shelter inland. Michelle Rourke lived in a spacious two-story home surrounded by mature oak trees that provided natural windbreaks. She welcomed Charlie and Teresa with the warmth that characterized her family, never suspecting that she was inviting a predator into her sanctuary. Michelle's 13-year-old niece, Jessica, was also staying for the duration of the storm. Her presence added a layer of youthful energy to what might otherwise have been a tense waiting period. As the hurricane's winds intensified, the house became an island of artificial normalcy in an increasingly chaotic world. The adults played cards, watched weather reports, and shared stories designed to pass the time. Jessica read books and listened to music, occasionally joining the adults for meals or games. To any outside observer, it would have seemed like a perfectly ordinary family gathering, people coming together in the face of natural disaster. But Charlie was not an outside observer, and nothing about this situation was ordinary for him. As the hours passed, he found himself studying the layout of the house with the cold precision of someone planning an invasion. He noted the locations of bedrooms, the creaks in the floorboards, the patterns of movement that would define the next few days. His mind cataloged details with the methodical thoroughness that had characterized his fantasies for years, but now those fantasies were taking on the weight of impending reality. The hurricane made landfall in the early hours of September 5th, its winds howling like banshees around the house. The power went out shortly after midnight, plunging them into a darkness that seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. They lit candles and broke out flashlights, creating pools of flickering light that only served to make the shadows seem deeper and more menacing. In the dancing candlelight, Charlie's face took on an almost demonic quality. The familiar features transformed into something alien and threatening. But the others were too focused on the storm outside to notice the storm that was building within the man they trusted. Teresa dozed fitfully on the couch, exhausted by the stress of the day. Michelle worked on a crossword puzzle by flashlight. Jessica had retreated to her room to sleep. It was in those dark hours before dawn that Charlie made his final decision. The hurricane outside provided the perfect cover. Its howling winds would mask any sounds, its chaos would delay any investigation, and its aftermath would create confusion that could work to his advantage. 33 years of suppressed violence were finally demanding their due, and Charlie Brandt was ready to pay that terrible price. He moved through the house with the silent precision of a predator who had studied every inch of his hunting ground. The floorboards that creaked during the day were silent beneath his careful steps, and the darkness that had seemed so threatening to the others now welcomed him like an old friend. This was his element, the shadowy space between civilization and savagery where monsters like him thrived. Michelle was his first target. She lay sleeping in her bed, trusting in the safety of her own home and the protection of family. Charlie approached her room with a knife he had taken from her own kitchen, its blade gleaming dully in the dim light that filtered through the storm-battered windows. The irony was not lost on him. He would use her own hospitality against her, turn her generosity into the instrument of her destruction. The attack, when it came, was swift and brutal. Michelle's eyes opened just as the blade descended, but her scream was lost in the howling of the wind outside. Charlie's movements were mechanical, efficient, driven by a hunger that had been building for more than 3 decades. He showed no mercy, no hesitation, no sign of the humanity that he had so carefully mimicked for years. But Michelle was only the beginning. The violence that Charlie had suppressed for so long was now flowing through him like a drug, each act of brutality feeding the need for more. He moved through the house with methodical precision, leaving a trail of carnage that would later shock even seasoned investigators. Jessica, young and innocent, represented perhaps the most horrific aspect of Charlie's crimes. She was the same age he had been when he first killed, a mirror that reflected both his past and the absolute depth of his depravity. Her murder was not just an act of violence. It was a desecration of innocence, a corruption of everything pure and hopeful in the world. The details of what happened in that house during the hurricane's fury are too graphic, too fundamentally evil to be described in full. Suffice it to say that Charlie Brandt unleashed decades of pent-up savagery with a thoroughness that defied human comprehension. His methods were not just violent, they were ritualistic, almost ceremonial in their brutality. He took his time, savoring each moment of horror like a connoisseur sampling fine wine. When the storm finally began to subside in the early hours of September 6th, Charlie found himself alone with the carnage he had created. The house that had welcomed him as a guest now bore witness to his true nature, its walls splattered with evidence of his crimes. Michelle and Jessica lay dead, their lives snuffed out by someone they had trusted, someone they had tried to help. And Teresa, she remained mercifully unaware of the horror that surrounded her, lost in exhausted sleep on the living room couch. Charlie stood over her in the growing dawn light, the knife still in his hand, his clothes stained with the blood of her family. For a moment, he hesitated. This woman had loved him, had built a life with him, had never given him cause for violence. But that very innocence made her dangerous now. She was the one person who might piece together the truth, who might connect the dots between his past and present. The decision, when it came, was as inevitable as the sunrise that was beginning to pierce the storm clouds. Charlie raised the knife one final time, and Teresa's dreams came to an end in a moment of brutal awakening that lasted only seconds before eternal darkness claimed her. As the sun rose on September 6, 2004, Charlie Brandt stood surrounded by the consequences of his actions. 3 women lay dead, their blood marking the end of his carefully constructed facade and the beginning of his final chapter. The hurricane outside was moving away, its winds already diminishing, but the storm that Charlie had unleashed would continue to reverberate long after the last clouds had cleared. He moved through the house one final time, not to clean up evidence. It was far too late for that, but to survey his handiwork with the detached interest of an artist examining a completed canvas. The violence he had suppressed for 33 years had finally found its outlet, and the relief he felt was almost physical in its intensity. The mask he had worn for so long lay shattered at his feet, revealing the monster that had always lurked beneath. The hurricane had passed, leaving behind a landscape of destruction and chaos. But the greatest destruction was contained within the walls of Michelle Rourke's house, where 3 innocent women had paid the ultimate price for Charlie Brandt's decades of deception. The boy who had killed his parents had finally become the man who would kill his wife, and the circle of violence that began in 1971 was nearing its inevitable conclusion. Outside, the first emergency vehicles were beginning to move through the streets, checking for storm damage and victims. Soon, they would discover a horror that would overshadow any destruction wrought by wind and rain. The shadow of Charlie Brandt was about to be exposed to the harsh light of day, and with it, the full magnitude of evil that one human being could contain. Dawn broke over a Florida landscape forever changed by more than just the hurricane's fury. As emergency crews began their systematic sweep through neighborhoods checking for storm damage, they had no way of knowing they were about to stumble upon a scene so horrific that it would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The morning sun, filtering through the dissipating storm clouds, cast long shadows across the yard of Michelle Rourke's house. shadows that seemed to writhe with the weight of the evil that had been unleashed within those walls. Charlie Brandt sat in the aftermath of his carnage, surrounded by the broken bodies of 3 women who had made the fatal mistake of trusting him. The methodical precision with which he had carried out their murders stood in stark contrast to the chaos of the hurricane that had provided his cover. Each act of violence had been deliberate, calculated, executed with a skill that spoke of long practice, not physically but mentally. For 33 years, Charlie had been rehearsing this moment in the darkest corners of his mind. The knife lay beside him, its blade catching the early morning light like a crimson mirror. His hands, stained with the blood of his victims, showed no tremor of remorse or fear. Instead, there was an almost serene quality to his posture, as if the violence he had unleashed had finally provided the release he had been seeking since that terrible day in 1971 when he first discovered his capacity for murder. But even as Charlie savored his moment of savage triumph, the outside world was beginning to intrude upon his carefully orchestrated nightmare. The hurricane had passed, and with it, the natural cover that had allowed him to operate undetected. Soon, very soon, people would come looking for Michelle, for Jessica, for Teresa. The isolation that had made their murders possible was about to become his greatest vulnerability. The first sign of the approaching reckoning came as the distant sound of chainsaws cutting through fallen trees. Emergency crews were working their way through the neighborhood, checking for damage, for injuries, for anyone who might need help. Their voices carried on the morning air, professional and calm, completely unaware that they were approaching ground zero of a horror that would redefine their understanding of human evil. Charlie rose from his position among the bodies with the fluid grace of a predator who had fed well but knew the hunt was ending. His movements were deliberate, unhurried, not the panicked scrambling of someone trying to escape justice, but the measured actions of a man who had already made his final decision. He walked through the house one last time, past the scenes of carnage that marked his passage, past the evidence of violence so extreme that investigators would later struggle to process it emotionally. In the master bedroom, Michelle Rourke lay in a pool of blood that had soaked into the carpet like some obscene sacrament. The brutality of her death spoke to a level of rage that transcended normal human anger. This was violence as religious experience, murder as artistic expression. Charlie had taken his time with her, and the physical evidence told a story of suffering that no human being should ever have to endure. Jessica's room had become a chamber of ultimate innocence destroyed. The 13-year-old girl, the same age Charlie had been when he first killed, had been subjected to horrors that defied description. Her murder was more than just the taking of a life. It was a desecration of everything pure and hopeful in the world, a corruption of youth by someone who had lost his own innocence in a moment of inexplicable violence decades earlier. And Teresa, his wife of many years, lay in the living room where she had fallen asleep trusting in the protection of the man who would become her killer. Her death was perhaps the most personal betrayal of all. She had loved Charlie Brandt, had built a life with him, had never suspected that she was sleeping beside a monster who was capable of such absolute evil. As Charlie made his final tour through the house of horrors he had created, he could hear the emergency crews getting closer. Their voices were louder now, more distinct, and he could make out individual words as they called to each other across the storm-damaged landscape. Time was running out, and Charlie Brandt was about to face the one enemy he had never been able to manipulate, deceive, or destroy: the truth. He made his way to the garage where his truck sat waiting. The vehicle that had carried him to this house as a guest would now serve as his final transportation. But Charlie wasn't planning an escape. He was planning an ending. The boy who had sat calmly in his family's kitchen after murdering his parents had grown into a man who understood that some stories could only end one way. The engine started with mechanical reliability, its sound cutting through the morning air like a death knell. Charlie backed out of the garage and onto the street, leaving behind the house that had become his personal chamber of horrors. As he drove through the storm-damaged neighborhood, past uprooted trees and debris-strewn yards, he felt a strange sense of completion. The circle that had begun in 1971 was finally closing. Behind him, the first emergency worker approached Michelle's house. Deputy Sheriff Mike Rodriguez had been checking on storm damage when he noticed something odd about the property. curtains drawn tight despite the bright morning sun. No signs of movement despite multiple vehicles in the driveway. His training told him to investigate, but nothing in his years of experience had prepared him for what he was about to discover. The front door was unlocked, swinging open at his touch with an ominous creak. The smell hit him first, a metallic odor that spoke of violence and death. Rodriguez called out, identifying himself as law enforcement, but the only answer was the profound silence that accompanies the presence of the dead. As he moved deeper into the house, his flashlight beam began to illuminate details that would change his life forever. The scene that greeted Deputy Rodriguez was beyond anything in his experience, beyond anything in the training manuals or the war stories shared by veteran officers. This wasn't just murder, this was butchery, carried out with a methodical precision that spoke of a mind completely divorced from human empathy. He radioed for backup, for detectives, for the coroner, his voice steady despite the horror that surrounded him. Meanwhile, Charlie Brandt was driving toward his final destination with the calm deliberation that had characterized his entire adult life. He had chosen a secluded spot in the woods, a place where he could complete his story without interference from the outside world. The truck's radio crackled with reports of the storm's aftermath, but there was no mention yet of what had been discovered at Michel's house. He still had time. The woods closed around him like a cathedral of shadows, the trees forming natural walls that would shield his final act from prying eyes. Charlie parked the truck in a small clearing and sat for a moment, listening to the sounds of nature reasserting itself after the storm's passage. Birds were beginning to sing again, and somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker hammered out its distinctive rhythm. Life was returning to normal everywhere except in the mind of Charlie Brandt. He reached into the glove compartment and withdrew the gun, not the same weapon he had used to kill his parents 3 decades earlier, but one that would serve the same ultimate purpose. The metal felt cold against his palm, its weight both familiar and final. This was how it had to end, how it had always been going to end. From the moment 13-year-old Charlie pulled that trigger in 1971, this moment had been inevitable. Back at the house, the full scope of Charlie's crimes was beginning to emerge as investigators processed the scene. Detective Sarah Martinez, a veteran of 20 years on the force, found herself struggling to maintain professional composure as she documented evidence that would fuel nightmares for months to come. The level of violence, the deliberate nature of the attacks, the clear signs of ritualistic behavior, all of it pointed to a killer who had been planning this moment for far longer than anyone could have imagined. As the investigation team worked to process the horrific scene, Charlie sat in his truck in the secluded clearing, the gun heavy in his lap. He thought about the boy he had been in 1971, sitting at that kitchen table with the rifle beside him, waiting for the police to arrive. That boy had been saved by the juvenile justice system, given a second chance that he had never deserved. But Charlie knew there would be no such mercy this time. The magnitude of what he had done in Michel's house had crossed every possible line. The radio in his truck suddenly crackled to life with urgent bulletins. Police were reporting a multiple homicide, were asking for anyone with information about the whereabouts of Charles Brandt to contact authorities immediately. His name was being broadcast across the airwaves, his carefully constructed identity as a normal, law-abiding citizen evaporating with each repetition. The mask had finally been torn away completely. Detective Martinez was inside the house, carefully photographing the crime scenes when her radio buzzed with an update from headquarters. They had run the names of the victims through the system and discovered something that made her blood run cold. Charles Brandt, the missing husband of one of the victims, had a juvenile record that had been sealed. A record that involved the murder of his own parents when he was 13 years old. "My God!" she whispered into the radio. "We're not dealing with a first-time killer. This monster has been walking free for 33 years." The revelation sent shockwaves through the law enforcement community. How had someone with Charlie's history been allowed to disappear into society? How had the system failed so catastrophically that a child who had murdered his pregnant mother had been released to kill again? The questions would fuel investigations and policy debates for years to come, but right now they had a killer to find. Charlie heard his name on the radio again, this time with more details. They were describing his truck, his appearance, warning the public that he was armed and extremely dangerous. He smiled grimly at that last part. If they only knew how dangerous, how the violence in Michelle's house was just the culmination of decades of suppressed rage and carefully planned fantasies. He stepped out of the truck and walked a few yards into the forest, the gun still in his hand. The trees rose around him like silent witnesses, their branches filtering the morning sunlight into patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor. This would be his final stage, his last performance in a life that had been nothing but performance for 33 years. Back in Deltona, the crime scene had become a hub of frantic activity. FBI agents had been called in given the extreme nature of the crimes and Charlie's history as a juvenile killer. Profilers were already working to understand the mind that could plan and execute such calculated brutality. The Behavioral Analysis Unit would later describe Charlie Brandt as one of the most dangerous killers they had ever studied. Not because of the number of his victims, but because of his ability to hide his true nature for so long. The search for Charlie had expanded to include helicopters, K-9 units, and roadblocks throughout Central Florida. Every law enforcement officer in the region had his photograph and description. But Charlie had chosen his final location well. The dense woods where he sat were far from any main roads, invisible from the air, accessible only by hiking trails that few people used. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Charlie reflected on the path that had brought him to this moment. He felt no remorse for what he had done. That capacity had died in him long ago, if it had ever existed at all. Instead, there was a strange sense of satisfaction, as if he had finally completed a work of art that had taken him decades to perfect. The investigation at Michelle's house was revealing new horrors with each passing hour. Crime scene technicians discovered evidence that suggested Charlie had been planning this for some time. Items that didn't belong to the victims, tools that had been brought specifically for the murders. This hadn't been a crime of passion or opportunity. It had been a meticulously planned execution. Detective Martinez found herself wondering about the 13-year-old boy who had killed his parents. What signs had been missed? What red flags had been ignored? The psychiatric reports from 1971, finally unsealed by court order, painted a picture of a child who should never have been released back into society. The experts had noted his complete lack of empathy, his inability to form genuine emotional connections, his fascination with violence. Yet somehow the system had failed, and 3 innocent women had paid the ultimate price. In the forest, Charlie raised the gun to his temple. The metal felt cold against his skin, but he felt no fear, no regret, no uncertainty. This was simply the final act of a drama that had been playing out for 33 years. He thought briefly of Teresa, of the life they had built together, of all the nights she had slept peacefully beside a monster. She had never known the truth about him, never suspected that her husband was capable of such evil. Perhaps that was a mercy. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the trees, sending birds scattering into the sky with raucous cries of alarm. The forest quickly returned to its natural quiet, as if nature itself was eager to forget what had just transpired. Charlie Brandt's body slumped against a tree, the gun falling from his lifeless fingers. Miles away, the search teams were still coordinating their efforts when the radio call came in. A hiker had reported hearing a gunshot from deep in the woods. Police units began converging on the area, though many of them suspected they would find their suspect beyond the reach of earthly justice. Detective Martinez was still at the crime scene when word came that they had found Charlie's body. She felt a complex mixture of emotions. Relief that he couldn't hurt anyone else. Frustration that he had escaped the justice system that had failed to contain him decades earlier. And a deep sadness for the victims who would never see their killer face trial. The discovery of Charlie's body brought an end to one of the most intensive manhunts in Florida history, but it marked the beginning of a much longer process of understanding and healing. The families of Michelle, Jessica, and Teresa would struggle for years to comprehend how someone they had trusted could harbor such darkness. The community would grapple with the knowledge that evil could wear such a convincing mask of normalcy. Investigators would spend months piecing together the full scope of Charlie's crimes, searching for other victims, other families who might have been touched by his violence. They found evidence of stalking, of planning, of a mind that had been preparing for violence for years. But they also found something else. A man who had been so skilled at deception that even those closest to him had never glimpsed his true nature. The story of Charlie Brandt became a case study in criminal psychology, a cautionary tale about the failures of juvenile justice, and a horrifying reminder that some people are simply born without the capacity for human empathy. His name joined the ranks of those killers whose crimes transcend understanding, whose actions force us to confront the darkest possibilities of human nature. As the sun set on September 6, 2004, the investigation into Charlie Brandt's crimes was just beginning. But the man himself was beyond reach, having chosen to end his story on his own terms rather than face the consequences of his actions. The shadow he had cast across so many lives would linger long after his body was removed from those quiet woods, a reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary faces, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its true nature. In the end, Charlie Brandt had proven that some monsters are born, not made, and that the greatest horror lies not in their capacity for violence, but in their ability to walk among us undetected, trusted, and beloved, until the moment they choose to show us who they really are. The boy who had killed his parents at 13 had grown into a man who would take 3 more lives before finally turning the gun on himself, closing a circle of violence that had taken 33 years to complete. The hurricane had passed, but the devastation it had concealed would echo through the lives of survivors and investigators for years to come, a testament to the enduring power of evil and the tragic cost of a justice system that had failed to protect the innocent from a predator it should never have released. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Katrina Predator, Joseph Brandt's Reign of Terror. When Hurricane Katrina unleashed her fury upon New Orleans in August 2005, she left behind more than just flooded streets and shattered homes. In the chaos, the darkness, and the desperate confusion that followed, evil found its perfect hunting ground. While rescue workers searched for survivors, while families clung to rooftops and prayed for salvation, a predator stalked the drowning city's shadows. His name was Joseph Brandt, and he would transform the aftermath of America's deadliest natural disaster into his personal killing field. This is not just another story of survival against nature's wrath. This is the chilling account of how one man exploited a city's darkest hour, turning refuge into nightmare, help into horror, and hope into death. For women would fall victim to his twisted desires, their final moments playing out against the apocalyptic backdrop of a city underwater. What you're about to hear will disturb you. It will challenge everything you thought you knew about human nature when stripped of civilization's thin veneer. But these stories must be told, these victims must be remembered, and this monster's methods must be understood. Because in the flooded streets of New Orleans, Joseph Brandt didn't just kill. He revealed the terrifying truth about what happens when disaster creates the perfect storm for evil to thrive. The morning of August 29, 2005, dawned with an ominous stillness that pressed against New Orleans like a suffocating blanket. Hurricane Katrina, a monstrous Category 5 storm, had been downgraded to Category 3, but her fury remained undiminished. As she approached the Louisiana coast, her winds screamed at 125 miles per hour, and her storm surge promised to test every levee, every flood wall, every prayer that had ever been whispered in the Crescent City. Joseph Brandt woke that morning in his cramped apartment in the lower Ninth Ward, not with the fear that gripped his neighbors, but with an anticipation that would have chilled anyone who truly knew him. At 34 years old, Brandt appeared unremarkable. Average height, thinning brown hair, pale eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. He worked sporadically in construction, lived alone, and had managed to avoid serious criminal charges despite a history that whispered of violence against women. But appearances, as New Orleans was about to learn in the most horrific way possible, could be devastatingly deceptive. As the first bands of Katrina's outer winds began to rattle windows across the city, Brandt methodically prepared. While his neighbors boarded up their homes or fled to higher ground, he gathered supplies that had nothing to do with survival, at least not his own. Rope, duct tape, plastic sheeting, and a hunting knife that he kept razor sharp. To anyone watching, he might have appeared to be preparing for the storm's aftermath, planning to help with cleanup or repairs. The reality was far more sinister. Brant understood something that would become horrifyingly clear in the days to come. Natural disasters don't just destroy infrastructure. They destroy the social fabric that keeps predators at bay. Police would be overwhelmed or unreachable. Communication systems would fail. Normal patterns of behavior and protection would collapse. In the chaos that was about to engulf New Orleans, he would become invisible, just another face among thousands of displaced and desperate people. The first levee breach occurred at 5 a.m. on August 29th. The Industrial Canal's floodwall simply couldn't withstand Katrina's relentless surge, and billions of gallons of water began pouring into the lower Ninth Ward with the force of a liquid avalanche. Within hours, what had been a neighborhood of modest homes and struggling families became a maze of half-submerged houses and debris-choked streets where the normal rules of civilization no longer applied. Brant watched from his attic window as his world transformed into something resembling the end of times. Cars floated by like lost toys. Bodies, some human, some animal, bobbed in the murky water that now filled his street. The sounds were what he would later describe as music. The groaning of wood under pressure, the distant screams of people trapped in rising water, the eerie silence where a bustling neighborhood had been just hours before. But it was the isolation that excited him most. In this new aquatic wasteland, he could move freely. The water was his highway, a small boat his vehicle, and desperation his perfect cover story. Who would question a man offering help in such circumstances? Who would suspect that rescue might actually be abduction? His first victim found him, not the other way around. Sarah Chen, 26 years old, a nurse at Charity Hospital who had stayed behind to help with evacuations, had been trapped in her second-floor apartment when the waters rose. She had managed to signal for help from her window, waving a white towel that caught Brant's attention as he navigated the flooded streets in a small aluminum boat he had borrowed from a sporting goods store. "Thank God," she called out as he approached her building. "I've been trapped here for 2 days. The water keeps rising, and I can't swim." Brant's response was carefully practiced, the concerned Good Samaritan, the reluctant hero just trying to help where he could. "Don't worry, miss. I'll get you out of there. Just climb down to that second-floor window, and I'll bring the boat around." What Sarah couldn't see, as she gathered her few remaining possessions and prepared to trust this stranger with her life, was the cold calculation in Brant's pale eyes. She couldn't know that his boat contained more than just rescue supplies. Hidden beneath a tarp were the tools of torture and murder that he had prepared for exactly this moment. The rescue began normally enough. Brant helped her climb into the boat with what seemed like genuine care, steadying her as she struggled with her waterlogged shoes and the small bag of belongings she had managed to salvage. He even offered her a bottle of water and asked about her injuries. A small cut on her hand from broken glass, nothing serious. "Where are you taking me?" Sarah asked as Brant began rowing away from her apartment building. "There's a shelter set up at the convention center," Brant lied smoothly. "It's safe there, and they have medical supplies. You being a nurse and all, they could probably use your help." But instead of heading toward the convention center, Brant navigated deeper into the flooded residential areas, where houses stood empty and half-submerged, where screams would be swallowed by the vast indifference of the disaster. He paddled methodically through the maze of submerged streets, past overturned cars and floating debris, toward a neighborhood that had been completely evacuated. Sarah began to notice the wrong direction after 20 minutes of steady rowing. "Excuse me, but aren't we going the wrong way? The convention center should be..." "Shortcut," Brant interrupted, his voice losing some of its earlier warmth. "Trust me, I know these waters." But Sarah was intelligent, trained to notice details and trust her instincts. The way his shoulders tensed when she questioned their route, the fact that they seemed to be moving away from any signs of rescue activity, the growing isolation of their surroundings, all of it triggered alarm bells that years of working in emergency situations had taught her to heed. "I want to go back," she said firmly. "Turn the boat around right now." That's when Joseph Brant's mask finally slipped. The transformation was swift and terrifying. One moment he was the helpful rescuer, concerned and reassuring. The next, his hand shot out and grabbed her wrist with crushing force, his pale eyes suddenly alive with a predatory gleam that made her blood freeze. "You're not going anywhere," he said, his voice now stripped of all pretense. "You wanted rescue? Well, you found it. Just not the kind you were expecting." The struggle that followed was brief and brutal. Sarah fought with the desperation of someone who had suddenly realized that her rescue had become her death sentence. But she was exhausted from days without food or proper rest, weakened by dehydration and shock. Brant, meanwhile, was prepared for resistance. The rope he had brought wasn't for securing supplies, it was for securing victims. Within minutes, Sarah Chun was bound and helpless in the bottom of the boat, tape across her mouth, watching the sky darken above her as Brant resumed rowing toward his chosen destination. Her mind, trained in medical crisis management, tried to process what was happening, tried to find a way out of this nightmare, but the reality was inescapable. She was completely at the mercy of a predator who had turned Katrina's chaos into his personal opportunity. Brant's destination was a two-story house in an area called Gentilly, completely flooded on the first floor, but with the second story still accessible by boat. The house belonged to an elderly couple who had evacuated days earlier, and its isolation made it perfect for what Brant had in mind. No neighbors close enough to hear screams, no rescue workers likely to search this particular area, and multiple escape routes through the flooded streets if he needed to disappear quickly. As he tied the boat to a second-floor window and prepared to transfer his victim inside, Brant felt a satisfaction that was both sexual and psychological. This wasn't just about the crime he was about to commit. It was about the power, the control, the godlike ability to determine who lived and died in a city where death had become commonplace. Sarah Chen's ordeal lasted 18 hours. The details of what occurred in that flooded house are too disturbing to recount in full, drawn as they are from forensic evidence, crime scene analysis, and Brant's own eventual confessions. What can be said is that Sarah endured systematic torture that combined sexual violence with psychological torment, all while knowing that no one would come looking for her in a city where tens of thousands of people had simply vanished. Brant's method revealed a sophisticated understanding of how to inflict maximum suffering while keeping his victim alive and conscious. He used the flood itself as part of his torture, forcing Sarah to choose between different forms of torment: drowning in the contaminated water that filled the first floor, or enduring his attention in the relative safety of the second story. The psychological component was perhaps worse than the physical. He talked to her throughout the ordeal, describing in detail how the disaster had created perfect conditions for what he was doing, how her disappearance would never be investigated because she was just one more casualty of Katrina. He painted vivid pictures of her family searching for her, never knowing that she had died not from drowning or injury, but from human evil. When Sarah finally died, from a combination of trauma, blood loss, and exposure, Brant felt no remorse, only a burning need to experience that rush again. He disposed of her body in the floodwaters, weighted down with debris so it would sink into the toxic soup that had once been New Orleans neighborhoods. In the massive recovery effort that would follow, Sarah Chun would officially be listed as a hurricane victim, one of nearly 2,000 people who died because of Katrina. But Brant knew the truth. Sarah hadn't died because of the hurricane. She had died because the hurricane had given him the perfect opportunity to kill. As he navigated his boat back into the flooded city, already scanning for his next victim, Joseph Brant began to understand the intoxicating possibilities that surrounded him. New Orleans had become his hunting preserve, and Katrina had eliminated every barrier that might have prevented him from indulging his darkest desires. The monster was loose in the floodwaters, and he was just getting started. The next morning dawned gray and humid, the air thick with the smell of contamination and death. Bodies of all kinds, human and animal, continued to float past in the murky water that had transformed New Orleans into a vast urban swamp. Emergency responders, overwhelmed and under-equipped, focused their efforts on the living, leaving the dead to be dealt with later. Much later. For Joseph Brant, this macabre landscape represented unlimited opportunity. The second victim was already dead when Brant found her. At least that's what anyone watching would have assumed. Maria Santos, 31 years old, lay unconscious on a makeshift raft constructed from a door and some plastic jugs, floating aimlessly through the Bywater district. She had been in the water for nearly 3 days, surviving on rainwater and sheer will, slowly succumbing to exposure and dehydration. When she saw Brant's boat approaching, she managed to lift her head and whisper a single word, "Help!" to the handful of other survivors who might have witnessed the scene from their own rooftops and windows. What happened next looked like a mercy mission. A good Samaritan pulling an unconscious woman from certain death, loading her carefully into his boat, covering her with a blanket. Even Maria herself, drifting in and out of consciousness, initially felt nothing but gratitude as strong arms lifted her to safety. It wasn't until she woke up, bound and gagged in what had once been someone's master bedroom, that she realized she had escaped drowning only to face something infinitely worse. Brant had chosen a different location for Maria, a house in the Marigny district where the second floor remained completely dry. This house told the story of its owner's desperate flight. Family photos scattered across the floor, suitcases half-packed and abandoned, a child's toys floating in the stagnant water that filled the lower level. But the second floor was perfect for Brant's purposes. Isolated, secure, and equipped with furniture that could be repurposed for restraint. Maria's ordeal began differently than Sarah's. While Sarah had been healthy and alert when captured, Maria was already weakened by days in the contaminated floodwater. Brant found this condition fascinating from a psychological perspective. Would a victim who had already accepted death fight as hard for life? Would someone who had been rescued from certain doom feel grateful enough to be compliant? The answers to these questions played out over the course of 36 hours that redefined the concept of human cruelty. Brant's treatment of Maria revealed an evolving methodology, a refinement of technique that suggested he was learning from each encounter. Where Sarah's torture had been immediate and brutal, Maria's began with a perverse kindness, medical attention for her dehydration, clean clothes, even a hot meal prepared on a camping stove. This false mercy served a specific purpose. It gave Maria hope, allowed her to believe that perhaps this man really was her rescuer, that the restraints were just a precaution until she was stronger. The psychological impact of this approach was devastating. When the torture finally began, Maria's mind couldn't process the transition. The same hands that had fed her and treated her cuts now inflicted unspeakable pain. The same voice that had whispered reassurances now described in detail what he planned to do to her. The cognitive dissonance was as traumatic as the physical abuse. Brant documented this torture with a cheap digital camera he had looted from an abandoned electronics store. Not for any external audience, the photos were purely for his own gratification, a way to relive the experience later. The camera also served another purpose. It was another form of psychological torture, forcing Maria to confront the fact that her suffering was being recorded, that evidence of her degradation would outlast her life. The flood water became an integral part of the torture methodology. The house's first floor remained submerged, creating a ready-made disposal method for anything Brant didn't want preserved. It also provided him with a unique form of torment. He would lower Maria into the contaminated water just enough to make breathing difficult, then pull her back up before she drowned. The psychological impact was enormous. Each submersion convinced her she was about to die. Each rescue gave her false hope, and the cycle repeated until her mind began to fracture. But it was the isolation that made Maria's suffering particularly acute. Unlike Sarah, who had died still believing that someone might come looking for her, Maria had no one. She was an undocumented immigrant who worked as a housekeeper for wealthy families in the French Quarter. When Katrina struck, those families had evacuated to second homes in other states, leaving Maria behind without resources or connections. Her disappearance wouldn't be reported, wouldn't be investigated, wouldn't even be noticed. Brant made sure she understood this reality. He spent hours explaining how invisible she was, how perfect a victim she made. He described the other bodies floating in the floodwaters, told her how the overwhelmed authorities would simply add her to the list of hurricane casualties. Her death would be meaningless, unremarkable, quickly forgotten. The psychological torture escalated when Brant began describing his previous victim. He told Maria about Sarah Chun in graphic detail, how she had died, what she had said in her final moments, how easily her body had disappeared into the floodwaters. This served multiple purposes. It shattered any hope Maria might have harbored about survival. It allowed Brant to relive his previous crime, and it let him experiment with using one victim's fear to enhance another's suffering. Maria's physical torture followed patterns that would later be identified by criminal psychologists as consistent with sexual sadists who derive pleasure from extended victim control. The sexual component was present but not primary. For Brandt, the real satisfaction came from the absolute power he wielded over another human being. He could grant mercy or inflict pain, offer hope or deliver despair, preserve life or cause death, all according to his whims. The contaminated floodwater played an increasingly central role as Maria's ordeal continued. Brandt forced her to drink it, knowing it would cause severe illness. He used it to clean wounds he had inflicted, ensuring infection. Most cruelly, he would submerge parts of her body just long enough to attract the attention of the rats and other vermin that thrived in the toxic environment New Orleans had become. When Maria finally died, after 36 hours of systematic torture, Brandt felt a satisfaction that was both sexual and intellectual. He had refined his technique, improved his methodology, and proven to himself that the chaos of post-Katrina New Orleans provided the perfect environment for his particular brand of evil. But even as he disposed of Maria's body in the same methodical way he had disposed of Sarah's, Brandt was already planning his next abduction. The floodwaters were receding slowly, but there were still countless opportunities in a city where normal law enforcement had completely broken down. His third victim found him by accident. Jennifer Walsh, 24 years old, was a graduate student at Tulane University who had remained in New Orleans to document the hurricane's aftermath for her thesis in environmental science. She had been moving through the flooded areas in a small kayak, taking photographs and water samples, when she encountered Brandt near the site where he had just disposed of Maria's body. Jennifer represented a different kind of challenge for Brandt. Unlike Sarah and Maria, she was neither trapped nor dying when he encountered her. She was mobile, alert, and equipped with communication devices that still had battery life. More importantly, she was expected somewhere. Her advisor knew her research schedule and would notice if she failed to check in. But Brandt had evolved since his first killing. He now understood that the key to successful predation in a disaster zone was adaptability, the ability to adjust his methods to each situation and victim type. His approach to Jennifer was completely different from his previous abductions. Instead of immediate capture, he engaged her in conversation, playing the role of a local resident who knew the area well. He offered to guide her to locations that would be particularly good for her research, areas that the official rescue teams hadn't reached yet. Jennifer, focused on her academic work and eager to gather unique data, saw Brandt as a valuable local contact. She followed his directions through increasingly isolated areas, deeper into neighborhoods that had been completely evacuated. By the time she realized they were moving away from any signs of recovery activity, Brandt had maneuvered her into a position where escape was impossible. The capture itself took place in a partially collapsed house in the Treme district. Brandt had lured Jennifer inside by claiming there were particularly interesting water damage patterns that would support her thesis. Once inside, he simply blocked the only exit and revealed his true nature. Jennifer's academic background worked against her in this situation. Her mind was trained to analyze and understand, to find rational explanations for phenomena. When confronted with pure evil, her intellectual approach became a liability. She spent precious time trying to understand Brandt's motivations, trying to negotiate or reason with him, instead of focusing purely on escape or survival. This psychological profile made her particularly interesting to Brandt, who had never had the opportunity to torture someone with such a structured, analytical mind. He spent hours forcing Jennifer to document her own torture, making her use her academic training to describe what was being done to her in clinical, scientific terms. The perverse requirement that she maintain intellectual detachment while experiencing extreme physical and psychological trauma created a unique form of psychological fracture that Brandt found intoxicating. The setting for Jennifer's torture was perhaps the most elaborate yet. The partially collapsed house provided multiple levels and spaces that Brandt could utilize, creating a maze-like environment where Jennifer never knew what fresh horror awaited around each corner. The structural damage also meant that her screams would be muffled and distorted, making it unlikely that any sound would travel far enough to alert potential rescuers. Jennifer's ordeal lasted 48 hours, longer than either of his previous victims. This extended time frame wasn't accidental. Brandt was experimenting with prolonged psychological torture, studying how an intelligent mind responded to systematic dismantling. He alternated between periods of extreme violence and intervals of enforced calm, creating a rhythm of trauma and false security that made prediction and mental preparation impossible. The academic angle provided unique opportunities for psychological torture. Brandt forced Jennifer to theorize about the environmental factors that had made her capture possible, to analyze the sociological implications of disaster-based predation, to critique her own decisions that had led to her current situation. This intellectual torture was as devastating as any physical abuse. It forced her to participate in her own destruction, to use the very knowledge and skills she valued most as weapons against her own psyche. When Jennifer finally died, her body showed evidence of the most sophisticated torture techniques Brandt had yet employed. The combination of physical trauma, psychological manipulation, and intellectual degradation had created a victim profile that would later fascinate criminal psychologists studying the case. But for Brandt, Jennifer's death represented something more than just the successful completion of another torture session. It marked his evolution from opportunistic killer to sophisticated predator. He had proven to himself that he could successfully hunt, capture, and kill victims across a wide range of types and circumstances. The post-Katrina environment wasn't just enabling his crimes, it was allowing him to perfect them. The fourth and final victim would prove to be his greatest challenge and ultimately his downfall. Detective Rachel Torres should have been evacuated with the rest of the New Orleans Police Department's non-essential personnel, but she had volunteered to stay behind as part of the skeleton crew maintaining some semblance of law enforcement in the chaos following Hurricane Katrina. At 29 years old, Torres was a 7-year veteran of the NOPD with a reputation for persistence and an intuitive understanding of criminal behavior that had made her one of the department's most promising investigators. But even Torres, with all her training and experience, couldn't have anticipated the kind of predator that was stalking the flood-ravaged city. She first encountered Joseph Brandt on September 7th, nearly 10 days after Katrina had struck. Torres was conducting wellness checks on residents who had refused evacuation orders, moving through the still-flooded areas in a department boat with her partner, Officer Mike Chun, the younger brother of Sarah Chun, though neither Torres nor Brandt knew this connection at the time. The irony would later strike investigators as particularly cruel. While Mike Chun searched desperately for any trace of his missing sister, he was unknowingly working alongside the detective who would ultimately bring down her killer. Torres noticed Brandt before he noticed her. Something about his movement through the floodwaters struck her as wrong. Too purposeful, too familiar with the area, too unconcerned with the massive devastation surrounding him. While other survivors moved with the shocked, hesitant gait of people navigating an alien landscape, Brandt navigated the submerged streets with the confidence of someone who had been using them regularly. "That guy over there," Torres pointed him out to her partner, "in the aluminum boat. Something's off about him." Officer Chun looked in the direction she indicated and saw what appeared to be just another survivor. Maybe someone helping with unofficial rescue efforts. "What makes you think so? Look at his body language. Look at how he's moving. Everyone else out here looks lost, confused, desperate. He looks comfortable, like this is his neighborhood." Torres's instincts had been sharpened by years of police work, but they were also informed by something deeper, a woman's awareness of predatory behavior, the kind of hypervigilance that came from understanding that the world contained men who saw women as prey. She made a mental note of Brandt's appearance and location, then continued with her official duties. But something about the encounter nagged at her, the kind of persistent unease that experienced investigators learn to trust even when they can't explain it. Over the next 3 days, Torres encountered Brandt twice more, always in different areas of the flooded city, always appearing to be engaged in legitimate survivor activities. But the pattern bothered her. Most survivors stayed in one area, either near their homes or at established shelters. Brandt seemed to be constantly mobile, always alone, always in areas where official rescue operations weren't active. Torres began to suspect that Brandt was looting abandoned homes, a common crime in the disaster's aftermath. She decided to investigate further, not knowing that she was actually profiling a serial killer who had already claimed 3 lives. On September 10th, Torres was working alone. Her partner had been reassigned to crowd control at one of the evacuation centers when she spotted Brant's boat in an area of the Bywater district that had been completely evacuated. The location was significant. It was far from any legitimate rescue activity, far from any occupied shelters, in a neighborhood where the only people who belonged were emergency personnel. Torres radioed her location to dispatch and moved to investigate, following standard procedure for a possible looting suspect. She approached Brant's position carefully, using the cover of partially submerged houses to mask her approach. What she discovered changed the entire nature of her investigation. Brant wasn't looting, he was hunting. Torres watched from concealment as Brant methodically searched abandoned houses, not for valuables but for signs of occupancy. He moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times before, checking for indications that someone might be sheltering in the building. His behavior was systematic, professional, and absolutely chilling once Torres understood what she was witnessing. This wasn't random criminal behavior. This was predation, pure and simple. Torres had stumbled onto something far worse than looting, but she didn't yet understand the full scope of what Brant had been doing. Her immediate concern was preventing whatever crime was about to occur, so she called for backup and prepared to intervene. But backup was hours away. The department was stretched impossibly thin, and her location was in one of the most difficult areas to reach. Torres faced a decision that would define the rest of her career and, ultimately, her life. Wait for backup and risk allowing a crime to occur, or move in alone against a suspect whose true nature she was only beginning to understand. She chose to act. Torres's approach was textbook police procedure. She used her boat's motor to announce her presence, clearly identified herself as police, and ordered Brant to show his hands and move away from the building he was investigating. Brant's response was immediate and terrifying. Instead of the compliance or flight that Torres expected, Brant turned toward her with the cold calculation of a predator who had suddenly realized that his hunting had been interrupted. For a moment, the two stared at each other across the flood waters. The detective who had stumbled onto a monster, and the monster who had just identified his most dangerous prey. "NOPD, show me your hands," Torres shouted again, her weapon drawn but not yet targeted. Standard procedure for a potential looter. Brant's response was to raise his hands in apparent compliance while simultaneously maneuvering his boat closer to Torres's position. He was smiling now, an expression that didn't reach his pale eyes and sent ice through Torres's veins. "No problem, officer," Brant called back, his voice carrying clearly across the water. "Just trying to help where I can. You know how it is." But Torres was no longer thinking about looting. Every instinct she had developed over 7 years of police work was screaming that she was facing something far more dangerous than a petty criminal. The way Brant moved, the way he looked at her, the predatory stillness in his posture. All of it triggered recognition patterns that were both professional and primal. "I need you to stay right where you are," Torres commanded, raising her weapon to a ready position. "Don't move any closer." That's when Brant made his move. Instead of fleeing or surrendering, he suddenly accelerated his boat directly toward Torres's position, using the small craft as a weapon. Torres had seconds to react, and her police training took over. She fired 3 shots at the approaching boat, aiming for the motor rather than the operator, trying to disable rather than kill. One of her shots found its mark, and Brant's motor died with a grinding shriek of damaged metal. But his momentum carried him close enough to Torres's boat to attempt to board it, and suddenly the detective found herself in a hand-to-hand struggle with a man whose strength was amplified by desperation and whose fighting style was informed by extensive experience in overpowering victims. The fight was brief but vicious. Brant had the advantage of surprise and desperation, but Torres had training and superior physical conditioning. More importantly, she had her weapon, which she managed to keep control of despite Brant's attempts to disarm her. The struggle ended when Torres managed to deliver a stunning blow to Brant's solar plexus, giving her enough space to reassert weapon control and force him into compliance. Within minutes, Joseph Brant was handcuffed in the bottom of her boat, and Detective Rachel Torres was calling for immediate backup and medical assistance. She had no idea that she had just captured New Orleans' first documented serial killer in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. But Brandt's capture was only the beginning of the story, not the end. As Torres searched his boat and personal effects while waiting for backup to arrive, she began to uncover evidence that suggested her suspect was involved in far more than potential looting. The hunting knife, razor-sharp and recently cleaned. The rope and duct tape. The digital camera with its memory card full of images that would later require a team of forensic specialists and trauma counselors to analyze. And most damning of all, personal effects that clearly belonged to multiple different women, jewelry, identification, clothing items that had obviously been taken as trophies. As the scope of Brandt's crimes became clear, Torres realized that her routine investigation had uncovered something unprecedented in her experience. This wasn't just a criminal taking advantage of the disaster. This was a predator who had turned Katrina's aftermath into his personal hunting preserve. The evidence found in Brandt's boat and his various hideouts would eventually link him to the deaths of Sarah Chen, Maria Santos, Jennifer Walsh, and at least one other victim whose identity was never conclusively established. The digital photographs and videos he had taken documented torture sessions that criminal psychologists would later describe as among the most sophisticated and brutal they had ever encountered. But perhaps most disturbing was the evidence suggesting that Brandt had been planning to continue his killing spree indefinitely. Maps marked with potential hunting areas, lists of victim types he wanted to target, and preparations for mobile torture chambers that would have allowed him to kill far more efficiently. All indicated that Detective Torres had interrupted a predator who saw no reason why his crimes should ever end. The irony wasn't lost on investigators that Brandt's downfall came not from any brilliant detective work or advanced forensic technique, but from the simple fact that one observant police officer had trusted her instincts and acted on them despite significant personal risk. In the interrogation room, after his arrest, Brandt showed no remorse for his crimes. In a city where nearly 2,000 people had died because of the hurricane, where bodies were still being discovered in damaged buildings, where the line between natural disaster and human tragedy had been thoroughly blurred, the prosecution had to prove that these 4 deaths were different, were deliberate, were murder. Lead prosecutor Margaret Fontenot understood that this case would define how society viewed the relationship between natural disasters and criminal behavior. If Brandt was convicted, it would establish legal precedent for prosecuting crimes that occurred in the context of major disasters. If he was acquitted, it might send a message that disaster conditions provided some form of mitigation for even the most heinous crimes. The defense strategy was as predictable as it was disturbing. Brandt's attorney, Harold Thibodeau, argued that his client's actions, while regrettable, were the result of extreme psychological trauma caused by witnessing the devastation of Hurricane Katrina. The defense painted Brandt as another victim of the disaster, a man whose mind had been shattered by the apocalyptic scenes he had witnessed, who had acted out of temporary insanity rather than calculated evil. It was a strategy that insulted every genuine victim of Katrina and their families, but it was also legally sound. If the defense could establish that Brandt's mental state had been compromised by the trauma of the hurricane, they could argue for reduced charges or even an insanity plea that would result in psychiatric treatment rather than prison time. The prosecution's response was swift and devastating. They presented evidence of Brandt's premeditation, the supplies he had gathered before the hurricane struck, the methodical way he had selected his locations, the sophisticated torture techniques that demonstrated clear thinking and planning. Most damning was the progression evident in his crimes, the way each killing had built upon the lessons learned from the previous one. Dr. Patricia Malankin, a forensic psychologist brought in to evaluate Brandt, testified that his behavior showed none of the disorganization or confusion typical of trauma-induced mental breaks. Instead, his actions demonstrated the calculated approach of a sexual sadist who had simply found ideal conditions for expressing his pathology. Joseph Brandt didn't snap because of Hurricane Katrina, Dr. Malankin testified. He thrived because of it. The hurricane didn't create a killer. It freed one who had been waiting for the right opportunity. The prosecution's case was built around 3 main pillars: the physical evidence found in Brandt's possession, the forensic evidence linking him to the crime scenes, and the testimony of Detective Rachel Torres about his behavior during capture. The physical evidence was overwhelming. The digital photographs and videos Brandt, had taken of his torture sessions were so disturbing that Judge William Morvant ordered the courtroom cleared of spectators when they were presented to the jury. Even seasoned investigators who had worked homicide cases for decades were visibly shaken by the methodical documentation of suffering that Brandt had compiled. The trophy items, jewelry, clothing, and personal effects taken from each victim provided direct links between Brandt and the murders. DNA evidence confirmed that blood found on his tools matched that of the victims, and fiber analysis linked materials found at the crime scenes to items in Brandt's possession. But it was Detective Torres's testimony that provided the most compelling evidence of Brandt's guilt and criminal intent. Her description of Brandt's predatory behavior, his systematic hunting methods, and his violent resistance to arrest painted a picture of a man who knew exactly what he was doing and was prepared to kill to continue doing it. He wasn't confused or traumatized, Torres testified. He was angry that I had interrupted his work. Even after arrest, he seemed more frustrated than frightened, like I had spoiled a game he was enjoying. The defense attempted to discredit Torres's testimony by suggesting that she had been under extreme stress during the post-Katrina period and might have misinterpreted Brandt's actions. They argued that a man engaged in legitimate rescue efforts might reasonably resist arrest if he believed the police were preventing him from saving lives. This argument collapsed when the prosecution presented evidence of Brandt's rescue equipment. The rope wasn't marine rope suitable for water rescues. It was the type used for restraint. The medical supplies weren't basic first aid materials. They included items that could be used to keep victims conscious during torture. The camping equipment wasn't designed for survival. It was configured for extended stays in abandoned buildings. The testimony of family members provided emotional weight to the prosecution's case. Sarah Chen's parents, who had immigrated from Taiwan and built a small restaurant business in New Orleans, spoke through tears about their daughter's dedication to helping others. Maria Santos was mourned by the employer who had failed to evacuate her, but who had spent months searching for any trace of her fate. Jennifer Walsh's academic advisor read excerpts from her research notes, documenting her excitement about contributing to the scientific understanding of disaster recovery. Each victim was presented not as a statistic or case study, but as a fully realized human being whose life had been cut short by Brandt's pathological need for control and suffering. The contrast between their humanity and Brandt's cold indifference to their pain was stark and powerful. The defense's psychiatric experts attempted to establish that Brandt suffered from various personality disorders that might mitigate his culpability, but their testimony was undermined by Brandt himself. Against his attorney's advice, he insisted on testifying in his own defense, apparently believing that he could convince the jury that his actions were justified by the circumstances. Brandt's testimony was a masterclass in psychopathic narcissism. He showed no genuine remorse for his victims, instead expressing frustration that society couldn't appreciate the purity of what he had accomplished. He described his crimes in clinical terms, as if they were scientific experiments rather than torture and murder. Most damning, he explained his methodology in detail, revealing a level of planning and sophistication that completely contradicted the defense's claim of temporary insanity. People don't understand what Katrina really did to this city, Brandt testified. It stripped away all the pretense, all the artificial rules that keep people from expressing their true nature. I wasn't doing anything different from what nature itself was doing. I was just more honest about it. When asked about his victims, Brandt showed his true character. They were going to die anyway. The city was dying. Everything was falling apart. At least I gave their deaths meaning, made them part of something larger than just random destruction. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Joseph Brandt was found guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, sexual assault, and torture. Under Louisiana law, the multiple murder convictions made him eligible for the death penalty, but the prosecution chose to seek life imprisonment without the possibility of parole instead. The decision not to seek death was controversial, but District Attorney Fontenot explained that life imprisonment would ensure Brandt could never harm anyone again while avoiding the lengthy appeals process that death penalty cases inevitably entailed. More importantly, it would allow investigators to continue working with Brandt to identify any additional victims and potentially solve other cases. Judge Morvan's sentencing remarks captured the sentiment of many who had followed the case. Joseph Brandt, You took advantage of our city's darkest hour to indulge your most depraved impulses. You turned rescue into abduction, help into horror, and hope into despair. The people of New Orleans have endured unimaginable suffering because of Hurricane Katrina, but your crimes represent a different category of evil entirely, one that cannot be blamed on nature or circumstance, but only on the darkness that exists in your soul. The sentence was 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, ensuring that Brant would die in prison regardless of any future legal developments. But even with Brant's conviction and imprisonment, the case raised disturbing questions about disaster response and criminal opportunity that continue to influence emergency management protocols today. Federal agencies studying the case identified numerous factors that had enabled Brant's killing spree. The breakdown of communication systems had prevented coordination between rescue workers and law enforcement. The prioritization of life-saving over law enforcement had left vast areas of the city unpatrolled for extended periods. The focus on natural disaster victims had initially prevented recognition that some deaths might be homicides rather than hurricane casualties. Most troubling was the realization that Brant represented a previously unrecognized threat category. The disaster predator, someone who specifically sought out major disasters as hunting opportunities. His case prompted the development of new protocols for monitoring suspicious behavior in disaster zones and for maintaining law enforcement presence even during massive humanitarian crises. The psychological profile that emerged from Brant's case became a template for identifying potential disaster predators in future emergencies. Warning signs included excessive mobility within the disaster zone, apparent comfort in devastated areas, interaction with multiple victims without clear rescue credentials, and possession of supplies that could be used for restraint or torture rather than legitimate aid. Perhaps most importantly, Brant's case highlighted the vulnerability of certain victim populations during disasters. Undocumented immigrants, isolated elderly residents, and others without strong social connections were particularly at risk because their disappearances might not be immediately noticed or reported. This recognition led to improved tracking systems for vulnerable populations during evacuations and enhanced welfare checks in the aftermath of major disasters. The case also revealed the psychological impact on first responders and investigators who had to deal with human evil in the context of natural tragedy. Detective Rachel Torres required extensive counseling to process not just the trauma of her confrontation with Brant, but the knowledge of what had happened to victims she might have been able to save if she had recognized the threat earlier. "I keep thinking about the timing," Torres said in a later interview. "If I had trusted my instincts sooner, if I had been more aggressive in my investigation, maybe Sarah Chun would still be alive. Maybe Maria Santos would have survived. The what-ifs are what keep you awake at night." But Torres also became an advocate for improved disaster response protocols, working with federal agencies to develop training programs that would help future first responders recognize predatory behavior in emergency situations. Her experience became a case study in police academies across the country, teaching officers to maintain investigative awareness even during humanitarian crises. The families of Brant's victims channeled their grief into advocacy as well. The Chun family established a foundation that provided support for immigrant families during disasters, ensuring that language barriers and legal status wouldn't prevent people from accessing help or reporting crimes. Jennifer Walsh's parents endowed a scholarship for graduate students studying disaster resilience, honoring their daughter's commitment to understanding and mitigating the impact of natural disasters. Most significantly, the Brant case led to changes in how disaster-related deaths are investigated. Previously, the assumption had been that deaths occurring during or immediately after natural disasters were likely to be related to the disaster itself. Brant's crimes demonstrated that this assumption could mask homicides, leading to new protocols that required more thorough investigation of deaths in disaster zones. The case also influenced international disaster response. When major earthquakes struck Haiti in 2010 and Japan in 2011, response protocols included specific provisions for identifying and preventing predatory behavior. The lessons learned from Brant's crimes helped protect vulnerable populations in disasters around the world. But perhaps the most lasting impact of the case was its demonstration that human evil doesn't pause for natural disasters. It adapts and exploits them. The image of Joseph Brant navigating the flooded streets of New Orleans, hunting for victims while rescue workers searched for survivors, became a powerful symbol of the complexity of human nature and the constant need for vigilance against predatory behavior. In prison, Brandt initially attempted to maintain correspondence with various criminal psychology researchers, apparently believing that his case would make him a figure of academic interest. Most researchers declined to engage with him, recognizing that any attention would only feed his narcissistic pathology. Those who did interview him found a man completely unchanged by his conviction, still convinced that his crimes had been justified by the circumstances and frustrated only that he had been prevented from continuing them. Security camera footage from the Louisiana State Penitentiary showed that Brandt adapted to prison life with the same calculating pragmatism he had shown during his crimes. He avoided conflicts, followed rules when it served his interests, and gradually built a network of relationships that provided him with small privileges and protections. Even in prison, he remained a predator, just one operating within different constraints. The final chapter of the Joseph Brandt case came on November 12, 2019, when he was found dead in his cell at the age of 48. The official cause of death was listed as suicide by hanging, using bedsheets he had woven into a rope with techniques that prison investigators noted were remarkably sophisticated. But even Brandt's death raised questions. Some investigators wondered whether the suicide was genuine or whether prison justice had finally caught up with him. The timing was significant. It came just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by a team of federal researchers studying disaster-related crimes. More disturbing were the materials found in his cell after his death. Despite strict monitoring, Brandt had managed to accumulate detailed notes about natural disasters around the world, newspaper clippings about emergency response procedures, and what appeared to be training materials for potential disaster predators. The discovery suggested that even from prison, he had been trying to influence others to follow his example. The materials were quietly destroyed, but their existence confirmed the fears that many investigators had harbored since Brandt's original trial, that his case might inspire copycat crimes, that other potential predators might study his methods and apply them to future disasters. In the end, the Joseph Brandt case stands as one of the most disturbing examples of how human evil can exploit natural tragedy for its own purposes. His 4 confirmed victims, Sarah Chun, Maria Santos, Jennifer Walsh, and at least one unidentified woman, represent not just lives cut short, but symbols of how vulnerability can be exploited by those who see opportunity where others see only suffering. The case changed how America responds to natural disasters, adding layers of security and investigation that help protect the most vulnerable members of society when they are at their most desperate. But it also serves as a permanent reminder that no matter how devastating the natural forces that threaten human civilization, the greatest dangers often come not from nature, but from the darkness that can exist within human nature itself. Hurricane Katrina was a natural disaster that killed nearly 2,000 people and displaced hundreds of thousands more. But Joseph Brandt proved that even in the midst of such overwhelming tragedy, human evil could find ways to make the suffering worse, to transform rescue into predation, and to turn society's compassion into an opportunity for the expression of its darkest impulses. The floodwaters that covered New Orleans eventually receded, but the memory of what happened in those submerged streets, both the natural disaster and the human evil it enabled, continues to influence how we prepare for and respond to the next inevitable catastrophe. Because if there is one certainty about natural disasters, it is that they will happen again. And when they do, the lessons learned from Joseph Brandt's crimes may be all that stands between vulnerability and predation, between disaster and evil, between the victims who need saving and the predators who see them only as opportunities. In the end, that may be the most fitting memorial to Sarah Chun, Maria Santos, Jennifer Walsh, and the unknown 4th victim whose name was never learned but whose death was just as real, just as tragic, and just as preventable as the others. Their deaths were not in vain if they taught us to be more vigilant, more protective, and more aware that even in our darkest hours, we must guard against the darkness that can exist within ourselves. Thank you for being part of this chilling journey into the unknown. Your presence means everything as we uncover these haunting and mysterious tales together. If you've been captivated by this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with others who share a love for the mysterious and the macabre. We'd love to know where you're watching from. Drop your location in the comments so we can connect with viewers from all over. Your support means more than words can say, and we're beyond grateful to have you with us. We can't wait to bring you even more spine-tingling stories. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and never stop exploring the shadows that keep us awake at night.